it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without.
All right, 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're listening live, welcome in. It's the Kickoff Hour with the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us 1 hour from now for the main show, and we get this thing rolling. And we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show, from upcoming events where some of the staff could be, to the show notes there on the homepage where you'll find links of some of the bigger topics or guests of the day, all the social media links, not only for the show, but the individual members of the show were there on the homepage, the store. I mean, you name it, it's all there, rickandbubba.com. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
What's
up, boys?
Weigh in this morning was a little different for me.
The weigh-in today was different for you. What you got?
I had to make a little pit stop.
Uh-oh.
Got pulled over.
Again?
What?
Buddy, you need to slow down.
You're a little out of control.
Wasn't about my speed.
Oh.
This was interesting.
Tail light gone.
Swerving.
Headlight.
It had to do with tail lights, but it wasn't that. So I'm just,
You're just trying to break that streak.
You are.
I mean, I was on in the middle lane, 280. Went through the lights up there at the summit. Didn't think anything of it. About 53, 54 miles an hour. Go that speed there. They'll hide out, Mountain Brook Police, and they'll hide out in a minute. And so I thought, they will. They will, buddy. You better watch them. They'll sit at that church. They'll sit in the middle lane. You got to watch them. Or I could just slow down like I've learned to do.
Yeah.
They never pull me over because I'm always doing the right thing,
Yeah.
So
well, that's
up
you.
to today.
You're a rule follower.
So today I'm cruising at a good 54 and a 55. Feel good about it.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm coming on down 280, and all of a sudden I see it's a sheriff deputy, and pulling out of like the Starbucks that's right here, like pulling out of that area. It may not have been Starbucks, but it was that. I wish Starbucks was open at this time, but they're not.
Yeah.
But
Remember
so,
you tried that little thing where they opened up at top of the hour and he was going to try to get coffee and get here by the time the commercial break was over?
I'd like to still try that one day. I think I can pull it off.
Do that at the old studio. He'd run out, run back.
And so
Of course, that's
anytime I see a police officer this early in the morning, I think it's our buddy Matt at Hoover, who used to be at Hoover.
Wow, calling him out.
Well, I mean, we get personal on this show.
We're just talking about anything today.
And
Go ahead.
so I sit by, I'm like, oh, that's not Hoover. That's Jefferson. It was either, I don't know if it's Jefferson County or Shelby County actually, but either way, it was a sheriff
County
guy.
sheriff.
So
Constable.
I thought, well, wonder what he's doing today. Oh wow, he's pulling me over.
And you're thinking, I'm doing nothing
And
wrong.
I was like, why is this guy pulling me over? And like I got a show to do. Like, what's he doing?
What you doing, pal?
So I pull in at the little at the parking lot with PGA Superstore.
Yeah, I know where you're
That's where I pull in. Wow. Somebody went by and honked. By the way, I thought it was Speedy.
Oh really?
I really did. And the guy kind of laughed because they were honking like it was a fun honk. It wasn't like just, a mad honk. And so he comes up to my car, and I beat him to the punch. I'm like, "What's up, man?" That's what I don't know why it's supposed to.
Wow!
Because I was confident. Like I was like, "There's nothing.
What if he'd have cuffed you?
I'm not doing anything wrong. Like,
what's up, man?
What's going on?
You know who I am?"
So I'm like, "What's up, man?" And he's like, "Hey, what's going on with your tail lights?"
Oh.
And I said, "My tail lights." And he said, "Yeah."
It'd be hard for me to see my tail lights.
I said, I didn't say that, Greg. Wanted to. wanted to go. Can't see them.
Yeah, sorry.
And I said, he said, they're not working. And he said, or they're not real bright. And I don't know what's going on. And we looked at my dial, and I don't know. I didn't know this was a thing. And maybe it's, my truck's been acting quirky lately about some certain things. Maybe it's that, or maybe this is just a thing. I don't know. But, you get in the car, and it's dark, and your headlights come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
So I never worry about turning the dial to turn different things. Well, it was all the way to the left.
For your tail lights?
Well, so we sit there and did a little test. We're just pleasantries at this point. We're having a good time trying to figure out my truck.
Right.
Yeah.
And he said, turn it all the way to the right where it's auto and see if it's different when you hit your brake. And it was.
So you didn't have it on auto?
No,
Well,
I just
that
had
shouldn't
it.
matter.
I know. Well, that's what I was thinking.
Well, you could use that one click.
You
Yeah,
had it on off.
But what happens
Yeah.
though? Yeah, but here's the deal. That
Drive.
shouldn't affect the brake lights.
No, it should just affect the tail light.
It should, yeah.
Because when
it
I
shouldn't affect the brake light.
when I during the day or like when I'm sitting there, you know, when you go through that thing at the, I just think about this, the oil change place where they tell you to hit your brakes or whatever. You don't have to have your lights on for that. For them
No,
to
the
check
brake
it.
lights, no. You don't.
So
not
I
the
don't.
brake
I don't know if it's.
Do you turn? You were manually turning your lights off and on every time you got
No,
in?
I wasn't. It was all the way to the left. It wasn't on auto. But he was looking at them. I never got out of the car. He said they look dimmer when it's all the way to the left than when it's all the way to the right on auto.
Did he make you walk the line?
Nah.
You have to do any tricks or
And of course, I had
touch
this.
your nose?
Could you say your ABCs back?
had,
too. I can't. I'd be like,
He said he
Z.
you know.
My wife can. She can real fast.
Really?
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
He saw the logo on my shirt and he said, "Jack State Tennis, huh?" I said, "Yes, sir. I'm the coach." You headed there early? No, I got something else to do before
You
I
don't
get
know
there.
which way Jacksonville is, evidently.
I said, I'm
sure are
I
drinking
go
early, sir.
I go somewhere before I go there. It's a long day. And he said, and he looked in the back seat and he was like, "Oh, I see a lot of tennis balls back there." I said, "Yeah."
Did
I
you
said,
tell
I
him
go-
mine is
Well,
on?
good night.
Yeah,
the
he-
nosy fella.
He really was. I think he was just
Was
trying.
he looking for a body?
I don't know. That's the thing. I think he was looking for something that.
Look,
you know,
it's a lonely shift. That overnight.
He just wants to talk something.
I mean,
get it.
maybe so.
Man, I've been sitting here at this red light for hours.
I want to speak to a human.
been trying to stay awake all night.
And it was weird how he was like, "Well, do you mind if I see you? Can I grab your license real quick and check?"
Why?
I said, "I know that's the
Oh,
thing."
okay. Well, they have to do that.
That-
in case there's a warrant out.
Well, I think that's what he was doing. I think they saw.
What, are you a police officer?
Well, they
'Cause
do.
you
I
seem
think
to
they
know a
do.
lot.
if you have I've
Listen,
been pulled over a lot.
we know that
They have to do that.
we know that if you a lot of times, and I'm not saying this is what he's doing, but a lot of times they will pull you over to try to. They'll find something so they can go
shake you
a lot
down.
of
Let's see
times
what's
it's-
going on.
It's good police work.
Yeah. But you know what? Couldn't find anything but tennis balls in the back of my
Yeah,
car.
unless tennis balls are illegal,
Yeah.
I'm good.
I'm surprised you didn't say, "Could I go to work with you?
So
Could I screen
sorry.
phone calls for y'all today?"
How with that, we would know.
you know I'm in y'all's jurisdiction. Can I come by and sit in the golden ticket seat?
right. Please.
I never said anything about the show, and I just
Wow,
said
ashamed of it.
I just said that I've got somewhere else to be before I go to Jacksonville State. And I mean, he was a nice fellow. I enjoyed talking
trying
to
to
him.
help you out.
But I did want to say, buddy, I'm late as it is. Like I don't get there till the commercials start rolling. So I need to go. We need to go.
Yeah, we need to move along with
Yeah,
this.
I know you need to check my license and you need to see what's in the back of my car.
You
but
got maybe
right.
breathalyzer.
Sir, if you could step out of the car, please.
I think
Could you
that's
step
the
around back, please.
I think that's the first time I've ever been pulled over by a sheriff
You know,
deputy. I've never.
I don't know if I think
Was
I
he
have.
bald?
No.
Okay.
He was a young guy. I think he had a stash, good looking hair.
Wow.
You know, he just,
Gracious.
I mean, good looking head of hair. You know, he's young.
Young, yeah.
Y'all really hit it off, didn't you?
Young whippersnapper.
So, very kind, you know.
I
felt like we would've-
going. And you keep encountering police, but
I
they're
know.
all kind.
Right.
I know.
Let me
Which
ask
is
you
a good
question.
thing.
It is a good thing.
I know your truck's all blacked out. Does it have like coverings
Do you
on,
like
the,
a drug
on
dealer?
on your tail lights
I don't
where
know.
they look dimmer than
Oh,
they
no,
are?
no, no. I know what you're talking about.
No.
No.
Okay. All right.
You know,
I don't know. That's just weird because it seems like I don't know.
I think he was just trying to look for a way to get me pulled over.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. BigBox.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX to get your discount. When it comes to protecting your loved ones, you need a home security system you can trust. Simply Safe Home Security combines cutting-edge technology with a customer-first approach for award-winning protection. Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe and satisfied, but never locking you into a contract. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% off your new system today. BIGV as in voice, OX. simplysafe.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em.
really
All right,
does.
20 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Kickoff Hour. We thank you so much for being with us. It's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. A busy show indeed. It's a short week for the staff. We have got, of course, the 4th of July replay on Thursday, and then we have a best of on Friday, and everybody back together again on Monday, Lord willing. So until then, we're going to enjoy ourselves with each other and have a good time. You know, yesterday we did a lot of recapping from, the vacation week, and you heard a lot of stories from that. When's the last time, I forgot to tell you all this, when's the last time you've ever sprayed anybody with the water hose?
Like sprayed a person?
Yes.
I sprayed some chairs yesterday.
No, I'm talking about a person.
I can't. Oh, wow. Probably when the kids were younger, I used to spray them.
The urge to spray somebody if you've got a water hose in your hand, that's an urge that's hard to overcome.
Braden's not overcoming it very good. He sprays the girls all the time.
Really?
It's hit Amanda a couple
It's hard
times.
not to.
I know.
Yeah, well, it kind of backfired on me a little bit, and I got in trouble from my wife because, we'll get in trouble with our wives. And then the question's asked, what's wrong with you? Mm-hmm. I got a what's wrong with you as she was trying to see because I had sprayed her in the eyes and blinded her, and she was stumbling all over the backyard. I had taken it too far.
You went.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to, but I got off in it, and before I knew it, she was watering something, and when she spun around, she didn't mean to, but she got me kind of like in the legs.
Oh, you retaliated.
This was payback.
And I looked at her and I went, oh. So I grabbed the hose and I went, and buddy, let me tell you something. I didn't know it was on jet.
Oh.
And I hit her in the eyes, and she got to stumbling around like somebody had sprayed her with mace.
And you just got sprayed in the leg barely?
Yeah.
And that was
yeah, and I tried to justify it. Well, you got me.
Yeah, well, no.
She's like, you hit me in my eyes,
Like getting sprayed
She
with a
talked
pressure
like
washer.
that.
I'm like, okay, that's a little dramatic.
You think she may have sandbagged?
But it was stumbling just like this. You hurt me.
Oh, listen, women will exaggerate.
I need something. Give me a towel.
Oh, my
I'm like,
gosh.
okay.
But you got to admit,
now
that was
neighbors are looking.
retaliating, and you went to that shot was probably a
Yeah,
little
I
uncalled
thought it was on the shower mode. I didn't really pay
Didn't check
attention
for you.
but it was on jet, and I know that didn't feel good feet away.
No.
That's a little hard.
Oh yeah, it hurts.
A little aggressive.
Yeah, and all up in their nose too.
Oh yeah, it's not.
Now
Normally not
neighbors
a good
are
time.
neighbors are looking over the fence like I've
Normally just spray the body
Yeah, I should have probably
or
done
up
that.
in there and it rained down.
But it
That's
does
a good
go
move.
back
Do
to
it quick.
Yeah.
And you act like nothing happened. Be like,
How many times?
Yeah.
This happens to me all the time. If I'm washing my car, I'll drop the nozzle and it'll hit on the trigger and blow it up in my face.
Yeah,
I've done
all
that.
the time.
I've done that.
Every time I wash a car, I'm gonna do it at least once.
And I cannot. It's like keeping a good pair of shades. I cannot maintain a good nozzle.
Oh yeah,
I break them all. I do.
I
like
go the cheap route because I just need water to squirt. I don't need 50 different versions and all that.
Right.
And the dogs will chew them up sometimes.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, but I this last time I showed out a little bit. Because for the front we needed a decent one, and I got one that was a sure enough good one, and it's already leaking out the side.
I just
And
get
it's
the old
spraying
cheap,
me.
The cheapest one they got, they last a good while.
Yeah. Well, that's like shades. You just buy some cheap ones, you'll keep them for years. You
Like
spend
I say-
money on shades, and you'll break them or lose them in a second.
I bought a metal one this time because I'm tired of the dogs chewing up the plastic one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, well,
Speaking of chewing up,
I got
too,
I got a metal tip, but it's already broke.
Ours, what we did this time
Now, what am I going to spray Terry with?
is I bought the one that has it's almost like a mini fire hose. How you
I've
push
seen that,
forward,
yeah.
pull back.
Yeah. Is it
and you
is it
don't-
the big one or the one you push with your thumb?
You push it with your thumb.
Because sometimes, like if you've got like
I just
you're
like the
washing your
regular
car
old
and your thumb gets
cheap-
slippery, it's tough to that pressure.
It's not.
tough
This
to-
one's pretty good.
and I
but
buy them two at a time because I know I'm gonna mess one
Well,
up.
yeah.
I
yeah.
will say this because of your point, because I would always drop them and hit us in the face, whatever.
I
This
do it
you
all the
can't
time.
do.
Lay it
You
down,
can't do
Calvin.
that with this.
Lay it
You
down.
just
Quit dropping it, Calvin.
Yeah.
Just lay
How
it
about
down.
that stream? Just the old cheap one. That stream that comes out, it's pretty
Yeah.
tough.
Well, let me
It'll
tell you
hurt
something. Terry can tell you right now.
If you go with the, when you go full force.
We've got some stream at the house,
Hey.
and because it hit her. I'm talking about from me to Helms right here. Jet,
Yeah, it was
blinding,
that was probably
falling all
a
over the
little
place.
I bring up the
Dogs
dogs
are barking.
I bring up the dogs chewing stuff for the third time. Third time in the last few months.
Uh-oh.
Millie has chewed the wires that control my garage door, where your little
Yeah.
sensor is.
Yeah. Why is she
Now,
chewing
when you
that?
do that and you don't have that, it's like there's something in it so it won't come down. You
No.
can get it to go up, but it
Right.
ain't coming back down.
No, it's not.
And for the third time, I've had to
Three.
go. I figured it out. If somebody's coming to the house like to do something like cooks, pest control, usually they're not going to bite them, but they bark at them and
Yeah,
drive
get them out of the
nuts.
way. You want to get them out of the way.
If you lock her up for an extended period of time, it's like it makes her mad, and she goes over and chews the wires out on the.
Like, let me tell you. Watch
I
this.
get, yeah.
You
Watch
won't
this,
put
Daddy.
me in here again.
So
watch this,
usually it's
Daddy.
just this one section that I've spliced wire and repaired.
Yeah.
Well, the other day she took both sides out,
What?
completely out, both sides.
She's really showing you.
It was a complete rebuild for me.
So where you go to? I mean,
I have scrap wire, believe me.
okay, just
And I just
splice
piece
them
it
together, yeah.
and try to just make it work.
I wish I could see that.
Golly, I was so mad.
You talk out loud.
I put
to her?
stuff in front of it, and she'll move it. But I think it is because we locked her up the other day, and I said, well, forget it. She can just bark at people because I'm not locking her up and letting her
Now,
chew
let
up
me ask you a
everything.
question. When Millie does this,
There's something wrong with her,
does she know she's done something wrong and like, okay, I know I'm in trouble?
I think
Does
she
does she
does.
kind of like walk in front of you like, I don't care?
Let me say this. When I was laying on the ground because I was trying to, those wires are real small.
Yeah, they are.
And I've repaired this one so many times. I'm about out of room.
Yeah.
So I'm laying on the concrete on my side. I look behind me. She's laying behind me. I told her, I said, just get out of here. Don't even get near me.
Because you're the one that caused
Yeah,
it.
come in there and lay. And you don't really have nothing to do with me. Gosh, I think she was taking a victory lap.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of chewing stuff.
She's
so,
good. Just don't turn your back on her.
Speaking of chewing stuff.
Yeah, JC's dog is home for the summer. And so we've inherited a dog, which I knew we would. And
So it's your dog, really, that he just takes whenever he wants to.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
your dog.
Sure.
You're that guy at the game with the dogs.
Right.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find my little reading glasses, my readers. And, I've got readers all over the place. These right here. I just went and bought, you just buy a slew of them.
Oh, yeah.
And I could not find them. I was like, where in the world are my glasses? And, I am walking in circles trying to find my glasses to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go get my car glasses because I have some hanging in the car. I have them hanging in the car. I got them at work. I got them. I got them in my. I got them in the bathroom. I've got them in my room. But the ones I use around the house normally stay in the kitchen or my bedroom, and I walk around, whatever. I could not find them, and so then I go to sit down on the couch and I step on the lens, and I look down underneath the ottoman, and the side of my glasses are chewed up.
Uh-oh.
Both lenses are they're just all over the place. I saw one little piece of the frame, and it's got chewed teeth marks all in it.
He had time with it.
And I look over at Cuddy.
He got to spend a good period of time
What
with
a
your
great
glasses.
afternoon.
Yeah. And I look at Cuddy, and he knows.
Sure.
He knows who those ears go back. I'm like, did you do this? And for some reason, he just goes and sits at the door like, could I get out of here?
Oh, wow. So he knew the heat was coming.
Oh, yeah. But as soon as I pick him up, it's like in the dog world, I wonder if they go, man, I hope he don't notice that.
No, no.
But that was so much fun.
I couldn't help myself.
I couldn't help myself, but oh my gosh, he's noticed it. Dadgummit. And those ears go back. And I'm like, did you do this? And then my other two, they freak out thinking they're in trouble. I'm like, no, y'all are good.
It's funny, yesterday, Blue will grab stuff from time to time. And yesterday I came home, took my shoes off, got in the shower, got out of the shower, and I realized one of my shoes was gone. And I was like, oh, I got to grab the shoe. He could hear me. He could hear me coming. So the shoe was on the couch, and I went in the other room, and he had run around and laid down real quick and act like I don't know what you're talking about. What shoe?
Faking asleep. Like,
Yes.
oh, hey, man, what's up,
That's
Dad?
exactly what he was doing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out israelneedsme.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to israelneedsme.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with the Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is brought to you by mypillow.com/bigvox. I don't know the last time you've gone there, guys. I actually did because
Where?
Something
My Pillow?
Yeah.
I went there last
Pillow.
night and slept really good.
I go nightly.
Every single day, friend.
Look at him.
Well, something else Cuddy
I like to snuggle.
had chewed up was some sliders. He got some sliders.
Got you
And,
sliders.
Hey, little slides.
And before we went out and got any
you call 'em
replacements, I was like,
Yeah.
wow, they've got some slides, I think, if I remember, because doing this spot.
25% off. No, $25.
And I was like, hey, let's check this out. Well,
Everything
they're celebrating their
$25.
30th anniversary partnership with us here, mypillow.com/bigvox. And
Hey, Big Vox,
they've got
man.
some great savings for the
BB.
4th of July here. Their $25 extravaganza sale continues, and right now you can get sandals, slides, sliders for just $25, and that's what I landed on. They got beach towels. A lot of you going to the beach or the pool and you need those big beach towels, they got them. They are now $25. Premium Giza My Pillows are just $25. If you have maybe a second home, a camper, a camp house, somewhere you go hunt, they've got the My Pillow bed sheets, the Giza Dreams, just $25. 6-piece, just $25. Designer Premium My Pillows are $25. So you get the idea. You got a lot of going on. You got the couch and recliner pillows, just $25. And we've been talking a lot about dogs and pets this hour. The dog beds and blankets are just $25. So check them out right now. They got the $25 extravaganza sale going on at mypillow.com/bigvox. And all orders, too, just to add to this, over $75 is free shipping. We also say don't forget that it's a delicious 100% Arabica organic My Coffee is available, too. Start your day with that. It's currently 50% off. All at mypillow.com/bigvox, and that's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. But, you know, I was just going to go grab some, and I said, whoa, wait a minute. I remember My Pillow. They got some sliders. Let's try those. And
$25.
We did.
I had to take my Giza Dream Sheets off the bed.
You did.
Yeah. I was sleeping through my alarm.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, too
Watch
many
out.
in deep
Watch out.
dreams.
Those are very comfortable.
They were.
Yes, they
I
are.
told Amanda, you need to put those on Maddie's bed. I ain't got time for this.
I ain't got time for
gotta
this.
get up and get
I've
pulled
got
over
to
by the
get up.
police.
I've got to get up.
Yeah,
Something that y'all don't know about. Do y'all know what today is?
no.
It'd be July the 2nd.
Yes, it
Yes.
is. You are correct, which means it's World UFO Day.
World UFO
Did
Day.
y'all know there was a World
I
UFO
did
Day?
not. Yeah, I thought
So what do
they
we
quit
do?
calling them UFOs.
We celebrate. We look at the sky. Do we watch a documentary? What do we do?
Do we talk about UFO sightings and bring in
yeah.
people who?
I'm
part of it?
intrigued. I'll be
Yeah,
honest. I'm
yeah.
intrigued what's going on up there.
Yeah.
Is Travis Walton like the guest speaker?
I know. Y'all made fun. Y'all made fun of me
T-Dad.
a while back when I told you I didn't look up enough. And I've started to try to do that a little bit at night and just kind of check it all
You
out.
seen any UFOs?
Look up. No, I've been looking. I see some planes though.
That's why I like
of
going.
planes.
One of the reasons I like going to Cape San Blas when we go on these.
We got money.
It has nothing to do.
personal little plane.
Little
with
trip.
that.
Let's invite some friends.
Boogie
But-
board.
Come on.
There's no light pollution, and so there's no lights. It's dark. I mean,
Oh, wow.
and so you can really see the sky, and you see satellites moving at all times. Like you just look up, as long as it's not cloudy, there's some activity.
Huh, like
And
wow.
you don't get that where we live because there's so many lights around.
A lot of lights.
Well, World UFO Day serves as a way for everyone to come together and watch the skies on the same night and search for UFOs.
Oh my goodness.
But that's not the only purpose. Many see the holiday as a way to spread knowledge and awareness, Greg, of UFOs, making a case of their existence and hoping to make disciples out of the of those that are maybe a little
Disciples.
skeptical, you know, that are like, I'm not sure about this.
You know, we've
First of all, to stop using the word disciples with this. That would
Yeah, that's
probably
a little
Yeah.
spooky.
I'm
It
just
is
reading the
spooky.
copy
I
there
know.
on that one.
sure.
So this July the 2nd for many is the date that represents the anniversary of the famed confirmed, and I'm putting quotes around that 1947 incident in Roswell, New Mexico, which
It all comes back to that.
You know, that kind of I don't know if y'all realize this because this was well before y'all's time. I know, Greg, you were aware of it. Helmsy, you probably weren't. That I was sent to Roswell to hunt UFOs.
Did
aliens.
Did they let y'all on the property or did y'all have
No, I didn't. But I did go to the town. I went to the museum. I called in. We recorded some stuff.
But did they just reach out and go, "Hey, y'all want to cover this event? Is it some kind of event?" And they said, "We're sending Speedy"?
I don't know if it was about on this day. I can't remember. I know that that Don Juan and I flew out to Albuquerque, and then we skipped over to Roswell, and that's the flight that the guy. There probably was maybe 10 passengers on the flight.
Yeah.
And the guy just opened a curtain. The pilot did. He just opened the little curtain and turned around and said, "All right, man. That's how tight it was." And he said, "Hey, man, it's just a little hop skip here. We'll be there here shortly. Everything is good." And he gave some instructions. And he said, "Now, if this red light, if this siren goes off, then make sure that you got everything's buckled in and all this kind of stuff." And Don Juan, gosh almighty, he didn't like to fly.
Yeah.
And that
Plus
light, hey,
aliens.
I don't know, we were over the desert, man, and all of a sudden that siren, that light went off.
Y'all
And we
buckled
were having
up.
turbulence and everything, and good gracious.
Y'all
I
buckled
thought,
up.
okay, we're going down. What the heck? There's no storm, nothing.
You know what it was?
UFO.
Yeah. You
When's
were
the
getting a
last
little too
time-
close to them.
Yeah.
When's the last
But
time-
hey, let me just say this: the museum, they're in it. They're all in. If you want to meet some folks,
All about Roswell.
that saw one last night, you go there.
It is an interesting story.
Yeah.
When's the last time y'all seen something you're like, what is that?
You
And
know,
you've
I haven't had a lot of UFO experiences.
I neither.
No.
I don't think I pay attention enough.
I have seen some stuff where I'm like, man, what is that? But I eventually figure out what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
One night,
Like nothing is unidentified.
Well,
I was looking up at the clouds, and it would be like beams of light go up, and then they would spin, and then they would do this.
yeah.
And I'm going, what in the crap? Anyway, so I get in the car,
I know what it.
and it was somebody had a promotion. It was in
Spotlight
Yeah,
thing.
they
Yeah.
spin and do this.
Yeah,
They were like
right.
somebody in Jacksonville,
Yeah,
and it was doing that. But at first, I was like, what in the world is
yeah,
that?
that'll catch you off guard for
Well,
sure.
I interviewed for some folks
Then I got
out there,
abducted once.
and they believe because this whole Roswell thing is they claim the UFO crashed there.
And the government
And the
covered
government
it up.
has
they
been
have
covering it up.
bodies. They
No,
got alien bodies.
everything.
It happens.
Some even say they just feel alive.
Do you think, like in the movie Independence Day, that the
Ooh, yeah, remember
president
they
all of a
show-
sudden they go on a tour of what's there, and he's like, "What?" Do you think things like that exist? Where, I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised.
I love how this article ends. It says, "Believers claim a UFO crash landed there, deep in American Southwest, but the government has been covering up ever since. What do you believe?"
Well, I believe the government covers things up every day, so it wouldn't be a stretch.
No,
for
they're
for
capable
this
of
to
that, yeah.
for something like that to be going on.
World UFO Day, July 2nd, every year. And today it lands on this Tuesday, and so we have to observe World UFO Day. Not just in the U.S., but it says World UFO Day.
The whole world.
The whole world. Did y'all ever watch, like, the X-Files and stuff? Did y'all ever get into that?
I never watched that, but what was the show I used to watch? When I was a kid, I can't remember it. But anyway, no,
if I ever
never got
landed
into
on the
that
X
stuff.
Files, I would be like, okay, I kind of watch, but I never
I don't
searched
hate
it
stuff
out.
like that.
You know, did y'all watch the movies? Because
No,
they
I
came out with some
No.
movies too. No, like so.
I'm not against it. I just never jumped into it.
If I
I
ever
watched Men in Black.
if I ever come across like maybe any kind of Western, I'm going to stop and go,
Yeah.
oh, okay, or whatever. If you ever have anything space or UFO, any kind of movie, do you stop? Do you like those?
Depends
kind
on
of
what it
movies?
is. Love Martian, by that's a space movie with Matt Damon. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, that
movie.
was a good-
that
That's
was a good
great
movie.
Interstellar. It's confusing every
Never
time I
seen
watch it,
that.
but I watch it.
Oh,
I
wow,
like
it's so confusing.
it. It is, and I like it. I like that movie.
Do y'all remember the one that came? We may have talked about it on there. It's got that. God, what's that girl's name? She's in a bunch of stuff, and they were going to Mars, and she left, and they weren't going to be back for like years, and she had to leave her young daughter, and Hillary Swank. It was on Netflix, and it was a good series, and they didn't renew it after the first season because I was like, oh, man, this is pretty. I got into it. It was pretty good.
Hillary Swank?
Evidently, I was the only one that got into it.
Yeah. For All Mankind's pretty good there.
What's that? I
Did
don't
you
know
watch?
Yeah.
Did you watch
I'm
the
caught
new
up on
season
all-
too?
yeah,
I
yeah.
I haven't
What is that?
watched the new season.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's good. Apple TV, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked to you about that.
Oh,
For some
I
reason, you won't
remember.
go
I
in.
remember.
Yeah.
There's plenty of. Listen, I don't watch as many UFO movies and stuff as I do like I love the space movies, and there's a lot.
I like them.
And there's For All Mankind. It seems like there's something like that on all of these
I like
series.
Space
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah.
There's one that's
Now, if you want a good UFO movie, Fire in the Sky.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
yeah.
Now, Greg, you've claimed if you were hunting in maybe some hardwoods and you're on a ladder stand, you're just sitting there, and all of a sudden Bigfoot from your left to right just walks through about 50 yards from you, you would let him pass.
Yeah, I'm not shooting Bigfoot unless he just tries to attack me.
If you had a little gray come up, you were out, let's
I'd
say,
shoot him.
fixing something.
I think I might shoot him.
Fixing something that Millie has chewed up again.
Yeah.
And you look out, and all of a sudden,
Yeah, they
come,
creep
here
me
it
out.
comes.
Those for some reason
Are
they
you
creep me
taking out little gray? Or you letting them walk?
I think I may have to end Little Gray.
What is this new
scary.
movie on Netflix called Spaceman?
I don't know. Spacemen?
Spaceman.
Spaceman.
Oh, is that the one about the guy who was a Hispanic and first wanted to be an astronaut? Is that who that is?
I don't know.
I
You
saw
don't
the
have to look
previews.
so
There was
disgusted
one.
when you say it.
He was.
Looks like Adam Sandler.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's
yeah, I don't
completely
know
different.
No,
about
it's
that.
not. I don't know if it is or not.
Is that?
It looks different. Yeah, it is Adam Sandler.
What?
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's Baby Powder and Shower to Shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G, and then V as in voice, O-X, to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
8 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. And we thank you so much for making us part of your day. All right, so we've hit a lot of different things this hour. We were just talking about it's World UFO Day, but this is where it makes us mad because it's also National Made in the USA Day. I think we all agree that we have so many. It's this day, and there's about 8 different things. But there is a video out that's a promotion for a city that I want you to see if you can kind of tell me what might be going on here. I'm just going to play a real quick snippet of it.
Elmo has something very important to tell you.
What do you think Elmo is trying
Elmo.
It's to a city. What do you think Elmo is trying
pollution.
to...
He wants them to quit polluting.
Okay, that's not bad.
Or do something about the homeless.
He's trying to warn the city, Helmsy.
Yeah, why don't we... Elmo tried to tell us to get a vaccine one time.
Yeah, he did.
Well,
Elmo needs mind his own business.
He does.
I think he's telling Texas and Oklahoma they made a gigantic mistake. That's what I think. I think that's what's going on.
Having fireworks in Round Rock is a big no-no. You could end up with a fine up to $2,000, and that's a lot of cookies. Elmo loves cookies. Fireworks might seem fun, but
that's a lot of cookies. Let me raise my hand.
It sounds
here.
like you're doing Elmo's
Let me
voice.
raise my hand here. When you use Elmo, you're normally sending a message to children.
Mm-hmm.
The children aren't in charge of the fireworks.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm a firework guy, I don't give a crap if Elmo's now the city may write me up.
Yeah.
But the fact that we're going to make a public service announcement with Elmo to tell everyone not to shoot fireworks, I don't know. Let's say when they ran it by, we need to get the word out about this ban on fireworks.
Yeah.
Well, we need a spokesman. I tell you, I got a great idea. Why don't we let Elmo do it? So grown-ups will have to listen to that crap.
Well, it's illegal in the city of Round Rock, Texas, to shoot fireworks. So in
What's
order
that
to
got
let
to do with Elmo?
everybody know, they let Elmo join in
It's like
and
Cookie Monster tale.
and tell the city and remind everyone about the fireworks law that you cannot shoot fireworks in Round Rock, Texas.
I wonder how they come up with that. Why?
Elmo is your spokesperson.
Elmo got the message through. Hard to understand, but yeah.
I love when they said it's a big fine and that's a lot of cookies.
That's a lot of cookies,
I love
y'all.
cookies.
I didn't know Elmo was into cookies.
I
Like
didn't either.
Cookie Monster.
And this is just a public service announcement. Rick's talked about it. We've talked about it. It's out there. But 4th of July, July 4th, okay, It's not New Year's Eve. So you don't have to wait till midnight
Exactly.
for fireworks. You can start any time of day you want.
And
No reason to kick them
prefer
up
you
at
do.
midnight. Right.
I prefer you to get them out early.
Yeah, I just don't want people to get confused with the holidays. It's not
Don't
New
get
Year's
dark
Eve.
till 8. I get it.
Right,
But,
and that's fine.
but don't wait till midnight.
Let's not wait till midnight. There's no reason to wait till midnight. It's not New Year's Eve. All right, there you go. I'm done.
When I was a kid, were you stoked about fireworks?
Oh,
when you were a
I
kid?
was so stoked.
I love. I'd blow up stuff.
Yes, so many.
Yeah. But what about one go off in your hand? That
Oh,
felt
that's
good.
not good. How about when you light a bottle rocket and then you try to time it down to throw it?
Oh yeah, it would come back at you.
Yeah, it would hit something. I was always into like fun stuff like that. I was never really into this big, setup, where it
No,
costs.
we were bottle rockets and fire.
Yeah, that's kind of us
pretty
too.
much.
Yeah, my papa would hang firecrackers. There was a tree in the front yard, and he would hang it off
Light
one of the
'em at
limbs.
once.
Hey, and the whole family would go outside.
What a mess
Hey,
it would leave.
Are
too.
y'all ready? 3, 2, 1.
And paper everywhere.
So
So it was over with quick.
Oh, it
But
was.
boy,
It sounded like somebody
what
with
a
10
minute it was.
10 machine guns were out there.
Oh, it was unreal.
Certainly not endorsing this, but we used to have bottle rocket wars.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And
yes.
we had
Hide and go seek with them.
I burnt the woods down with a smoke bomb.
There was a pier. Our neighbor had a pier next door, and then there was this bank that was on the other side. And back then, you think things are much far
it seemed
spread
like-
far
Right,
out than they
right.
are. And so a team would get on the pier and a team would get on the bank, and we'd just fire bottle rockets back and forth.
Oh, that's pretty good.
But what's funny, if I walked you out there today, it's from here to Adler. Like that's the distance from it. We thought we were in the clear and nothing would ever happen, but it was
bottle rocket still screaming.
30
when
or
you go
40 feet.
That's awesome.
That close.
Yeah.
And so no wonder our parents would get frustrated
Yeah.
when we're out there.
It is funny though how you
Bounce
say
one off
that,
somebody's head.
Helmsy. How when you were young, you thought everything was so big.
I know.
Oh yeah.
I went.
We'd lob a Roman candle at you too.
Well, we would get some front yard football games and just anything, wiffle ball,
Oh, yeah.
you name it, out in the front yard at my dad's parents' house, Mama and Papa. And buddy, let me tell you something. It was quite the field. So as an adult, I went back by there, going back into town, and I looked, and I promise you, to Helmsy, it was as big as a studio.
I know.
But I thought it was, Fenway Park.
Yeah, the woods behind our house when we were growing up. Everybody had about an acre lot, and then there was woods. We don't know who owned it, but we just ran everywhere. But I thought it was like a jungle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was. I mean, if you made it all the way to the creek back there, you were off the grid.
Oh yeah.
Well, years later, I'm working for the power company, and we're building a power line going right through there.
No.
And it, like you said, it was not even far to the back of the house. I thought.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was just a little clump of woods.
Yeah, but you thought it was so
It was
big.
like, I mean, if you made it to the creek, my goodness, they may not find you.
Yeah, I mean.
They had a lot. There was a lot next door, and it stayed, because of the way the water levels were, it stayed damp all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Good
but
mosquito
you
flies.
would have thought it was a rainforest in Peru.
Yeah.
Because we
off
we
in
thought
it.
how big we'd get in there, and we'd
Yeah.
and during the summers, which probably shouldn't have been in there in the summers, but
Oh, we're
during
the
the
same
summers
way.
you couldn't see anything because of trees and all this had bloomed, and you couldn't see any houses. But we thought we were in the middle of a
Oh,
jungle
yeah.
out there.
Oh, the summer, like I
great.
say, it would thicken up with that branch.
Oh,
That
thought
we
it was
would-
the Amazon.
We would wade in that water barefooted,
Yeah.
catching crawfish
Uh-huh.
all
Yeah.
summer. And never even think nothing about it.
No.
Water moccasin probably right next to him. He didn't know it.
Now, you get up with a bad case of the chiggers every now and
You
then.
would. Yeah, you would.
You would.
That'd shut you down for a little bit.
Yeah. Yard was so tiny, y'all.
I know.
Seriously, as an adult, I think I could run 4 steps to first base, which was a little shrub that we had as first
Yeah.
base. Then we'd throw down somebody's hat for second.
I
You know?
remember doing all that. And they'd get kicked out of the way.
Right,
Where
but
was it at?
As a kid, I thought the bases were so far away. As an adult, 4 steps to the first base. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Comments about the Grammys last night. We'll start with John in Auburn, Alabama. John, how you doing this morning?
Hey, Rick and Bubba, what's up?
John,
welcome to the show, sir. Hey, check this out. I'm Mike Thomas's buddy. Y'all know Mike?
Mike Thomas.
From Lighting and Lamp?
Yes,
Oh,
I sure
yes,
do.
yeah, sure do.
Uh-huh.
Hey, did you hear about Mike's credit card?
Yes, we did. I was there.
Maxed out.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
Bubba was there. I remember that story. And then then it happened to Speedy.
Nothing like entertaining clients.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember we told that story, and then you and I went down to that restaurant that time? But anyway, go ahead.
Hey, check this out. I might be wrong, but I think I'm 99% sure that agreeance is a word.
But is it a word that means what he was trying to say, like we're all in agreement?
I think that's how he was trying to say it. I've heard it said that way, though, like agreeance. We're all in agreement.
Up. It'd be marked lock up.
On this show, any word could work.
How about this? The English language, it could be. He could be just exactly dead on. Who knows?
How about I want him to be wrong, though, because I want him to be greatly embarrassed. But because what he was trying to say was embarrassing. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you calling, John. Let's go to Amanda in Nashville, Tennessee. Hey, Amanda, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
Do y'all remember the award show, whatever, with Sheryl Crow, and she had on the shirt said, "War is not the answer"?
Right, because she says the way to not have wars is not to have enemies.
Right. Well, last night I guess she changed her mind because the band on the strap on her guitar said "war" on it. Did y'all notice that?
Well, what I love, it was supposed to say "no war," but her hair
was covering it.
Her hair was so long it just said "war," and I got a great chuckle out of that too. So I'm so glad you brought that up because I had forgotten about that. But the thing about it, it's just she claims that the Grammy people told her not to say anything, and they weren't supposed to say anything. The CBS.
Well, we're all in agreement with that, right?
Yeah, and the CBS folks said no, we never told anybody not to say. They can express themselves however they want, but within reason. So
I don't know that dictionary is going to have it, Speedy.
Yeah, that's
from D's third grade.
It's not a word.
Yeah, so that to me, just think, Cheryl, if you wanted to still do a message, you need to be smart enough to pull your hair up
right,
and a ponytail,
sweetheart.
But I'll tell you this: it was a very nice outfit she had on. I thought she looked very nice, and I didn't. The song that this thing with her and Kid Rock is strange, isn't it?
Did you see his guitar band? That was a seatbelt.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
That was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Kid Rock. I wonder if he's a big war protester. I can't picture that. Can you?
No, he's probably more of the laid-back hippie, not, all peace.
We can call Todd Jones and find out.
Yeah, that's true. All right, well,
I try to think back to what anybody would say at trade school, and then I would know, so.
Bubba, do you realize how funny it is that her guitar strap just had the word war on it?
The only thing that would have been better if it had said no more war, and all you could see is more war,
That would have even been better. All right, let's go to Ellen in Birmingham, Alabama, listening on Y94.5 and watching on Turner South. What's up, Ellen?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Ellen.
Hey, I had a question, actually, that I was a little bit confused about.
Okay.
And I'm not a big hard rock fan at all, but I thought Fred Durst was talking about the hard rock category in general and not about the war.
No,
I thought he said that this category needs to go away.
No. He said war. He said the word war.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll play it for you again. He said we're all in agreement that this war needs to go away.
We need an English teacher. Is agreeance a word?
No. It may be, but even if it is, I don't think I do know enough to know in that.
Wouldn't you say we're all in agreement?
Yes. Right. I know enough to know that's what he should have said in that sentence. Now, agreeance might be a word that's used for something, but
agreeance?
If we're all in agreement about something, we are not in agreement about it.
All right, here we go. Before I say the rest, I just really hope we all are in agreement that this war should go away as soon as possible.
I'm in agreement with you. Which, really, in a funny way, is he saying we need to go ahead and get started? I mean, isn't that what he's saying?
Let's go to
get it over with.
Yeah, get it over with. Hey,
I agree with that. How about that?
We're in agreement with you, Fred.
Sure.
Mike in Huntsville, listening to the Rocket and watching on Turner South. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, how about this? The only thing I thought that was impressive about the Grammys was watching it in high definition on my 57-inch TV.
Yes.
High definition rules.
Overall, you can't really say, a lot of times you come away from the Grammys and there was some moving performance that or somebody really came out and really, I didn't see too much going on, did you?
No, not really. What was the the girl that was presenting with B.B. King. Did you see her?
Oh, yeah. Erica Badu. Oh, gosh. What was she doing? Was she playing the role of Diana Ross this time?
She couldn't even read the teleprompter.
Well, let me
Mike, there's a great joke here, too, about your high-definition TV that apparently you spent all your money on it and had to shortchange on your cell phone. But I'm not going to go into that, okay?
But you know,
about that.
That's right. But here's the thing. She comes out. It's not like she's just given an award. This is a Lifetime Achievement Award to someone who's dead, okay? And their family is sitting out there for this wonderful moment for their loved one to be recognized at the Grammy Awards as some goofy... How about you, America? Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is churning. Kickoff hour is behind us. Bubba and I joined the team. There's Eddie Van Adler settling in. Got his hair just like he likes it. We start this hour with the national anthem. Here we go. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Let's go. Let's go. A brand new hour is working. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already knocked out the kickoff hour. That now goes into the land of archives if you missed that today. Eddie Van Adler, as I mentioned, has the YouTube experience for you, both live and archived. Hello, tubers. Hope you're doing well today. All the options are available. America's boldest radio stations give you a live option every day all over the country. Also, you have podcast archives of the show every day. If you want to catch some of it on your own time, you got video archives every day on the YouTube channel. A best of hour is for all Blaze TV subscribers. And you also have the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app that you can catch the show both live and archived as well. So if you're not getting all the Rick and Bubba you want, it ain't on us. And we're so glad that you are here. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Get you a scoop of fun.
there's Hootie, which I'm still a little confused, and so seems to be all the younger people. What's Darius Rucker doing with Hootie and the Blowfish?
Yeah, I know it. What's he doing up there?
And so they're doing a full-blown Hootie. I mean,
know it.
they're
How
out there
about
on
that?
the road. Didn't you say they're playing near us here?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw him on the sign.
Yeah,
Yep.
so Hootie and the Bunch is back out there. So anyway, Bubba, welcome back to another day. We'll try to
Short week.
Hey,
Short week.
Hey, America. Do you just? I'm telling you, there's a chance, and I don't wish it on us. I don't, because I don't. You get into that world. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the founding fathers, their ghost, walked the streets of our cities this Thursday, screaming, "What in the world are y'all doing?"
Rick,
I mean, can you? I mean, I
would be.
How
embarrassed.
shameful are we
I would
for them
be
this
embarrassed
week?
for them.
Oh,
but I would point out we didn't put it this way. Somebody before us did. It's just too far gone. We can't get it back.
We're so sorry. I mean, I may look up and Ben Franklin going, "What are you doing, Burgess?" And I'm trying, Ben.
And this is a guy that flew a kite in a thunderstorm.
Thank you.
Huh?
So anyway, we'll try to take a look at that and see if we can unpack it. But it still seems weird. I still don't know whether Joe Biden is still running for president. I don't know whether Trump's still going to jail. The Supreme Court, some of them seem to not know anything.
Okay, so we'll break down a little bit of this ruling yesterday. It's going to be extremely vague. That's what the Supreme Court does.
Yep.
They basically sent it back down to the D.C. court and said, well, we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
Whoa.
Rick,
Whoa.
even better than that, did you see that, you saw Jill yesterday, First Lady.
Yep.
Jill Biden.
Yep.
Talking about everything Trump said is a lie.
Mhm.
Everything Trump said
all
is a lie.
of it.
Well, if you notice, there was a string of talking points that Joe Biden was rolling off.
Sure.
Kamala Harris is also out, regurgitating these same talking points. And she has now been censored on X with a community warning because she is spreading misinformation. She is on there, and you heard Biden say this. Donald Trump wants a national ban on abortion. That is not correct.
No.
That he has said that is not my position. It belongs to the states because that is what the Constitution says.
Thank you.
The Constitution outlines if we don't cover it right here,
That's right.
specifically,
Yep.
if it goes to the states, it's home rule.
Right.
You get to decide. The people get to decide. Now, the talking points for the Democrats are that Donald Trump has decided, the Supreme Court has decided. No. The local states are going to decide this issue. Now, I have a position in this issue.
Sure.
You do.
Yep.
A lot of people do.
Yep.
Some people have a different opinion than I do.
Sure.
But we will decide it on a state-by-state level, which is what the Constitution says it should be done. So anyway, I just thought it's funny. She's been called. We'll break that story down a little more.
I hope Speedy did not see, and I saw some of these clips. I hope, and I don't know that I can't think of the actress's name. I actually enjoy her work every time she's in a movie. But did you see any of the BET stuff where like she pretends that she calls Kamala Harris on the phone and they're FaceTiming talking about the state of the country? And girl, I'm worried about this. I'm worried about this too. Tell me you didn't see that.
I did not.
I did. I saw the VP sitting at her desk talking in her phone.
Do not let Speedy see that. He'll never recover from this.
Yeah,
I mean, this will put you in the fetal position if you watch this.
Okay. Who's in charge of this? Who's in charge of their PR? What they get involved with, what they do? Who's in charge?
You mean
of
that for the actress or for the
Just
vice
for
president?
The vice president.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's not good. You know they start doing that sisterhood thing where they talk about, girl, I'm worried about it too, girl. And have you seen it?
I have. Rick, I did. I saw it. And
we can play it if y'all want to, but it's grotesquely uncomfortable.
I just acted like I didn't see it. I just had to move on.
Yeah.
Girl, we're watching it.
So we've got a little bit of insight what may be going on at the Democrat headquarters
I'm
today.
confused there too. Yeah.
And let me tell you, it's there's a lot of fur flying right now.
Yeah.
You know who has come in and said, I can do the job if you need me to. That's Hillary. You know, she's been standing by.
Of course.
Gavin Newsom's going, I'm already visiting world
course.
leaders. I'm ready to go.
Of course.
Everybody's got their hand up. Michelle Obama, we keep hearing that.
Of course.
From every report we've had, she doesn't want to do it.
No.
Fetterman said we'd be foolish to move away from Biden.
And I saw that where she was sitting in some brick hut
Yeah,
wearing a hoodie.
Yeah.
What was that? Like he was in. What was that? Was he in jail? Like he was in jail in a third world country. I was like, why does he pick this as his shot to do the interview? Did you see it? It's like he's in a brick hut.
And if we needed more motivation, today, July the 2nd, is World UFO Day.
Oh my gosh, what a day!
And we can visit some of that today too. Also, is it Beryl? Is that what you're calling the hurricane? Hurricane Beryl?
Cat 5?
Yeah, Cat 5. Of course, the global warming people.
Of course.
They're out in numbers today.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, drunk, whatever. Erica, coming out there.
What did she do?
Stumbling through it.
She's a singer, but R&B singer.
Yeah, I've never.
Well, what did she do, though?
She butchered it. She couldn't even say it, and then she kept going, well, I guess I should have come to rehearsal. And B.B. King's looking like, you darn right you should have. Thankfully, he stepped over there and, said something nice about the person.
Yeah.
And then they showed the shot of the family sitting up there going, hey, thanks. Here was our dad's great moment, and you're butchering it because you wouldn't come to rehearsal and learn what to say. And let me say, who puts her in charge of that? And she's got stuff all over her arms, and and she's dressed all weird. She's acting like she's
Big Afro wig.
Yeah,
you get that same feeling if you look. Lifetime Award presenter Axl Rose.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, not that.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna stay at home.
Shouldn't somebody go? Well, this is a big deal, and this is somebody that Erica Abdu whatever had never even heard of. Let somebody like B.B. King, who may have even known this person,
knows knowledge of the person, yeah,
has some knowledge of them. Why you just want to send out somebody? You know what I mean? Just use some common sense. Let's get an agreement.
So you know what? I'm glad I missed it.
Yeah. So, but do you realize how the family must have felt? You think they didn't want to go up there and slap her? Let's go to Suzanne, Gardendale, Alabama, home of Kurt Jarvis. Suzanne, how you doing?
Doing good, thanks.
Welcome.
Monkey grass.
Glad you called. So you got a dictionary?
I had to look it up.
Okay.
Okay, according to the second college edition, the American Heritage Dictionary, the definition of agreement is an arrangement between parties regarding a method of action.
Yeah, we know about agreement, but what about agreeance?
Well, I can't find it. I was just giving you the definition.
Yeah, it's not in there.
It's not in here, no.
Yeah, agreeance is not a word.
He
tried to say
a method of action.
Yeah, we know about agreement, but what about agreeance?
Well, I can't find it. I was just giving you the definition.
Yeah, it's not in there.
It's not in here, no.
Yeah, agreeance is not a word.
He tried to say agreement and something else.
And he got tangled up in his big war protest moment, which I love. That's what I was dreaming of. Oh, gosh, yeah. Erica had not shaved under her arms either. It looked like she had buckwheat in a headlock. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you that just hits you hard, doesn't it? I mean, really, that just I can't stay with you.
Christy in Montgomery told us that information. I'm gonna tell you something, ladies. I know y'all can talk culture all you want to, and your opinions and what they do, and so on and so on. Let me tell you something. In the old U.S. of A., shave your underarms. We ain't into it.
Come on.
We ain't into it. Shave your underarms.
That's why we left.
Ain't nothing attractive about you having a woolly booger under your arm. We ain't into that. You know. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
That ain't our deal. We'll come back 28 minutes past.
Boy, I hate I missed the show.
Yeah, well, look, it's always full of material. I mean, full of material. We'll be back, and we've got you want to do a contest or something?
Sure.
We'll give you a chance to win some stuff from the Rick and Bubba prize clause, so hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We're back. It is 34 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Interesting concept here as we come back. The lines are full of people ready to play, but they don't know what we're going to play.
Well, that's a good sign.
Yeah, but it's drive-through password. Probably not good news for all of you because I doubt you're at a drive-through on hold right now. So it is drive-through password.
That is good stuff right there.
So I'm sorry. Now the line's quickly clearing. But Find a drive-thru.
Oh, I knew it was going to be good over there.
Somebody right there went, God, get over here.
I knew my country.
Look, there was somebody sitting there with the New Testament in front of them. I was ready to know the good book.
I listen real close Sunday. I might be in there.
Yeah, drive-through password. So find a drive-through, get set up, and we'll be ready to go. We were talking about the Get Me Out of Here, I'm a Celebrity TV reality show. I watched Friday night with the big crocodile controversy.
Oh, yeah.
And where they all pitched their fit, and Robin Leach said we're having a meeting with the producers right now, and all this. But I couldn't figure out. They said she was not in danger. The little Playboy bunny who everybody wanted. Nikki. But she had to go get these stars out from under buoys in a muddy water with crocodiles in it and a snake that was in there that they didn't know was in there.
And they were pretty vague though when they asked, could you get hurt? They kind of said, hey, no. But they weren't really as defined in going.
They had a guy on the shore holding a rifle, ready to shoot them with darts if they went after.
Yeah,
that was the.
But what if he misses?
Yeah.
What if that particular alligator is immune to that?
That was right.
21 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. Hey, let me hit a few things because, and I'm going to tell you, there's so much going on with the show and our side projects like themanchurch.com and all that. You really just need to go to the websites and look at events because it'll be hard to mention all of it. There's so much. But here's some things that's going on in the next couple of days involving the show and some of our other projects. So when it comes to themanchurch.com, Ellistown Baptist Church, Blue Springs, Mississippi, July the 7th, Brian Gunn will be there for your man church, and then you'll have an opportunity to get into the curriculum. So July 7th, Ellistown Baptist Church, Blue Springs, Mississippi. Brian Gunn is an outstanding teacher. It is worth your time, and you'll benefit by being there. And if you're not already in one of the small groups, you can be. All right, now let's look at the 14th of July. This event is sold out, but I'll be at Village Church in Wetumpka, Alabama. Just want to tell all of you I look forward to seeing you there. Not a lot to say about that since it's sold out, but guys, those of you that are coming, I look forward to that. The weekend of July 19th and 20th, Speedy and Greg will MC Nashville to Birmingham, Stories Behind the Songs. Bubba, this is benefiting one of our favorite charities in ministries, and that's Rainbow Omega. Yep. We've worked with them for years, and this is going to be a wonderful evening and with these incredible songwriters, and they've written some of the most popular songs in music, and you'll get to hear them talk about the stories with the songs and actually perform those songs, and you benefit a great cause. And Speedy and Greg will be there from the show emceeing that. If you want those details, go to rickandbubba.com for July 19th. The very next day, on the 20th, Rich Wingo and I, on July 20th, will be at First Baptist Church in Orange, Texas. Bubba, you ever been to Orange, Texas?
I have not.
Yeah,
Where is it at?
It's close to Beaumont. And not
right over the line.
Right over and not far from Lake Charles, Louisiana, right in there. So Orange, Texas, they have been doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. They're doing a Man Church one day. Rich will speak, I will speak, and we'll head out on Friday the 19th, and we'll be there for that on the 20th. Those details can be found at themanchurch.com. So those are some things that are coming up pretty quick, and you can find all those details, like I say, either at rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com. All right, so, Bubba, one thing while we were away, you look, we're talking a lot of Rick and Bubba history this year for obvious reasons. 5 months left in the Rick and Bubba show, if you can believe that. And that'll be 31 years. Good gracious, Lord willing. So this item, the Rick and Bubba spatula, first of all, it started from the fact that Bubba can't say spatula.
Right.
And so we just named it what Bubba calls it, spatula. And it is a very, really, really high-quality spatula.
Yeah.
And when we had that logo right there on that metal, and, I use mine. I love mine. It's by far the best spatula I've ever used.
It has.
I just love
it. This is a term from the 80s.
Yeah.
It has good farfignugan.
It does.
And if you remember the Volkswagen commercial,
I love that.
It just feels good.
And for those of you that might like
am I saying that right, Bobby?
Yeah, right. And those of you that might like a cold beverage, it has a bottle opener on one end.
Right.
And, of course, for you and me, for me, it would be a soft drink.
Yeah, I think lemonade, some of it.
Lemonade, and others may try other things.
Right,
So this item has been one of the, I think it is the biggest selling item that we've ever had. So we then remember we couldn't get them. Well, that just added to the frenzy because our manufacturer said we can't do them anymore. We're doing college football now.
Right.
Well, the merchandise crew found another a group that would do them. You and I were on vacation last week. They came in. We got an order of, I think, 288 of them.
Right.
We didn't even get back to the show, and they were already sold out again. And Speedy, you were doing the best of show when you were told to put up the link, and if I'm not mistaken, they sold out in one day.
Yeah, they did. So it was early Tuesday morning. Well, all this was going on Monday about, whatever, let's make sure the link's good and all this kind of stuff. And so they verified that it was all good to go. So early Tuesday morning, I put out a link on our Rick and Bubba X account and posted that, hey, here it is with the link, put one on my Instagram story as well. By the end of that day, the link was bad, which meant that it was already sold out.
Yeah,
they went that fast. But I got it's funny because I got emails from people that said, as soon as I heard you, I went to y'all's social media, I clicked on the account, the link, and I ordered my spatula. And matter of fact, a friend of mine, Jay Hobbs, and I just sent this over to Adler. He sent me a picture. He said, I had my wife order me one as soon as I heard they were available. And his came in yesterday, and he's sitting there holding it.
See that? Look how happy he is, bro.
And I said, look at that. And he's so happy. And I'm like, now you're grilling in style, for the 4th. You're ready to go.
What is the connection to this product in our audience? Is there that big a need for grilling tools? Is it just? I just like to walk around holding mine. I mean, it's that Farvid-Nugan that Bubba just mentioned.
It just feels good in your hand.
Yeah. I was talking to Greg. There it is. There, he's just so happy.
Yeah.
I was talking to Greg. I don't think I even have one.
I don't either.
I
who
don't.
Is that? Speedy, who'd you
It's
say?
Jay Hobbs, just a friend of ours that growing. The boys playing ball, and we all got to know each other real well. But he sent me that text yesterday. I said, "Man, as soon as I heard it, I ordered me one." And then I have close friends that are like texting me, like I've got the inside. Yeah. Hey man, I need one of those. Could you buy me one? And I'll get it back to you. All this kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't have access to any. They're out.
I think it's a good product. That's number one. I think the idea in the audience is if you don't get one of these, you may never get one. Mm-hmm. Now that's turned it into an all out. It's become one of those Cabbage Patch Kids now. Mm-hmm. It's one of those. Yeah. Remember when these kind of things?
Well, I may have a trunk full of them and be selling them on the side of the highway.
How many you got?
On January the 5th.
Yeah.
How many of those you got?
Pop open the trunk.
How many do you have?
I ain't got but one or two.
Yeah. I have one, and I thought I had more than that, but I can't find it.
I got an email as late as overnight into today's show of, please tell me y'all are ordering more.
Well, Bubba
because
and
I teased that
just
because
okayed it today.
Yeah, I teased that once they started coming in Wednesday saying just approve more and we'll get it done. I teased that, hey, there might be more ordered.
Well, Bubba and I yesterday were just trying to get on the routine of being back at work. And, of course, we're going to work 3 full days and take off again.
I know. Yeah.
But so yesterday it was strange. Neither one of us.
Is there any more holidays?
Did you hear me? Neither one of us remembered it yesterday to talk about it. And finally, the merchandise people said, hey, y'all going to approve it to order some more? Yeah. And I told Bubba, which I think is accurate, based on them selling out in one day, I think ordering some more, it doesn't have a whole lot of risk of us getting stuck with them. So anyway, we did order more. We'll let you know. For those of you that got it, that didn't have one, congratulations. And as soon as we have the next order in, we'll let you know.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour, you want to try to unpack some of this, Bubba, from yesterday?
Oh, man, we got a bunch of it.
All right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Robbins, that was
Robbins. You mean to tell me? And he said, that's our line of defense.
But and a lot of last night, how about this? I would have hit him in water.
I need to find out about that because I don't know what happened last night.
He had to bob for stars, and it's like there's like all kind of stuff.
Well, let me say this.
I mean, just like in little boxes. She had to go in the box and bob down up in there.
She was bobbing in a box?
Yes.
Now, let me tell you this. They can say what they want to, but as a viewer, I'm loving it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Get in there with those crocodiles, man. That was huge.
Well, I saw a
and
little
I wanted
bit.
to see her get attacked.
I saw a little bit of it last night. They went behind the scenes
Or nearly
and showed
attacked.
how they were doing it, but I didn't quite buy into everything they were saying. They said, you know, we've got all these robotic cameras and we've got camera operators, but they don't know they're being, you know, that the camera's on them, and they're hid in this rock. But the rock had like a big hole in it with a lens sticking out, and I went, you know, I know I'm not an expert on the outback, but that right there does not look real to me.
Now,
you know what I mean?
I will say one thing. Downtown Julie Brown seemed to not know that they were still broadcasting when she leaned up in, what's-her-name's ear and says, if you say one more thing about me, I'm going to hurt you.
Yeah.
And tried to whisper it to her where nobody could hear it.
Let
me tell you something. You say one more thing about me, I'm going to hurt you. I just usually need to know that.
I will say that.
She physically threatened me. She physically threatened me. Don't go there, girl. Don't you go there, girl.
One of the critical items that downtown Julie Brown should have brought was eyeliner.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
I have never, ever seen makeup make such a difference.
I tell you what, though, Alana was impressive last night. She got up in there, and she got 10 stars. And this one was like this freaking crazy possum, black-haired, wild thing that was sitting there going, I mean, she went up in that box, and came out with a star.
Now, how are they going to stop that thing from biting her on the nose?
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know either.
How about this? That one was just somebody would have been hungry. Sorry, gang.
Well, how about this? They got 1 out of the crocodiles out of 10, and that was a gimmick. If she never found it, they gave it to her because she was crying her eyes out.
Tonight, downtown Julie Brown has to go try to get the Bush Tucker trial deal.
Bradley in Fort Payne, are you at a drive-thru, Bradley?
Yes.
All right, Bradley, hang on. Rox, we'll get back to you, but hang on just a minute. All right, you know how the game is played. When we hear the speaker, we're going to give you 60 seconds. You have to make the drive-thru person say the word that Bubba gives you. You can't say you're on the show or say any part of the word.
Okay.
And it's a word or a phrase.
Okay.
Or it could be proper name in this case.
Yeah, we're waiting for the speaker.
Hold it up so we can hear him good, okay?
Okay.
Bradley, your word is Sheryl Crow. Sheryl Crow, ready, go!
Okay. Yes, before I order, I'd like to ask you a question. Can you name some popular female singers maybe on the Grammys last night?
Oh, I would say probably J-Lo or Britney Spears.
J-Lo.
No, she,
I can't understand.
She said J-Lo.
her last name is also a bird.
That's good. That's good.
30 seconds.
Please help me.
So you're killing me.
You're killing me.
Oh, gosh. No chance.
20 seconds.
Did you hear it?
What'd she say?
You say it again?
Sheryl Crow.
Thank you.
Boy, technology was struggling there.
But you did it, man! How about now? All right, we're going to put you on hold. You just won yourself a Rick and Bubba love package from American Classics, the official licensee of Rick and Bubba stuff. You can always get a full line of Rick and Bubba merchandise by going to rickandbubba.com, click on merchandise, and shop from American Classics. But we will send you, Bradley, some free stuff in the mail. So stand by. We're getting your address, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You the man.
Let's go to Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Emily. Emily, are you there at the speaker?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You know how to play.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're waiting to hear the speaker ask for your order. Oh, there it is.
Your word is Dixie Chicks. Dixie Chicks, ready, go!
Yes. Can you tell me a famous country artist? There's 3 of them. They're all women. They sing. Can you tell me what their name is?
Please say, but I know them.
Dixie Chicks?
No, there it is. Ah.
Yes.
You won.
What's up with phones today?
Yes, sir. Wow, that hurt. Let's go to Scott in Gardendale. Scott, are you at the drive-thru?
I'm here.
All right, buddy. We want to hear them ask for your order. Pretty good phone.
Working to Burger King. This is Bobby. May I take your order?
Okay, this is
Scott,
good.
your word is agreement. Agreement, ready, go!
Wow. Hey, how you doing? I need to ask you a question before I order. Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I need you to help me with a word. You kind of say it.
35 minutes past the hour. Everybody ready? Let's go. Let's go. Had a conversation about this with a family out of Texas last week. We got talking about Raycon earbuds. I said, let me tell you something. If you're looking for earbuds, because they were talking about how expensive a lot of them are, they were saying, hey, I have a hard time with these. I feel odd. Today's UFO day, so you don't want anybody to think that you're from another planet. And so I said, do you know about Raycons? They said, no, tell me about them. I said, well, and by the time I was done, I think we have another customer. But buyraycon.com /BigVox right now. You heard us talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds in the past, and you thought, well, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, half the price. Is that too good to be true? It's not. It sounds great, but because it's true. And if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair yet, now's the time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, let me tell you what this means. This means you get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit. You get 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in some really cool colors. If you've been wanting to check them out, buy a pair for the kids, grandkids, family member for a birthday coming up, maybe even a colleague at work, there's not a better time. Now's the time to do it. Also, a 30-day happiness guarantee. You got nothing to use. Now, it's already half the price of the other premium audio brands, and now here we are giving you an additional 15% and free shipping. It's time. Go to buyraycon.com /BigVox, BIGV as in voice, OX, or just look at the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, are you going to try to tell us what's going on? I mean,
well,
so
Rick,
I'm very confused.
I don't really know what's going on,
yes,
so it's
sure,
hard
yeah.
for me to tell everybody what's going on, but...
ask you some direct questions.
Rick, let me
tell me, Rick, I don't know.
Let me say this.
Yeah. Okay.
Here is the general deal.
Okay.
The Supreme Court ruled that a president has immunity from official acts that he does as president. He does not have immunity for unofficial acts.
And that leaves the Trump situation how?
They sent it back to a lower court to say, you tell us when he did this, when he did this, was that an official act or not? That's what we're going to hear now.
January 6th are the paid off Stormy Daniels with money I wasn't supposed to.
This one has to do with, let's see, I got it, Rick, there's a lot of cases.
Is this I led an insurrection?
This is, what's his name, Jack, the prosecutor. I guess this is the document case.
I was careless. I was careless with documents.
And it's also the January 6th prosecution. So
Jack Smith.
Thank
you, Alt Adler.
But what it basically does, for lack of anything else, it delays anything happening until after the election.
Okay.
That is the key point. Now, Joe Biden and the Dems have come out, and, again, they're crying that this is the end of democracy as we know it, that we actually had a Supreme Court rule on. Rick, let me ask you this. I mean, logically, wouldn't you think a president should be protected from official things that he does? If not, he's going to be sued every time he goes across the street.
I was thinking that, tell me if I'm exaggerating here, if he doesn't have, or she, if we ever have a female president, if the president doesn't have some sort of immunity on official acts, couldn't I file a lawsuit because his or her tax plan was a burden to me and ruined my life?
Rick, everything.
Right?
Everything. It's going to open up.
They sent my kid to war and my kid got killed.
Right. Oh, yeah. You're going to have all of that.
Yeah, so, I guess.
You're going to have, like with the abortion issue, you'll have people saying, well, I was injured because I was not allowed to have an abortion, or I was injured because I had an abortion.
Right, yeah.
It's going to be, but
they made me take an experimental vaccine, and now my life is never the same.
Right, don't get me started on that one.
Right, yeah.
But they also said you're not immune from unofficial things. You can't
rob a bank,
do what the heck you want to do.
Right.
Now, if you read the dissenting liberals' opinions on this.
Now, this part was weird.
They literally asked the question, Justice Sotomayor. We got some dandies on there, by the way.
I know.
They said, so you mean to tell me that the president can tell SEAL Team 6 to go out and assassinate a political opponent, and we cannot prosecute him? No, Justice, that's not what this said.
No,
that's not what we meant.
And that's hyperbole.
That's not
what
what
an
anybody
exaggeration.
thinks. As a matter
in all
of fact,
fairness, that would be an official act.
As a matter of record,
but you
the
can't do
only
that.
person who has used the government
at
this point to prosecute a political opponent is Joe Biden.
Right, yeah, right.
So I'd be careful going down that road.
Right.
I think that's careless on her part. But the majority prevail, thank goodness.
Yeah.
And really, for Joe Biden, I think this is good news. And that's the part that people are not talking about. Because Joe Biden has done a lot of shady business,
Yes,
too.
he has.
And he could be prosecuted. Now, one of the things I never understood, and y'all remember this, Trump made a call to, it was the Ukraine back before the war, and he basically implied, hey, I could use some dirt on Joe Biden. And you remember we had the guy listening in on the call, and he was a whistleblower witness, and they actually impeached Trump over that.
Right.
But you had Joe Biden go and tell the Ukrainians, I want this prosecutor changed, or I'm not going to give you the billions of dollars that Congress already approved.
Right.
And they said, well, we're going to call Barack Obama. He said, well, you call him. I didn't talk to him. You remember, he bragged about it on stage.
He loved it.
And he said, by the end of the day, they changed that prosecutor. I gave him the money, got on the plane, and went home.
Right.
That is more an offense than what Trump did.
Right.
But nobody has prosecuted that.
Right.
I think really deep down inside, this is probably good news for the Bidens and the Clintons, but they won't say that.
No, it is. No, I agree.
And Barack
yeah.
Obama.
Yeah, no.
Because it's going to really make it hard to go after them for things that they have done, because they will put it under the official title. Now, here's where it's going to get real gray again. They pushed it back to the district court and said, okay, you tell me Donald Trump is president of the United States. He leads a rally outside. He thinks that the election information is incorrect. Is that an official act or not? Is this an official act? Is that an official act?
Right.
So they got to figure that out.
Yeah.
And they got to give a good reason. And by the time all that gets back to the Supreme Court, the election's going to be over anyway. So you can make what you want to of it. I don't think it's the end of democracy as we know it. I actually think, and this is not just a Trump thing, I think we've got to, the president has to be able to do official acts with immunity.
Right.
If not, okay, let's say this. Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, whoever, they have all okayed the assassination of terrorists. Okay?
Right.
We know a guy's a terrorist. We know he's funding stuff. We got the bank statements. We've seen what his people are doing. We know where he lives. He goes to the gym every morning to work out. Just hypothetical here,
Right,
okay?
sure.
Stay with the comedy on this.
Yeah.
And we know the path he takes. Well, guess what? We got a Predator drone that's taking pictures of him every morning on his route. The next time he stops at a red light, we want to put the old crusher right on top of his head, the old salad maker. Okay, we're gonna put a bomb right through his window, take him out. No one around him's going to be hurt. What was the name of that bomb?
I can't remember. Yeah,
the Ginzu.
Yeah, something.
I sign off on it as president. Okay, that's fine. He has relatives who are Americans, who are in his family, extended family. They can sue me for that.
Right.
No, you can't sue me for that. I'm defending the United States through military action, which I'm the commander-in-chief. It just stops that kind of silly stuff that was going to be opened up after the Trump prosecution.
Oh, yeah.
Because y'all don't think in our democracy, once Pandora's box is open, and we all know that story, everybody jumps in to have a good time. Okay, everybody wants their pound of flesh.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So it's going to happen. Trust me, there's going to be prosecutions and attempted prosecutions of Joe Biden when he leaves office, just to get back and even the score for the Trump prosecution. You know it's going to happen. I'm not saying it's right. Maybe it is. Maybe he deserves to be prosecuted. But we have to have presidents who can execute their duties without looking over their shoulder of lawsuits. And to this point, Rick, it's never really been an issue because nobody really thought that anybody would do that. But now it's open game. So you had to close that door somehow.
Yep. So there you go. Is Joe Biden still the candidate for the Democratic Party?
Well, that's another topic.
Yes, no, maybe. It's the good news in his state right now, you could remove him and he'd never know it. He'd still think he was.
Yeah, well, just tell him he is and put him over in the chair by the window.
What matter?
Rick and Bubba.
Drive-thru?
I'm here.
All right, buddy. We want to hear them ask for your order. Pretty good phone.
Working to Burger King. This is Bobby. May I take your order?
Okay, this is
Scott,
good.
your word is agreement. Agreement. Ready, go.
Wow. Hey, how you doing? I need to ask you a question before I order. Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I need you to help me with a word. You kind of say it. If we're thinking the same thing, we're trying to make a deal. We can come to a... Can you fill in the blank for me?
It's pretty good.
Should I do what now?
Help me out with this word.
Okay, what word is that?
30 seconds.
Fill in the blank for me here, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're trying to have a conversation, and we're going to like the same thing, so we're going to come to a...
Conclusion.
No, it's kind of more we think the same thing. You and I, we're on the same page, we're on the same wavelength. We're gonna come to a...
Agreement.
It's on the clock.
Way to go, Scott.
10 seconds on the clock.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Thank you. I was on the radio. Thank you very much.
Is that a way to work? Scott and Gardendale, you got a Rick and Bubba love package coming to you, too, from American Classics. We're going to put you on hold.
I appreciate it.
All right, man. Thanks for listening.
Thanks.
All right, we'll come back. Well done. 3 winners in a row.
Wow. I don't think we've ever had that.
3 winners, just bam, bam, bam.
Hey, I'll get bobbleheads, right?
Well, no, I'm just kidding. How about this? In the time we could get them bobbleheads, that they could build their own restaurant and already have their own drive-thru. And already go out of business. All right, we'll be back. 877 We Be Big, our number. You're listening to and watching The Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 12 minutes to the top.
Ricky's door.
They didn't want to talk to young Rick no more.
When they saw his mama, he's the one they wanted to
sign.
Rick, Dateline Purchase, New York. Vietnam vet Jerry Kelly isn't taking an anti-war protest sitting down. As a matter of fact, Kelly ran onto the court with an American flag at the Manhattanville College women's basketball game. The counter-protest occurred yesterday afternoon in a game against Stevens Tech, an upstate New York school. As she had done all season, Manhattanville senior Tony Smith turned away from the flag during the national anthem.
Oh, come on.
Kelly went onto the court with his flag just after tip-off. He says the players' anti-war protest is a disgrace to herself and to the flag. Kelly was ejected from the game. No comment from Smith after the ball game. You gonna turn and look the other way, huh? You know, that's just hilarious to me. What a nut.
Is she from around here?
Who knows?
Man,
who knows?
I mean, is she American? What is the deal here?
You know, in America, playing, we're, you know, probably one of the very few places that you could go to school, get the kind of education she's going to get, probably on a scholarship, you know, off the taxpayers' dollars, but yet she is not going to look at that flag that put her there. That's okay.
Let me just say this.
We fought war so you can have that right. I just think your timing was terrible.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
That ain't free speech.
Well, here's what I think, though, on this is, you ever had somebody with you, you see this happen a lot, they don't like somebody for good reasons, okay?
Right.
Like, let's say somebody, stole something off their desk that was theirs, and they didn't like the person, but they never, ever said anything about it, okay?
Right.
All right, well, they're mad about it, and they're bawling about it. Well, all of a sudden, that person's walking down the hall, and sees the person coming, and the person says something to them to the effect of, hey, man, did you have a nice weekend? And they dog the person. What do you mean talking to me? And you go, I know you're upset with this person. I don't think this is the time that you've picked to really get on them. It makes you look like you have no credibility.
Time and place.
Yeah.
Time and place.
Maybe you should have said something back when they stole that off your desk.
Right.
And I find a lot of people who are ready to protest America, you're using this conflict to do it. It's not a very good one. You don't really have a lot to go with. You're upset about what now? Why are you against? If you're going to have a war protest or protest something we're doing, this is probably just not a very good one.
Have you seen?
What are you hanging your hat on? Let's see. We're going in to overthrow an evil dictatorship that kills their own people.
In violation of about 8 UN resolutions.
Violation of about 8 new UN resolutions. They fund terrorists, that want to kill Americans. And to me, this is not the conflict that you really ought to be rising up with your big war protests. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Rick and Bubba replay coming up 4th of July, best of show on Friday. And then we're all back, Lord willing, on Monday for a regular week. All right, so we've tried to update you on this ruling yesterday, the Supreme Court.
It just seems a little common sense.
On immunity. And now we go to Biden and the party, the Democratic Party.
Ready to go.
Basement Joe.
There seems to be a strong disagreement in the Democratic Party right now on whether we keep Biden as our candidate or not, based on the debate. Of course, all of you said this, and I agree, and Babylon Bees had fun with it. It is hilarious watching the Democrats act like that he's just declined over the last few days. I mean, what are y'all talking about? First of all, I do want to say this, and Bubba and I were discussing this. We do want to point out when and we got plenty, this thing today, and we can play it out if you want to. This thing Biden yesterday quoting the Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor, when you're quoting a person and you want everyone to know you're now starting their exact quote, you always say end of quote to let everybody know what I say next is no longer their exact quote. I'm now using my own thoughts. And everybody is acting like he read the teleprompter again and said end of quote. You actually are supposed to say end of quote when you're quoting a person. I don't think, now it may have just worked out for him, but
I didn't see the clip yet, so let's watch it.
Okay,
and we'll see
so here it is.
Yeah.
I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
See I think he's quoting a person.
Yeah,
you're supposed to say end of quote.
Yeah,
and I see everybody putting this out like this is another. Why don't you go back?
He's capable of what they're accusing him of. We know that,
no doubt.
Sure,
but let's go back. All you got to do is say, even inside her quote, he couldn't get the words out. He mumbled words.
That's true.
I mean, he's not right. I'm not saying that he's okay. Yeah. But when we're going to critique him, let's get our critiques right.
Yeah, let's get our facts right.
Right.
Because if we're not, we're no better than the others.
Right. You do say end of quote when you've quoted a person.
And this wasn't the pause moment. Remember he said pause one time.
Yes, that's different.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
That's different.
Pause.
That's different.
Stop. Breathe.
Walk off stage.
Blink.
Yeah, and also this 1B, the White House video editing team. I'm worried about Speedy because he's a handler. I can't imagine. I'll tell you who's pulling for them to switch candidates and to remove him as the candidate is everybody that has to get him through a day.
Yes.
Yeah. These people have to be exhausted. Watch all the editing, Bubba, that the White House editing crew had to do on this.
You mean the 9 jump cuts in just 38 seconds?
Catch this.
Democracy is the essence of who we are. We're the most unique nation in the world in that we're not united based on race, ethnicity, geography. We're based on idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all women and men are created equal. It's in our Declaration of Independence, in our Constitution. They're the two things that are the guardrails to make sure democracy is able to be sustained. It's all about being able to show up and vote, be able to have an opportunity to get a fair deal, get an even chance, It all rests upon our Constitution, and democracy is the vehicle and the method that holds that together.
What?
Golly.
He misquoted it.
Yeah, Bubba.
38
It says
seconds.
all men are created equal. He said all women and men.
Yeah.
Well, women come first. Believe all women.
Well, no, listen.
Unless they're making an
an
accusation against him.
The point is, quote the documents.
Yeah, yes.
We all knew, and
What it
we
meant.
all know what it means.
Yeah. I mean,
When
we
they
had to
say men,
explain.
they mean all people.
They mean mankind. Yes.
Mankind, which
Which is all of us.
includes women.
Yeah.
And if you don't
Now, there's
know
a few
that,
out there we're not sure.
Yeah.
It actually includes all the other things you think you are.
Yeah, I guess.
Do we take on CNN senior political commentator Scott Jennings? I'm like, there's not agreement right now among.
Now, is
all,
he the guy that wears the glasses?
He's
I think
Which
this
one
guy
is he?
right here.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
I saw another one.
So-
Hey, meathead.
So
Noggin.
there's disagreement in the Democratic Party right now about whether we continue this, because it looks like right now, and here's the guy on CNN, he's going to go after Biden in his performance at the debate. So here we go.
Joe Biden, after cannonballing into an empty swimming pool on Thursday night, came out tonight and spoke for 4 minutes off of a teleprompter. He's good for 4 minutes today, as long as somebody else wrote it. After having this completely tone-deaf sort of announcement coming out of this meeting that you wrote about with his family this weekend, where his son, the notorious influence peddler and crack addict, Hunter Biden, says, you got to keep going. Also, they were hanging out with Annie Leibovich, the photographer, which I wasn't even aware she was taking mugshots now. This entire thing since Thursday has been one tone-deaf political disaster after another. Tonight, he comes out and attacks the Supreme Court and says, oh, the president can now do whatever he wants. The same guy, by the way, whose centerpiece of his speeches is, the Supreme Court tried to stop me. They blocked me, but they'll never stop me on student loans. I don't know what they are doing because they don't know what they're doing. And
Oh, wow.
That's good.
Cannonball into an empty swimming pool.
Do we watch Speedy struggle through the Kamala Harris era?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you want to come back on that one? And because let's finish this, and then we'll come back. Because I want to really watch. First of all, we don't know why Biden's orange.
Okay. We don't.
All of a sudden, yesterday he became orange, like Trump. I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe they think Orange Man not bad.
Yeah. Being orange feels like somehow helps.
I don't know why. I don't know.
mad.
I don't know why they are now painting Biden orange as well.
Help him in the polls.
Did you notice that? All of a sudden, there was kind of an orange run yesterday.
It looked
Spray
like he
tan.
got spray tanned.
Yeah,
and
look,
it was a little fresh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're oranging him up a little bit.
Whoever the makeup artist
Yeah.
is, maybe they were in a dimmed room and they
Yeah.
just couldn't tell how much they had had.
So is
Do you think they went for a smoke break and come back and put another coat
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
what are we doing?
No, I've already done that.
Is Biden staying as the candidate? What is the official word?
So the word on
Well,
the
his
street
family
is
says we want you to stay.
the
You
family
heard this
is
guy.
absolutely digging in, led by Jill Biden.
Right.
And of course, as he pointed out, crackhead and influence peddler Hunter.
Right.
Yeah, he needs a few more deals.
The Gavin Newsom and Hillary Clinton are standing in the corner on their tiptoes with their hands up.
I knew
going,
Hillary
I
would
got
come-
it. I got it.
I knew
got
Hillary
it."
would come back.
Oh, she'll get
Hillary, of course, has forgotten she lost to Trump. But go ahead.
Yeah.
The other inside report is that the Kamala Harris camp.
Kamala, don't be a racist.
Yeah.
What did I, did I say it
can't-
right?
No, it's Kamala.
Kamala was
What
the
did I
former
say?
wrestler.
Yeah,
that was
it's
Kamala.
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 Yeah.
It's just hard.
I know it is.
It's hard. to
It's
say.
real hard.
That's typical.
Come on,
Just think of a comma.
Kamala. That
what I
she
think.
and her camp are furious because they're not being handed the ball.
I know.
Well,
They think it's their ball to be handed
you're
to
right.
them,
well, they're wrong.
and they're upset too. So everybody is mad right now.
Cringe-worthy moment with Kamala Harris, and I can't wait to watch Speedy. Speedy is going to squirm like a earthworm on hot pavement.
that really brought it home, Rick.
I know what you're talking about, girl.
Oh, stop it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let me tell you something. Get down on your calendar that you need to see the new movie from Angel Studios, Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot. What an incredible story this is. It deals with a problem that Americans are facing in every single state. and that is foster care. Children that are in foster care, those especially that have gotten, old enough that they're harder to be adopted now. And what do we do with these children? The foster system in every state is just overrun. Well, let me tell you something. Bishop and First Lady Donna Martin and their tiny Bennett Chapel Church in the town of Possum Trot in the woods of East Texas, they and 22 families from this church linked arms and adopted 77 of the most difficult to place children in the local foster care system. It is incredible. The first 76 kids were adopted between 98 and 2000. Another was adopted in 2011, and this is their story. Does it raise awareness? It does, but it's also an outstanding story and a movie. So if you want to see The Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot, you can at angel.com/Rick Bubba. That's angel.com/Rick Bubba. The fight for the kids begins on July 4th when Sound of Hope opens in theaters everywhere. Make plans to see Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot. You can see it now by going to angel.com/Rick Bubba.
Hello.
You know this thing's gotten worse? This thing's gotten worse?
I thought it was just my singing on Double Vision you didn't like.
No.
So anyway, Rick, a little bit of controversy here this morning. And
So here we go.
We'll walk into that, but I need I need to keep it in order, though. Okay,
Yes.
and to do that, I need to start this segment with a movie review. Do we have our official movie review music?
What is our movie?
Wow,
we never really had
we
one.
don't have any music for that.
Okay, well, hang on.
Shouldn't we have something, though?
You're just looking at us. All right, how about Duran Duran's Girls on Film?
That has potential.
I don't have it, but that just came to mind.
What about this? What about
Sure.
What about
Substantial stuff.
What about?
That's a good one.
I know this does not have to do with a movie, but what about Angel as a centerfold?
What's
Jay
that got to do with the
Goss
movie?
What does that?
Well,
I just kind of like the song, and I hadn't heard it. in a
See,
while.
and y'all
So-
wonder what we do in the breaks. This proves we don't do anything.
Yeah, well, we were actually goofing off with something else, and
Sure was funny, too.
well,
Yeah, it was.
look, I'm gonna say this. How about this? You can't enjoy a birthday now for all the pressure that goes with
There's
it.
a ton of
Too
pressure.
much controversy surrounding birthdays.
How about Gloria by Laura Browning?
That doesn't just really
I'm
hit
gonna
me.
find one here.
How about this too?
Flock of Seagulls, I Ran So Far Away.
Well, I like that song.
What it feels like for a girl.
I don't want to say that I think we're influencing
Madonna.
Sean Hannity. Well, are you feeling the role as Craig Shoemaker today, by the way?
It's a song.
Always good to see Craig. I hate that he's a left-wing Hollywood protester, but
Well,
but I love him anyway,
freeze
and that's
frame.
what I told him. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. I'll take that.
freeze frame.
Although to me, it's well, okay.
I know that's really pictures, but still.
I know.
Isn't it close?
Well, kind
All right, listen, and here's how I'm going to play it. I'm going to make it work for you today. The sound we'll hear of the cameras is people taking pictures of the stars at the premiere.
There you go.
How's
That'll
that
work.
sound? Does
That'll
it
work.
hear 'em? See? How's that? Movie review. You okay with that? Huh?
Yeah. How about? I like that. Yeah. How about?
So bring down the house.
Steve Martin, Queen Latifah. Funny movie. Now let me.
Latifah.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Uh,
Queen irrelevant.
yes. How do you say it, Dave? What's the
Latifah.
What?
You said Latifah.
What I say?
Latifah.
But it's Latifah.
What did I say?
Latifah.
And it is.
Latifah.
Okay. You wish it was you wish it was Latifah, don't you?
You know, I guess it's in my mind. I didn't hear a lot of difference in that. You know what I mean? I know there's a little bit there, but to me it would be.
You didn't hear a difference in pho and pho?
Not really. Not at the end like that. You know what? However you say her name, who really cares?
Right.
It's a pretty funny movie.
It's a hilarious movie. I have not seen it.
I will say this: if racial stereotypes bother you and you may be sensitive,
yes,
you do not need to go see this movie. Okay? Let me underline. A little language in it. The little tykes probably need to skip it and see it on, DVD when they're old enough to go to war.
Right.
But I did see a funny scene, not on the movie but coming out, where a young man saw the movie and he was there. I took it might be his aunt he was with to see the movie, and
6 minutes past the hour. Big Boy Studio, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Live and archived on platforms everywhere. Here we go. Come on! As you heard, the gang is all here for a brand new hour. We'll get your phone calls in this hour, too. That number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, let's don't delay it anymore. Let's start with a Kamala Harris update, Bubba, to start the hour. The first lady, as you said, she keeps saying, hey, I'm over here if y'all need me. I got it. And everybody, so I see the president's losing his ability to cognitively do this. You know, I'm vice president right over here.
I'm number 2.
I'm over here if y'all need me. Y'all could let me be the candidate. Let's all sing. Everybody, Kamala Harris. Yeah. Everybody together. Everybody. Everybody. Kamala. Vice President. Hey, I'm over here. All right, so, Speedy, if you want to leave the room, you can.
Really? Straight up?
Mm-hmm.
I can?
Yeah, well.
Wimbledon's on in my office.
No, we want to watch you.
You can't leave.
By the way, got a lot of people asking me if I've seen that guy's hair.
That was something else yesterday.
Oh, yeah, the sprout on top of his head.
I thought for a minute.
Jealous.
I thought Cam Newton was playing tennis.
Exactly.
All right, well, here we
go.
If
I was as good as that guy, I would wear my hair just like that.
Yeah, well, okay.
I'm bald. I can't
think it
comment
hindered
on hair.
So here's Kamala. Now,
that's going to make it come out.
Is this from BET, the award show?
Yes.
Okay, so we had the actress. I can't think of her name. You see her here. She's a great actress.
Yes,
but
she is.
But and so she's distraught that Trump's going to take over the world. You know, she's like the View and all
Rick,
that.
worried about democracy.
Yeah, and so here we go.
won't leave.
They're going to pretend as part of this presentation that she and the vice president are FaceTiming each other on their cell phones. I'm sorry.
So am I going to be more uncomfortable with this or Will Smith's gospel song?
I haven't
Gospel
heard that.
song?
Yeah, I haven't heard.
Is he rapping gospel or is he singing
I haven't heard that. But anyway, here we go.
Okay.
It's called The Fresh Prince of Jesus.
No, Taraji. Now, you know I wouldn't do that, especially not to a fellow bison. The real, ain't you? You know. So what's on your mind?
Oh, Madam VP Harris, I'm worried about the election. Women's reproductive rights are on the line. Our Supreme Court is on the line. Our basic freedoms are being tested, Madam VP. I know you've been traveling across the country. What are you hearing?
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji. There is so much at stake in this moment. The majority of us believe in freedom and equality. But these extremists, as they say, they not like us.
No, they not.
There's a full-on attack on our fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote.
Yep.
The freedom to love who you love. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom for a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do.
I mean, tell you.
Well, we just rattle the same old.
They not like us, girl.
Oh, come
See?
on. You
Hey, and we're good with that take from the vice president?
Yeah.
At one time, she
look,
sounded like a robot. That's right, girl.
We know the VP is not a good actress.
Yeah.
No. Okay,
Right,
we
but
know that.
you could ask her, Hey, give me another take
If
on
she
that.
was a better actress, we would see better presentation. Because honestly, we had an actress president. He did a pretty good job.
He did. He did. Yeah. But how about this?
He did.
Kamala,
Very good.
Kamala.
Kamala.
You're not going to be mentioned in this. Nobody wants you in that position. Not even there's nobody that wants her. So I know that hurts your feelings considering you're number 2 on the pecking order.
Yeah.
And nobody is even considering it.
Right. It's kind of like what our dad used to say about Ted Kennedy out of the Kennedys.
Yeah.
But
I tell you what, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Girl, they not like us, girl.
Yeah, girl, I'm
Thank
out
you
here
for
in
that.
these streets.
And these streets.
I'm out in these streets.
Yeah. How many streets?
I'm all up in these streets, girl.
Yeah.
I tell you where I ain't at the border.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Since your borders are, you haven't been there.
Borders are ain't been there.
I've
yet.
never seen so many people in charge of something they never go to.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're in charge, but you're never there.
Democrats. Hey, Rick here. How you doing, girl? Let me say this. One thing y'all should never, ever talk about is to pretend that somehow electing y'all means we will not have to be afraid of gun violence.
Yeah.
Every single city y'all run, you're lucky to live through a holiday weekend. I mean, what are y'all talking about? Y'all the most shoot 'em up bunch I've ever seen.
Oh, absolutely.
Freedom from gun violence.
You don't know what you're talking about, girl.
Hey, girl.
Hey, that government's trying to get in our womb, girl.
Willie Brown told me to get out of these streets, girl.
Helms beat me to the Willie Brown line.
No one's ever beat you to that line.
Listen, I gave you plenty of time.
Girl.
Gracious alive.
So just think of
That's
some of the
So they think that
That's
works.
embarrassing.
Does that work? I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Girl.
Yeah,
you
girl,
know-
I'm out here in these streets. And
Yeah,
let me
that
tell
works.
you, you're right,
What
Taraji.
streets
There
is
is
it?
so much
What
at stake in
streets
this
are you
moment.
on?
The majority of us believe in freedom and equality.
Yes.
But these extremists,
Oh.
as they say, they not like us.
The extremists.
They're not like us. Let me tell you this. Extremists.
extremists
Y'all
that-
are the extremists. Y'all are
Hey.
trying to turn us into some banana republic.
Girl.
Y'all are trying to have the giant central government.
Girl.
Y'all want us to be socialists.
Voting rights.
That's extreme.
Every citizen
Girl.
in this country can vote. We just don't want you voting 6 times.
Girl.
That's
There you
all
go.
I'm saying.
And you must be breathing.
And all you have to do is have an ID.
Girl.
Like you do to go to the bank, to pick up movie tickets,
Girl.
to be on StubHub, anything else. That is such a paper tiger argument that is so
It's so
ridiculous.
dumb.
Girl.
It's
So
so
ridiculous.
yeah, girl. Golly.
yeah.
So-
And,
Well, I
and
hate
look,
to
how
require
about
y'all
this?
got me kind of
Listen,
mad a little
this
bit.
is the thing about how, and well, you and me go ahead and do this now. She's been censored on X. You know that, right?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Elon Musk, on his social media platform Monday, confirmed that Kamala Harris has lied about Donald Trump's
He just can't do
position.
it.
Kamala's Harris position. Kamala
Elon
Harris
said, girl.
has lied about Donald Trump's position on a national abortion ban.
That's right.
In April, Trump said that he is against a national abortion ban. He wouldn't sign a law if reelected as president because he already broke Roe v. Wade while refusing to clarify if he identifies as pro-choice or pro-life. The point being, by the Constitution, it's not covered. It's a states' rights issue. That's all the Supreme Court said. They didn't outlaw it. As a matter of fact, their ruling prevents Donald Trump from making a national ban on
Thank
abortion.
you.
Yep.
That's the part no one's talking
That's
about.
why-
If it
that's-
goes to the states, the federal government can't have a say in it.
And in the debate the other
You're
night,
talking about lying about something and misrepresenting the
Oh,
truth.
girl.
Look, it's fine. If you think that abortion should happen, you can argue that on the state level. If you are against it, you can argue it on the state level. But you will decide it based on the people you live with.
And
The
Bubba,
people in your neighborhood, the people in your cities, the people in your state.
You know how I know you're right about that? Because I've been out here in them streets.
Yeah, the streets.
And everybody's talking. It's,
street.
listen, but you
But this is what happened because of the talking points and because of what you heard Biden say the other night. And you hear the VP repeating this, that Donald Trump wants to ban abortion nationwide. It's not true. And Musk, it's noted that this is a misleading statement on X by the community.
Yep. There,
Girl, I'm
there
out
you
here
go,
in
girl.
these streets.
All right.
Girl, I'm all out here in these streets. I'm just telling you. Yeah.
What street are you on?
Streets.
Women
Willie
have
Johnson
reproductive
Avenue.
rights.
Where-
Nobody's banning that.
No, they don't. Apparently. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. Your first time to weigh in, America. All 10 lines are open. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They came out just ahead of me, and the young man ran over to his mom who had been somewhere else, or I guess they divided up kids, going, and she said, well, how was the movie? And the aunt turned around and looked at me and just put her hand on her face like, oh gosh, we're going to have a lot of explaining to do when we get home.
So you learned some words in there for your youngster?
Yeah, there's a few. And
does it amaze you what makes the cut on PG-13?
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit amazing.
I mean,
it is a little bit amazing.
You go, well, excuse me, well.
Yeah, and some of the phrases are not throwbys. They're pretty direct.
No, it's kind of like the night that I let my daughter bring over some of her friends for spend the night, and they watched Legally Blonde. And I thought, boy, I'm a good dad.
Yeah.
Until I started getting the phone calls from the parents going, what movie was this?
Legally Blonde, huh?
Yeah, I said, well, it said PG-13. They're 13. What's up?
Yeah, what's up here?
And then I Sherry, I'll never forget that. I said, let's watch this movie tomorrow and see what the deal is. And I watched it, and I went, well, there you go. With the explanation of the model, why she's married to the old man. Well, righty.
Rick Burgess, speaking of that, there's a young lady in this movie who dates only the old geezers before they kick off and try to. And Rick Burgess, the scenes of her, if you've got to take somebody's oxygen apple sauce and put it back up, that
yes.
And you just, and it just happens so quick. They just throw it in,
sure.
when you least expect it. I'm a fan of that. I will say this, Steve Martin, who I think is extremely funny, and he was good in Father of the Bride and all of that, but he kind of got away from that weird side that he's got.
He pulled a Robin Williams on him.
Yeah, just a little bit, which that's okay. He's got that serious side in this movie, but he's also got it's a throwback to the Saturday Night Live.
Rabbit ears and
where he dances funny.
Banjo.
Yeah, weird. And
the white suit.
He dances in this movie, and you go, well, there's Steve Martin. There's Steve Martin from Saturday Night Live again, trying to dance. But
do y'all realize at one time how strange his humor was?
Yes.
It was let me just say how strange I can be.
And it's still, and how about this? This is what Betty Bussey got so tickled in the movie. I thought I was going to carry her out. She was being too loud. There's one scene where he has to go downtown to an underground club that, let's just say normally, he wouldn't be welcomed in, okay? So he finds some guys coming out of the club, offers them money for their clothes, okay? And he puts on their clothes to be cool to go in. Would you like to guess what kind of necklace he had on?
The same one you got for your birthday.
Exactly the one D gave me for my birthday. Big silver chain with a big dollar sign, diamonds all over it. And you've got to see it. Let me just say it's our kind of humor. It's funny. 3 slices of pizza. I'd like to see it again.
You see it again?
Yes. It's very, very funny. But, hey, warning, Will Robinson, warning.
Well, a little language there.
How about this, though? Really, there was a good point to the whole thing, and if you're a dad, you need to see that movie. Or if you're going to be a dad, you need to see that movie.
Oh, no.
By keeping your priorities in order. Funny.
You mean consistency in parenting? What are you talking about? That'll never work. 12 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
17 minutes past the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. So, Bubba, how did your birthday weekend go? I mean, because this past weekend would be the official birthday weekend.
Right. It was a lot of fun, Rick. Very eventful. I've got into turkey hunting now. And I got to go for my second time Saturday morning, and we had a good time. Went with Tommy Lenore and Gary Vines,
who
I've met. And
dinner?
How about this? The very first time I went turkey hunting was with Kurt Jarvis, okay? Former, great defensive player for the University of Alabama and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And, we walked a little bit, but I want to tell you, going with Gary Vines, he'll walk you to death, okay? At one point, I was hanging over a gate, gasping for air, saying, "Gary, I'll just wait here." You know,
Yeah, sure.
I will turn into that guy that I'll just wait and you flush them down here and I'll get them.
Well, Kurt Jarvis is a friend of mine, and then now a friend of everybody on the show. I brought him here, which means all my friends will try to steal him. But because I did bring the Lenores and Rick Owsley. Whoop, gone. But
you know what we've got now? We've got friends stealing other friends.
Oh yeah,
though. Have you noticed
that's
that?
terrible. But he told me, quote from him after taking Bubba turkey hunting. He said, "I'm not sure that's Bubba's hunting." He said there's a lot of walking, a lot of hill climbing. He said, "I'm not sure."
And see, here's the point. When I went with Kurt, I had just come off a 10-day virus.
That's true.
Now, and when I went with Gary Vines, I was just finishing up with walking pneumonia.
Yes. "21 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. And we look forward to chatting with you, America. Whatever's on your mind, dial up. If you dial now with our 10 lines ablazing, you should get in. Come on, girl. Everybody. There's their dance. Everybody go. I'm so in love, girl. I'm in love, girl. You know it's true. I'm on the street. Ooh, I love you. They ain't like us. All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to Josh. Josh in Wisconsin. Josh, welcome to the show. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hi, welcome. Hi, Rick and Bubba. Hey. So I would just want to talk about alien-looking things. Speaking of alien-looking things, Cher and Barbara Streisand have said that they will leave the U.S. if Donald Trump is reelected. Guys, we got to stop. We got to stop the election. But what are we going to do without Cher and Barbara Streisand, guys?
Yeah, and
I mean, I cannot name you one of their songs, but we got to keep them.
Well, these arrogant celebrities, they have claimed this so many times in the
every
past.
election we hear this, and
Alec
none
Baldwin
of them
leave.
ever leave. Have
They
you
never.
noticed?
They do this all the time. If this Republican comes in, I'm leaving the country, and they never leave. I think the only one that ever left was Johnny Depp. I don't think anybody. He came
I think
back.
he was shooting a movie.
Yeah, didn't he come back? But let's go to Tammy.
Girl, you know
it's true. Tammy in the free state of Florida. Tammy, go ahead.
Hey, love our gov in the free state of Florida.
That's
but
right.
I just want to say, yes, that this, do you guys remember the old children's story about the emperor who had no clothes?
Yeah, we're living it.
And
Yeah.
how beautiful his clothes looked?
Yeah.
That's kind of what that debate reminded me of. He was found naked, but not so much him, but his supporters. They were all found naked.
Yeah,
they're the
it's
ones
exactly right.
that kind of left that whole thing with egg on their face. And
Yep.
we played some of the quotes yesterday of various people talking about they'd been in meetings with him, how sharp he was. Any of us that watch TV realize that he has been declining rather swiftly. Now, some of them have come out now and said, "Oh, the last 6 months, he really went downhill."
Yeah, come on now.
Now, is that supposed to give us confidence in the future? I don't think so. If there ever was, and this is good for Kamala.
Yeah.
If there ever was a time to use the 25th Amendment, it's now.
Right. And Kamala will get her chance.
And if we're not going to use it, then we need to just take it off the books because it's not needed.
If this isn't a case, to your point, then why do we even have it? Yeah. Let's go to Buford out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Buford, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Good.
We're good.
Good.
I just wanted to say, like Kamala Harris, she's inspired me by getting out in the streets. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So hey, I wanted to follow her lead, so I got out in the streets of New Brockton to see what people are talking about. And you know what? There wasn't nobody there. It was too hot.
Well, yeah, it is hot out there.
You know what? Crazy thing. July, hot every year.
Yeah.
Smoking hot every year.
Smoking hot.
Yep.
Derek out of Illinois. Derek, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to say I lost my mom in March of 22 and my dad a month ago today. But I just found out that was truth. But I just found out today that they're both going to vote Democrat. And that breaks my heart.
Oh, wow. You know what? You had me, too.
You had
me.
Just reel us in.
A little bit of quiver in the voice about losing the one last month.
He did.
He had me so bad.
Oh,
You're awful.
I
You're awful.
took my glasses off.
Oh,
and
my
everything.
goodness.
You're awful, sir. But a good one.
But a good one. Let's go to Perry
Girl,
out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Perry, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I was going to get y'all's opinion on who could we get Biden to FaceTime and do that little bit?
Oh, man. Can you imagine? Let's think. Maybe Alec Baldwin.
I feel like he'd be holding the phone upside down.
He needs to FaceTime Walter.
That's
with
true.
Jeff Dunham.
Jeff Dunham's Walter.
Yeah. That would be a good one, Speedy. I'd like to see that.
Hey, Walter.
What if he FaceTimed Joe Scarborough's wife?
Oh.
What's her name?
Joe Scarborough's wife.
No, I think she's got her own name.
Joe's wife.
Is it Peggy? Is it Peggy Neutron?
Hey, Joe's wife.
Ika?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Steve in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, y'all, I'm needing some marriage advice from you.
No, boy. Okay. All right, go ahead.
So let me tell you where this has started. I've been having, and this is serious now, I've been having this unpredictable, like involuntary, unimaginable, unfathomable, explosive diarrhea.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
you must be on Ozempic.
Well, something like that. I think it started out with them wings. But anyway, so what happened, we was in the store the other day. Me and my wife told her I'd take her out shopping.
No, I don't want to hear this.
Right, so I think anything that starts off with that phrase.
Yeah, I think there was too much
Look at that one in there grinning.
There was too much description there.
I thought he was being serious at first.
Well,
and I had a kind heart for him. But then towards the end, I was like,
I went from he might be serious to he might be funny.
Yeah.
You know, because we had some guy, remember that time that guy that caught about his wife, we were like, what are you doing? And I thought it would be a funny scenario. But then I realized it was really just going to be potty humor.
Right.
And so I
thought about somebody eating a biscuit while I was here.
Yeah, that topic, it just doesn't.
It's a tough one.
It's a tough one. Yeah, and it doesn't seem really anywhere to go with that, but down. So we decided to move on.
Yeah. Probably wise.
One thing that we haven't played on our.
What are you doing now?
And Adler, be ready for this, but we haven't played. Pelosi, have you heard her defending Biden?
Oh,
and she sounds like that she's about 3 drinks in. So video 3, Adler. So let's listen to this and watch this.
This is an opportunity for Joe Biden to go out there and show he has the stamina and the rest. And by the way, while the press, and for some reason they don't, there are healthcare professionals who think that Trump has dementia, that his connection, his thoughts do not go together. And, while he may be saying we're enablers, we see Joe Biden up close. We know how attuned he is to the issues, how informed he is. And I debate with him about legislation, and not debate, but discuss it with him. He's right there. So in any case, it was a bad night. Let's not sugarcoat that. It was a bad night. It was a great presidency.
Did she just leave the dentist? It's like her tongue. It's like her tongue is numb.
Can you imagine those two in the conversation? Oof. Biden and her.
I'd like to see her, Biden, and Fetterman.
What if she FaceTimed?
No.
What if they had all three? But what if I want you to picture you walk into a room, Fetterman, Pelosi, and Biden are sitting there, and y'all about to carry on conversation.
Actually, Fetterman is making more sense now than he's ever made.
Yeah,
I mean, he's actually seems to be making.
Well, right up till yesterday, when he thinks they should stay with Biden and doesn't know why anybody's questioning it.
Well,
and was in a brick building.
I'll tell you why. They've run into a problem. Some states cannot take him off the ballot unless he dies or he is removed, Rick, under the 25th Amendment. That's the only way they can reprint those ballots.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you hadn't been out there fresh.
Yeah, I need like at least 1 week without a major disease, and then go. You know what I'm saying? I think that would make a big difference. But I thought the key was to call the turkey to you, not race him in a marathon.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right, yes.
And I thought the
point.
art was bring the turkey to you.
Well, that's what I thought. You sat down and that's all it was.
Yeah, and
you gotta find him, though.
Oh, Rick, you listen, you call, you walk. Oh, he's over there. You get over there, he called, he's back over here. And I went, shouldn't I just sit there? Wouldn't I be on him now?
Right.
You know, I mean, but hey, these turkey hunters are serious about it.
Yes.
But what the point being, though, Gary Vines is such a dedicated turkey hunter. He walked me a lot worse than NFL tackle Kurt Jarvis did.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And he drives a bulldozer. I mean, so...
Well, I'll tell you this, Ian. My dear friend Kurt Jarvis is probably up to be stolen because he made the mistake of going, anything you need for the move, call me. I'm home all weekend. I've had to stay home because, we had a family deal, but I'll still be around. Well, I called him in, and I pretty much took his whole weekend away. Took it away and destroyed it. So
you didn't call a friend to help move, did you?
I did, but I told him the reason why I couldn't call y'all is because we have a deal that we don't help each other move.
I bet you'll have one with Kurt now.
Yeah, well, yeah, he said he wanted the same deal. Wow, he had to work a lot. And even his buddy Scott, he brought in reinforcements. Thank you, Scott. And but that, and it was that tedious kind of moving you hate. Really,
little bitty things.
Big fellas like to just grab big stuff and move it. And then my dad was there coming off of open heart surgery, so we had him to tell us what candies we all were when he'd pick something up and move it, and that kind of stuff,
Right.
and screaming at us and all that. That we were candies and this. So but still there's a little more left to do, and I finally took the pressure off of me. I had a lot of people wanting to come see the other house, and we were trying to make a deadline, and finally it dawned on me it's my house. If I don't want people to come look at it, I can just say no.
Right.
And get that off of me. So I did. I just said I will call you when we're ready.
serious people only. Okay.
Yeah. I've got a walk-in closet right now, and it's really nice. It's about 8 houses down. I'm gonna stick with it.
But how about this for a great weekend? I got to go turkey hunting. Got to go see a movie with the lovely Betty Lou. Got to have a little dinner action. And, Rick, for the first time ever, I got to whale this weekend. So
wow.
That was big.
Wow.
And so
you welded with that welder for the first time?
No, not my welder, somebody else's.
What about this welder you got for the
you had to have? I haven't got it ready to go, but how about I'm fired up to get it ready now? Now that I have actually done a little stick welding, now I'm ready to wire weld.
How about there's a million jokes coming my way right now, but did you know that I had to call? Remember when I broke the bed?
Yes.
At Big Love's birthday party? Remember I was trying to move it and I broke it?
Yeah.
And I called the place and I bought it, and they sent a guy out there, Don, and he and another guy come out there and fixed it.
Right.
Well, we went to move it. How about Don fixed it where it would never break again? He welded it.
Yes.
How about
I can weld the bed now?
How about the bed was welded? The movers got in there and said, the bed's welded. And we're like, we can't get it out the door. We can't take it apart.
Rick, listen,
So he had to come back and take it apart and then put it back together again.
Rick, I can't explain to you, though, the manly feeling of picking up two pieces of metal that you have bonded together forever and just looking at it and going, wow, I welded that. Look at it. It just won't move.
I can't tell you how proud it is to be standing around other men and your bed had to be welded.
Yeah.
How many times do you think I rocked back on that one? I had to, how come the bed's not here yet? I had to come weld it. I kept breaking it. I had to come weld it.
How did they get it apart?
I don't know. I guess they wanted me to take it apart, but I just didn't have time.
How did they get it apart?
I don't know.
So he come back?
They went down the walk-in closet, came back with it, and put it together. I never asked him how he got it apart. He just said he did.
Did he have a torch with him?
Probably. I asked him straight up. I said, was it welded? He said, yeah. He said, but I took it apart and put it back together again. He said, you don't want to move again because you won't be able to move it again.
Rick, part of the weekend was going to be a little dinner, and it's already got controversy here on the show. And I knew Saturday night. I thought, well, this really is not going to be an issue till you started doing the "Hey, Speedy's on the phone" bit, I thought, I know this will be a handle for everybody.
Now, what has happened here? Because I'm getting wind of it this morning.
Okay, can I tell my side of it? I'll be very brief.
Sure.
I got a call.
I doubt it, but I know. Go ahead.
I got a call that I was needed to be at a dinner. We had a move going on. I knew that was bad. Couldn't get a sitter. My parents did come to town. They ended up helping move. I didn't want to ask them to stay on into the night since they were there all day helping us move. Sherry said, look, I'll just keep it. You need to go and be there at Bubba's deal. I'm going to be in a ponytail and dirty. I'll never be ready in time, and you'll get mad anyway, so you go. I said, okay. So I'm sitting there. And
So you thought you'd be there on
go
time?
where? Yeah, and to Bubba's dinner. Minutes past the hour. Yep. 30 and a half years, basically people listening or watching going, yeah, you know what? Not as bad as I thought. Let me hit this real quick for you. Have you made the switch to Patriot Mobile yet? Patriot Mobile, yeah, the only Christian conservative wireless provider, and they are the only one. They also work with all three providers, Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T, so you're getting the same service that you have now without funding maybe things you don't want to fund. And if you want to keep your same number, you can. You want to keep your same phone, you can. Have you switched yet? Well, go to patriotmobile.com/bigbox right now, and you'll send the message that you support with Patriot Mobile, free speech, religious freedom, sanctity of life, the Second Amendment. Military, veterans, and first responders are treated as heroes. And it's the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want without funding agendas that you don't agree with. Yeah, they're and you got a U.S.-based customer service team that makes switching easy. Because you're part of this show, activation will be free. PatriotMobile.com/bigbox. Make sure you get that, or call them 972-PATRIOT and mention the show. You'll find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Make the switch today to Patriot Mobile. All right, so we heard Speedy mention this. I don't. When's the last time you got a Will Smith update, Bubba?
Been a while.
Been a
He
while.
kind of disappeared after the public slapping.
Yes, he did. Chris Rock probably has not downloaded his Will Smith's new gospel song.
Yeah.
Now, I see that some people are saying it's a gospel song. The Hollywood Reporter's calling it an inspirational song. Apparently, we all should have watched the BET Awards, because it sounds like it was quite the party with all the what we've already played and some of the things that went on. So here's where I'm trying to figure this out. He was backed by the Sunday Service Choir. Now, is that
that's Kanye's
isn't
bunch?
that Kanye's bunch? Is that Kanye's bunch?
He don't need them anymore.
Are
He's
Ye
walking around with a half-naked woman all the time.
Right? Are Ye or Ye? Is it his choir? Isn't that his choir?
I think it is.
Who is Chandler Moore? Now Kirk Franklin,
know.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know Chandler Moore.
Chandler Moore.
Yeah, I don't know.
Girl.
But apparently Will Smith, they claim, and this is the headline from the Hollywood Reporter, Will Smith gives rousing performance. Now, is Will back? Is he
getting jiggy with it?
Is
this part of the
forgiven
resurrection, so to speak? Of Will
Wow,
Smith?
that's good. I think yes. So I have it. I know that Adler, we got issues on copyright, so I mean, do you want me to just play a little bit of it for you?
You can play as much as you want. I'll cover.
Okay. So, do you want to hear it, Bubba?
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, it's no Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah. Now I've heard Will Smith rap, but I've never heard him sing.
Right.
No. Right?
Well, he's rapping in this, isn't he?
I think he's singing.
Is he singing?
He can sing, dance, act. He's just
now
he banging on his craft.
Summertime.
Now when I
is he going to Miami?
Yeah, but Bubba, when I say
I don't want to see Will
when I
Smith
sing, the auto tune is so overwhelming.
Oh,
it's almost like it could be anybody.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it's highly produced.
yeah, so
the two guys from Milli Vanilli could actually sing through this.
Yeah,
Adler's going to in the face.
West Philadelphia, born and raised.
On the playground where I spend most of my days.
All right, I got some lyrics.
in the mirror.
I got some lyrics.
You'll smell you later.
I've got some lyrics for you. Bubba, as you said, he's performing on what looks like lava surrounded by fire. The darker the hell you got to endure, the brighter the heaven you get to enjoy.
When your wife's a
Because I couldn't understand all that.
Hooking up with my son's friends.
The harder the fall, the higher you soar. God opens a window when the devil closes the door.
Wiggity wow.
Believe me, they tried to bleed Will Smith. In the rear view, I see adversity was the gift. To lift me higher gifts requires faith. So dry your eyes, and you'll find a way out of the madness, out of the maze.
Girl.
So it's true.
But I do want to ask some questions that y'all are all singing, and that is,
can I tell you something about him?
Did we resolve all this? I mean,
you remember when
Will Smith.
you remember when we? Yeah, I do too. I do too. I think he's a good
like
actor. I like a lot of his songs he's done. Look, the woman's drove him crazy. Okay, he needs to get away from her. Okay,
And hopefully he has.
She's out there on a whole nother level. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and you remember when we felt we needed to help Bobby Brown?
Yes.
He was out of control.
Yeah.
We actually
And could have
offered
helped
him an internship here on the show.
Could have helped him.
He ended up going to a radio station in D.C.
He did.
I want
believe
Will Smith to get back to where the Will Smith I knew and loved.
I like this movie.
When he didn't have the crazy wife,
right?
Friend, woman, whatever their arrangement is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of women would love to be with Will Smith. Surely he can find a more normal
Sane.
environment to be in. He's a great singer. I think he's a great actor.
Yeah.
I love the movies he's
listen.
in. He's funny.
I should have known this. Chandler Moore's with Maverick City.
Okay.
Who?
Why should
Chandler
you have
Moore.
known that?
Who's Maverick City?
Because
It's a
I've
very, very,
he's good.
very-
You should know that, Greg. If
I
you
don't
were
know
a
who
Christian,
that
you
is.
would know that.
I
No,
don't
he's
know
good.
that.
I've heard his songs. He's really good, and I didn't make the connection for some.
They're
stupid
one of the
reason.
biggest Christian.
No, I don't know who that is.
But you know how they do these groups where they like when you have the, of course, it's been a little controversial, but Hillsong United, Elevation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maverick City is another one of those.
Okay.
That they have multiple singers, multiple
I got you.
songs, and a lot
The
of
Gaithers, but rap.
Well, not
What?
rap, but they
no.
they may have some rap in it. But
Does King
normally,
Richard-
I haven't heard a lot of rap from Maverick City, and they usually do some pretty powerful songs, and they sell out arenas everywhere. But I just want to caution Maverick City, and I'd like to caution Kirk Franklin. Now I've seen Kirk make some decisions that he needs to reel in a little bit anyway, but let's not make the Ye mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If Will Smith is trying to work out his faith, I say hallelujah. Now you're gonna have to no longer be in open relationships, and you're gonna have to stop slapping people on stages.
Yeah, you
And-
got to chill, Will.
Yeah, so we got to get all that in line, and maybe he is. That's between him and God, and we'll see the fruit. Hopefully, that all that's turning around. To Bubba's point, I agree with you, but let's be real careful. Can we, the church, ever learn that when these high visible, big time celebrities start down a faith road, it's okay to treat them as spiritual infants and disciple them and work them through from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity without just handing the keys to the kingdom to them and putting them on giant platforms. So when they're not quite there yet, it really causes a lot of confusion. So I hope we've learned that we can. Let's bring him along slowly. Let's encourage him, and let's hope, Bubba, to your point, that he's turning it around. Right?
I do.
Yeah.
Look, I like Will
But-
Smith.
but, yeah.
I'm cheering for Will Smith. I want him to get back to that guy we know. What
Right.
was the movie where he fixed people up?
I Am Legend.
No. No. What is the one?
Hitch.
Yeah.
I want that Will Smith. I want fun-loving Will Smith in situational comedies. He's a great actor, great singer, and
What did King Richard have to say about this new video?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you.
Oh, it's been a while.
I'll tell you what.
Is that it?
No, he used to do King Richard.
He did.
Well,
I got to hear him.
That was a good movie.
Does anybody think that Chris Rock has downloaded this song?
No.
I Am Legend 2 is coming out next year, by the way. I Am Legend 2.
Really?
So is Bad Boys. You got to
Oh, yeah, Bad
Boys.
Boy.
Get in there and you go to
Now his voice ain't that deep.
Well, you don't know, Rick.
We'll be back.
That's good, Speedy.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. Was that Will Smith in the studio?
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For his birthday. So then Kurt is helping me move. He goes, hey, by the way, I'm going to that dinner too. I don't have a date, so we'll just go together.
Kurt Jarvis got
There's
invited?
an explanation. If I could get to that
Wow,
point.
you really don't like me. I thought it was all a joke.
So I said, well, we'll
Dee didn't come either.
I said, I told Kurt, I said, and then it was brought up because my brother was coming too. It was brought up.
Your brother was invited?
It was brought up.
Good God!
My mother said, well, who I was going to be there? And I said, well, I guess it'll be the show and then, a couple of friends that Bubba's invited. And
Rick, now you're piling on now.
No, I just say, I really, truly, honestly.
Remember, you could be before the court, okay?
Honestly, I thought that, Winplay show.
Is that why Chrome Dome came in town?
I truly thought, honestly, that I would get there and Speedy wouldn't be there, but he would have been invited.
Right.
That's what I thought was going to happen.
Well, let me explain what happened. And this is why.
Spin out this
Can
one.
I tell you why?
Let's don't go.
The pressure of birthdays and our kids' birthdays now is out of control. How about I got to the point now I dread birthdays because you can't do anything without it being a quag, and I thought I had the answer for that. I thought I had the answer.
All right, we'll hear your explanation. Speedy and Dee weren't invited to this dinner on Saturday night.
Or to any.
Well, we'll see. Well, now that part is not true. We'll find out.
Not that we know of.
25 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 31 minutes.
That makes me feel better to hear that news.
What's that?
This news you're fixing to hear. You didn't hear it, did you?
No,
Put your headphones already?
I have headphones on.
Peter Arnett has been fired by NBC.
Well, hey.
How about this? He needs to be charged with treason, aiding and abetting the enemy. What else can you call that?
I mean, you can protest here on our own soil all you want to, but to go over on Iraqi television and start doing a rebel-rousing interview encouraging them?
Yeah. Oh, it was how much he had done to change the war effort. What an egotistical idiot.
Roxanne from the newsroom just brought this in and says that he is embarrassed of his actions and called the interview a misjudgment.
Well, yeah,
He needs to.
We'll have a Coke and a smile, Peter Arnett. We got a war to finish.
Maybe, hey, get you a job for Iraqi TV. I heard they're hiring.
Yeah, sure. Be another English talking guy.
See how many awards you can get there for your free coverage. Yeah, go to work for them, see if you get to say what you want to.
He added that he's not anti-war, not anti-military, and he joked that he's looking for an uninhabited island to swim to.
I would too, Peter.
Yeah.
Good luck. Plus, you might want to find a hairstylist.
Yes.
But anyway.
Rick,
controversy
within the show.
Okay.
Set it up. I'm just going to be quiet.
Let me just say this. Let
will
me
be
walk
hard.
through this, okay? This is a comedy of errors that now looks bad on me, and we knew this was going to happen.
You're the Peter Arnett of birthday gathering.
Well, no, I didn't do an interview with a Rocky TV, but you know I'm a social butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
I love nothing more than going out to dinner with people I know, friends, whatever, having a group get-together, right?
Absolutely.
So much,
well documented.
Rick,
Well documented.
But here's the problem you run into. We like to go to places who will break your bill up for you, okay? Because if not, you'll get a $2,000 bill, okay? Yes. And it's really a little unfair for anybody to have to pick that up. And everybody says they'll pay you, but they don't.
Yes.
Because they got credit cards, and guess what? I don't take credit cards personally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
And well, here, I had a steak. That's $5. No, that was $35. You know what I mean? And nobody ever pays the right amount.
Well, can I tell you, that's another part of birthday dinners that I feel weird about, forcing people to the restaurant I want to go to that maybe they don't like it because it might be expensive, and now I've forced them to have to buy a meal at this place.
What does any of this have to do with me and Dee not coming?
Well,
here's the thing. You can invite everybody, but you've got to break the bill up. We did a whole thing on this last year. Remember,
Yes.
about break the bill up.
Break the bill up.
I know, I don't understand this thing. You think you're good. Hey, listen,
with our group, you're going to be all right with a tip. I don't know if that's the gig, whatever. Second to that, we prefer our own room. Not because we think we need our own room. We're trying to protect your other customers.
Because we're loud.
Okay? We tend to get a little loud when we get to laughing and trying to outshout each other.
Right. Speedy and Dee weren't loud this time because they weren't there. But
So we try to do that.
Right.
I told Betty back some time ago, I said, you know what? There's, we got the group that we usually have our birthday with, and then I've got like a group of folks who I would like to spend some time with that I never get to see.
Right.
So why don't we do 2 dinners? She said, that'll be fine. I like going out anyway. That'll give us 2. And, my birthday was last week, so we were going to do one on the 22nd, which was last Saturday, and then do one on this Saturday.
Did Ryan
I thought it sounded like a great plan.
No, Ryan. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we work through another show, and we'll get another opportunity to chat with you coming up maybe next hour. A lot going on with the Rick and Bubba Show. July's active, August is packed. If you want to find all that, you can go to burgessministries.com, themanchurch.com, or rickandbubba.com and find out where all the different members of the show and people connected to all we're involved in, where we're coming to cities near you. And there's some coming up over the next few weeks that you can be part of. So look at those at rickandbubba.com and make plans to be with us. Bubba, how do you even set up this next?
So
is this an update?
This
What is
gives you. This kind of ties into the length of the show.
Yep.
This was one of the stories that we covered when we first started the show. Susan Smith, the convicted murderer who killed her 2 kids. Do you remember that?
Kind of.
They were 3. Let's see. One of them was 3, and one of them was 14.
Yeah.
No, it couldn't be 14.
No.
3
They
and
were
14
both young.
months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is she the one that put him in the car and ran him off into the water?
Ran it into the water and stood
I remember
there.
that. Probably the
And
worst thing
then went on TV
over a guy that she wanted that didn't want kids, right?
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
And then she went on TV and claimed that they'd been kidnapped or something. I mean, it's just total fabrication.
Horrible.
And she got life in prison with parole, possible after 30 years. Well, guess what? Her first hearing is coming up in November.
I'm sorry, you don't get out.
And she thinks she's going to get out.
Wow.
I do remember that.
I guess I'm trying to figure.
How do you get out?
Look at her picture now. Adler, can you show us what she looks like? That's what she looked like when she was convicted. Now her picture now,
and
hardly recognizable.
Probably one of the scariest people because of what she did and how cold-hearted she was about it. And
you have no soul.
Yeah, it was just, and so maybe something's changed in her life in prison, but I still stand by the earthly repercussions, and I would say I don't know how any human being that runs their 3 small children off in a car to the bottom of some body of water and then did that because the current guy you're with doesn't want kids, how you're ever up for parole is beyond me. I don't know.
That's her now?
Yes.
With the purple hair?
Rick, this is another twist to this that I don't know how this
should
is.
have put her in a car and run her off.
How this is this is continuing. She is already making money in prison and said this is going to be a key part of her release that she can support herself because she is engaging in phone activity with sugar daddies. I'm just going to say it that way.
What does that mean?
Walk that out for me, Bubba.
Yeah, Bubba, I'd like you to walk that out for us.
I don't
she
think
thinks that's a positive to get her out?
I don't think that I need to explain that any further. How are you allowed to sit on the phone in prison and talk to your sugar daddies in this manner?
Yeah, really.
Okay, I will say.
I thought
y'all do realize what she did, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she should have been executed.
Yeah.
She forfeited her ability to live here, and
she's a monster.
People think, well, I think the Bible calls for that. I very clearly think it calls for that.
just look back
This
up. Well, I
was
having a
not.
tough
This was
time
not
when I
an
ran
accident.
my kids
She
off.
premeditate. I mean, Rick, you can run out a whole lot of verses when you harm a kid.
You realize how long it took for that car to fill up?
Oh, I know.
Well, when I go,
How is she making phone calls in prison for money? I don't. How does that happen? Somebody.
I don't know, but I will say, because we do inspect the fruit of people's lives, not stumbles or mistakes, but perpetual deliberate stuff. We all mess up from time to time, but as long as we have a sin nature. But, I said, I wonder if she changed in prison. This is not an indicator, as some of you have shouted. Apparently, her spiritual life has not changed. So I would not look at that as being a positive sign that we should let Susan return to society.
Rick, she's saying right now, if she's released, she can make an annual income of around $220,000.
Sure.
Yeah, but does that
What?
So? I mean, as sick and crazy as that sounds,
I'm just
so
telling you
what?
what
How
she
does that
said.
mean? Okay, well, let's let you out because you can make some money. Too
Well,
bad.
according to this story, she seems to think, and her attorney seem to think she's going to get out.
Well, that's a shame.
Well, we go back to this. I think she could pull what we call the Charles Manson, and that's when you claim you've got such a successful business in prison, you just want to stay.
Right.
Yeah.
That she could leave anytime she wanted
Right,
to, but
yeah.
she doesn't want to.
Right.
That Charles Manson parole days used to be one of my favorites.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, I
That and the
couldn't. I got
Geraldo
so
interview.
excited.
You remember the Geraldo interview?
Yeah.
See, this is me and this is me.
What state did this happen in? Does anybody
South
remember?
Carolina.
Well,
She's incarcerated in South
All
Carolina.
right. Well, I'm shocked. I expected to hear a different state. How in the world was this parole ever even an option for someone that kills people in cold blood? They're there. If you don't want to execute them, then they're in prison for the rest of their lives. I don't know how anyone who does that with such disregard is ever allowed to come back out of prison. I don't. How did that ever happen in the courts?
Yeah, I mean, the sentencing guidelines were already there, so I don't know. It's
Right,
life in
yeah,
prison
right.
with a chance of parole in 30 years. But due to overcrowding and everything else, her and her attorney seem to think she's going to get out.
And I'm going to go ahead and say this, and it's absolutely true. Absolutely true. And there's some merit to this, so I'm not acting like there's not. Being female right now will help her because men tend to be more likely to be dangerous than women when it comes to this.
Well, unless you're strapped in the car seat.
Correct.
Yeah.
But in this case, I think, as I was going to get to, in this case, to the point you made, I think she has proven that she can be as callous and wicked as any human being, male or female.
Yeah.
And
There's something missing in that.
So, there's always this thing where various men, of course, she's had all kind of, marriage proposals and all this stuff.
Oh, well, that happens, yeah.
Who could go to sleep at night with her next to you? I mean, come on. You don't
Well,
know that she's
yeah.
capable of
If you
anything.
can do that to your own children,
yes,
but there's
yes.
nothing.
She don't mind selling your kidneys on the open market. Come on.
No.
Huh?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah, maybe.
What is wrong with us?
Well, I tell you what, you don't want to be. You don't want to be in the way of her and some boyfriend she wants.
Or fall asleep in the car.
you just.
I mean, God for you are not doing that.
Right.
That is so sad.
It was one of the most evil things.
Yeah, it really
that
is.
I ever heard of.
Yeah, some
I
folks are
mean,
checking in that lived in that area, and they
That's-
said there was a memorial where the little boys went into the water, and this person's husband was an Army recruiter in Union, South Carolina, where it all happened, and the stepdad worked next door to the recruiting station, and it was just the whole family was weird.
Oh, and I'm
the
stepping
whole
out on a
thing-
ledge here, but it seems like there was another story that somebody at the same boat ramp was down there, like just out of curiosity, and their car run off in it and they drowned.
Really?
I swear, I think there was something like that.
Huh.
I may have made that up, but it was something. It was. It may be. I may be thinking of a different case.
Good night.
That was 1994.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
30 years ago. She was 22. She's 52 now.
Yep. So we'll see, and that's in November, Bubba, did you say?
Yes.
So we'll see. Top of the hour, if you're leaving us, don't forget, you can get the Rick and Bubba archives every day as well, any parts you don't get live.
Rick and Bubba.
So if you would like to, I will tell you this. It happened even on vacation last week, and it was an old Rick and Bubba classic shirt. Jesus loves you, and I'm trying. Walking around with that on at the beach, I had so many comments, so many people going, hey, now that shirt right there is at least honest. Don't you like being able to wear swag that lets people know where you stand on certain things? Well, there's some great stuff at shopblazemedia.com. Now, let other people know what you're watching, what you're listening to. You're going to love all this. Everything from the Blaze Heritage and Blaze Media collections, jackets, T-shirts, hoodies, socks, mugs, candles, flags, a whole lot more. And there's some new presidential debate merch that just that just dropped. There's one that's got that makes fun of, you remember the corn pop speech that we got from Biden? Oh, yeah, they got a corn pop shirt, and they've got the Trump Revenge Tour T-shirt. So if you'd like to find out more, and now more than ever with this big election coming up, go to shopblazemedia.com. Check out the cool stuff. Use the code BLAZE10 and get 10% off. That's BLAZE10 off the entire order. Shopblazemedia.com. The promo code is BLAZE10.
Ryan wasn't invited. Sorry, Ryan.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Roxanne, do you understand this?
Well,
I'm going to have one dinner.
Roxanne was there. You ought to.
I'm going to have one dinner with the show and everybody connected to that, much like I did last year. Then one
with the people you like better.
No, for people who I don't get to see that much.
Right.
It wouldn't be. It's just two different groups.
Bob, I hate to say it. What's happening to you right now is why I stopped taking new friends in '98.
Really? Oh, I know. Because you can't take care of the old ones you got.
I can't service what I got.
So listen, dinner number one is going to be everybody from the show. Okay,
right.
Rick, Speedy, Don Juan, Cassio, the interns,
Ryan
Greenwood, and I've started,
Jim, the crazy sign guy.
Well, a couple of guys from Rick's Sunday school class. They've invited me to some things. I was going to return the favor. They're a lot of fun to be around. That was going to be group number one.
Right.
Okay, you see. Group one.
Yes.
It was even going to be the first dinner, okay?
Yes.
On the 22nd.
Would you say A-list?
Well, not really. It was just first.
I got you. Okay.
You hate to say that.
I know.
You know?
I know.
Group two was going to be friends who I'd like to spend more time with, but I never get to see, okay?
Christopher Columbus, Bobby Bowden, Mike Cruz.
Some old friend, Dr. Dave from Jackson, Dr. David Chandler, who I don't get to see much.
Him and Romeo.
How about this, Rick? He bought my old house. I was so thankful. He comes to every dinner of the people you don't get to see much.
He's invited you to many a birthday.
Sure, all of that. I was inviting you because you're standard. You're a partner. I mean, you're in on all of it.
I at least get an invite to any gathering.
Right.
Now I may turn down.
Sure, but it's standard.
It's standard.
Gary the Geek. I invited Rick's brother Greg, who we never get to see.
Right.
He's part of that. Hey, you never get to see him.
By the way, is losing weight.
He is.
No, really.
Yes.
Losing a lot of weight.
I'm gonna put these down, Greg.
Which means I can take him now.
Yeah. And I also was put on that list people who I never get to see much, who I'd like to spend more time with. Kurt Jarvis. Who we talked about here on the show.
Which might be an attempt to steal Kurt, so I came, so it wouldn't happen.
This list was put together prior to Kurt and I going turkey hunting opening weekend, okay? Which would almost push him over into the group of people that you see all the time.
Right.
But at the time, it was set up that way. Well, here's where the controversy starts. We have a problem, one, finding a place this time that would give us a room and break the checks up, okay? So there's already controversy here in that. What happened on the 22nd, if you remembered, I was sick.
Yes.
I was laid up. And I had been sick for 10 days leading up to that.
Yes.
So usually at about that week and a half time out when you'd invite everybody, Betty goes, you better wait and see if you feel better before we reserve a place. And so we did. But in our mind, that was the weekend for that group, and it just didn't happen because I was sick.
Now, was the second group, they already knew that they had been invited, so that was the reason why they were locked in all
They were already locked in, and they were already locked into a place. Yes. And the reason being...
It's a great spin right
here. Listen, and this is what we thought. We thought, after this one was canceled, hey, we'll move some of these people into that group.
Right.
That's what I thought. But Betty said, you can't do that because they don't have enough seats for everybody.
Betty, it's on Betty now?
No, she said that would be impolite for me to call them up the week of it and go, hey, y'all come on over on Saturday night. So that's why I didn't do it. Plus, they didn't have room, and they couldn't get us in a room. And, you know, if you'd have had 35 people there, it would have been, been a little rough.
We were out in the middle of the floor there.
Yeah,
we were but it sure was fun. Hey, I hate to miss it.
So basically, what it looks like, what it looks like now is that I had a birthday dinner and didn't invite a lot of my friends to it. That's what it looks like.
And I have to say, it felt that way a little bit. And I kept grabbing the phone, going, "Hey, is that Speedy should answer?"
But see, now you find the pressure of, so I have to invite certain people every time I go out to eat, or it's a fail. And I don't like that pressure.
You know what I've done?
Even as a social butterfly, I don't like that pressure.
What I've kind of done is, if some of my friends invite me, take me out for my birthday, I'll go, because that means it's on them on who they invited.
Sure.
Other than that, I just pull in and say the family's having a birthday. Hey, thank you. I'll see you on the show. You can't, because you can't get everybody in, and somebody gets their feelings
hurt. Didn't you think?
Yep, that's right. The gang's all here for a brand new hour. We thank you for being with us today. So a lot to do going into the hour. If you're looking at this this month, boy, we got a lot going on. And if you want to get a chance to go out, hello to Blue Springs, Mississippi. Sunday, you've got a man church, Ellistown Baptist Church. Brian Gunn will be teaching, and if you want to get into the curriculum, you can go see him. It's sold out, but I will be going to Wetumpka, Alabama on July the 14th. Their men's conference, a man church conference there. I'll be speaking there. Looking forward to seeing all the guys that are already ready to go. Like I say, there's no seats left for that, but looking forward to that. And then on the weekend of July the 19th and the 20th, on the 19th, Greg and Speedy, Nashville to Birmingham, the story behind the songs, songwriters in the round experience benefiting Rainbow Omega. This is a community for adults with special needs. We've been working with them for years. What a wonderful organization, and you can help them by enjoying an incredible evening with Speedy and Greg and these great songwriters. And the tickets are on sale for that now. You can find out more by going to rainbowomega.org. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And the next day, on the 20th, First Baptist Church, Orange, Texas, a one-day man church. Rich Wingo and I will be there. Find that link at themanchurch.com under upcoming events and get your tickets to that. All right, so, Bubba, to start the hour, I want to ask you and possibly Helmsy some advice. So,
pickle.
It's pickleball time.
Pickle
me. So, this pickleball cult that is out there. If nothing else, let's change the name. And I heard you, Bubba, off air in a break, grumbling a little bit when we saw that Wimbledon is Wimbledon. Say
Wimbledon.
With
a D. The championships of Wimbledon.
Wimbledon. And I heard y'all hearkening back to when we interviewed somebody that was on TV.
Mary Jo Fernandez.
And y'all were like, something about mini tennis. And I heard the grumble. You were like, mini tennis is so much better than this pickleball thing.
Oh, I thought it was.
And so anyway, my wife is being slowly pulled into this pickleball cult. I don't really want any part of it, but if it's going to be recreational and some time with my wife and some friends, if it can stay there, I don't really know how to do that. Like you said, I don't understand the concept of devoting yourself to anything that you're not trying to do well or win. And so I'm not good at it, so I don't like that. My first run at it, it seemed doable. You know how sometimes at our age you go to something and go, well, that's just not doable.
Right.
It seems doable. I didn't get injured. I thought I might just moving.
That's key.
I'm trying to do a little bit better, which, by the way, dreading that today, the first one after vacation, always ugly. Because you're not quite as disciplined on vacation, and I'll pay a price for that this afternoon. But So Sherry tells me that we're now taking the next step, and we're playing with some group coming up this Saturday.
Like a round robin?
Yeah, some sort of something.
Round robin.
Round robin.
And, you know, I've said to the pickleball community there's a storm coming. And so a lot of them have heard that. I'm surprised at how much smack picklers have. I mean, they're a little...
Pickle.
Do you think some of them are taking their pickleness a little too serious?
What,
I mean,
what are they saying to you?
Well, hey, you just wait till you get out here. We'll show you something. You know, and all sending me pictures of them holding those
You
very...
could beat me in checkers and chess, too, but you're not really doing anything.
That's my point. Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not very good. I'm not very good at chess.
I may not have a 25-day Wordle streak, okay?
Oh, thank you. Boy, thank you. All this...
give me a break,
so
guys.
Give me a break.
Rick, what I have been able to...
Come on, Dave. Give me a break.
To ascertain from the situation.
Good word.
Is that the rules, the equipment, everything is meant to negate athletic ability.
Neutralize everything.
Well, that's just crazy.
So it makes it an activity that's not very aggressive.
Okay.
Now,
not normally good.
There
for
are
me.
some higher level players that can play more aggressive, but it's just really hard to get a wiffle ball to go that fast, no matter how hard you hit it.
Yeah, like when I get a picture
And
of
keep
like
it in.
I get a picture of like this couple that we go to church with, and they're holding up their paddle at me like, hey,
come get some of this.
Come get some of this, and I'm like, you look like you're about to serve a pizza or something. I mean, it's dink, 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 dink.
Now I did run up
the
on
touch
like
and technique is king, and that's why it's you know, if you understand the angles of doubles and things like that, it's a big advantage. I think I played against this past week one guy who I thought had extreme skills in this, and he was very good at playing, and I can show you and tell you why he was very good at playing.
Well, that's what I'm after.
Right.
Can you help me get ready for Saturday with a couple of pointers?
Well, it's
because I understand that I need to everything that I would want to do that to your point may not work. As soon as I walked up to play against another guy that played a little ball, he said everything that you and I are good at will not help us in this game.
Well, that's the thing. Not being able to take the ball out of the air hurts, and you know some of that, and the kitchen and all that. But there is a technique, and Helms can talk on this too. In doubles, you get two people up at the net, and I call it pinch and push. You hit it down the middle. You cause them to come in together, and they return it, and then you go down the alley. So you pinch, and then you push it by them.
Okay.
And people who know how to do this in tennis can do it very good in pickleball too.
All right, so
pinch and push.
So where they're both
That's what I
separated,
call it.
that line down the middle, I want to start right there, and then when they start that, then go back over here.
Yes. Yeah. Now there is
keep away, Rick.
There's an old saying about down the middle solves the riddle. In other words, it's a low.
A lot of rhymes in
It's
tennis.
a high percentage shot.
The face is talking.
You cause two people to collide.
Have
It's
to
an
make a
area
decision.
that they have to decide who's going to get
And
it.
I see it so many times. It's Theo, I got it, you take it,
Yeah,
and then nobody takes it.
If you just try to go down the alley, it's a low percentage shot.
What is the alley?
That's the two
Sidelines.
The sideline.
There's another saying, Rick. If it does not fit, you must have quit.
It's different. That's different. Yeah, guys.
So one of the basic moves in doubles, go down the middle. It's a high percentage shot. You run them together. They return it to you.
Then
you have the alley wide open. It's an easy passing shot for the point.
You know, fool me once.
Right.
You smelt it, you dealt it.
I don't think that's it.
You had me and hello.
And most of the people don't know to adjust to where the ball is like you would in doubles.
Right.
You basically in doubles in tennis, you can cover 2 out of 3 zones. You want to cover the 2 closest to the ball.
Right.
Okay, you want the alley and the middle covered. Leave this side open because it's harder.
You're trying to put them in a pickle.
And so once you know those movements, those do translate to pickleball very well, in my opinion. Hams, what do you?
I mean, no.
Right.
I'm eating a strawberry.
Well, I did run up on like
y'all are not as fired up about this as y'all got about tennis, because I can tell. I mean, just
No, Rick,
I'm
not.
Yeah.
Rick, I have a bag and 2 paddles and 100 balls.
Okay.
Here's where I'm at on
100?
this. And by the way,
I bought a bucket.
2 things.
if somebody asked me today, I had nothing to do around lunch, and they said, "Hey, Helms, meet us at Walled Park. We're gonna play some pickleball. We'd like you to join us." I would go. Like I would go and I would enjoy it.
It's a fun little activity.
But I'm not seeking it out. I'd rather hit tennis balls.
Do y'all think there's any hope? Can I just go do this activity, fellowship, dink around, and be okay?
No.
Hey,
You're going to be
competitive.
your competitive juices will take. I would suggest this. And
Can you
I
control
could,
your serve yet?
Yeah, I'm pretty good with my serve.
I could make.
And I've only
this,
served once.
I could make this happen if y'all want. If y'all wanted to. If y'all wanted to do this.
Well, for never to do it.
When is this happening again? This
Saturday.
Weekend? I mean, we could set something up in here tomorrow and kind of go over some things if you wanted us to.
Yeah, because I feel like we
got plenty of room.
Rick, I have a slideshow for doubles that I get made fun of at home a lot.
That's funny.
I can show you your position you and your partner need to be to play the odds to win the point.
Well, I think I may show up Saturday toting pickle paddles and just a little cup of shut-up juice.
Hold that picture right there. Okay, right here. There's two mistakes here, Rick.
Okay.
I could just
Pickle.
Am I all right? To go ahead
One,
and tell
I tell you,
this?
the first mistake is the guy's wearing pants.
And a suggin.
I mean,
okay, you got to get to you. Okay, you got to get to the net to win. Okay,
But I can't get in that kitchen.
I don't have
Correct.
I don't have,
winners never quit and quitters never win.
Thank you, Greg.
I don't have the pickleball stats, but I can tell you the tennis stats on it at our level of playing, not the people playing on TV. 80% of the points are going to be won at the net. Okay, so you want to get up to the kitchen line and play the game there, not in the backcourt.
Right, I got you.
Because it also opens up the they got too big an alley right here. They can go.
Now, from what I got, don't they make one of you be back all the time?
No. You need to get to the
You
net
get
as
to the
quick
net.
as you can.
Control the center window. Here, the center window. Control it. Middle of the court, and be brilliant with the basics.
Okay.
Two
little
things.
things.
Don't overthink it. Just play the basics well.
Okay, Rick. So the two things here, they need to be at the net. This other team is in an I formation. You never want to do that.
Never.
That's
Playing
power
the
eye.
Yeah. Well, maybe serving
you have to be like that from what I gather. But once it's in play,
Rick,
I
you've
can
served one time.
Well, that's pretty good.
So
but
they're not. Right now, they've got two open spots. I mean, that's easy to go up the alley on.
Rick, and remember this: boxcars on the railroad. Spell that without an R.
Here's what I have planned for Sherry. We're going to drive up like this.
Oh, yeah. Like a box of chocolates.
Yeah, you smelt it, you dealt it, right, guys?
Right, everybody knows that.
I mean, you know. Oh, there's a storm coming.
Hey, storm coming. All right, we'll come back.
I mean, just go out and have fun, Rick.
Yeah, I'm real good at
Don't
that.
overthink
Go
it.
for the win, baby.
You know, I tell you what fun is.
Pinch and push. Pinch and push.
You want to tell you what's fun? Winning.
Yeah.
Winning is so much fun.
I ain't got time for anything else.
What else is fun?
I mean,
if you can control your serve, make them hit a backhand too.
Okay. All right.
Rick and Bubba.
I think that was a good idea to have two dinners.
If it worked out.
Yeah, see, on paper it looked good.
On paper,
Well, it didn't work out.
Dee and I have realized that we're annex friends now. And we didn't realize that until
No,
just
actually,
now.
if you'd have been there Saturday night, you were annex friends. But
That was kind of the people who didn't get to spend much time with, like me.
I told. See, I tried to have a birthday lunch here at work for 2 days. You know.
Well, see, I wasn't fresh on that lunch because I knew I was going to see you Saturday night.
Well, how about this? The good news is I didn't have one bill, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, folks at Fleming's, for taking good care of us. Kim, you did a great job.
She was great. Let me ask you this. I think Speedy and her would have hit it off. Let me ask you about this serious business. Remember we did a show about this one bill thing?
Yes.
What came out of that? I don't remember.
It was something to do with how easy it was, and that way they made sure the tip was on it, and because if you serve a group of 30 and half of them stiff you and the other half tip good, it's still just kind of a half tip.
There was 30 people there?
No, I said if you did that.
How many were there? I'll tell you one thing.
8.
You know who was
Wow.
you know who was surprisingly funny at that gathering? Coon Dog. He had us going.
Sorry, bud. We got thick skin. We're good.
We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yeah, Rick, it's just so it's got now you can't enjoy it because here's what happens. Okay,
here it is.
Betty will say, "Give me the list who all you'd like to go," and I'll put down like 55 people.
Well, yeah.
You know, she'll come back and go, "You cannot carry 55 people to eat."
Right.
You got to break it down.
And I go, "Well, just tell them it's a bus." You know.
Sure.
She goes, "Yeah, but they're going to give you a bill for $6,000. Are you ready for that?" And I said, "Well, not really."
So then you just bump the people that
are closest to you and pick 8 of them.
Well, you just have to go and decide who I hadn't seen in a while and who I need to see and.
No, you know I'm kidding.
You know
I totally understand.
I would just get a hat and pick out at random.
A lottery.
Yeah, just okay. All right, there's one.
Appreciate all the email. All of you were on the list. Thank you.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
How about this? Next year, my birthday dinner, the amphitheater.
That's
okay?
right.
So
well, sometimes, seriously.
we're going to have TV trays. Come on.
And of course, everybody's ribbing you, though. But really, sometimes, let's face it, no offense to anybody, because we all we're great friends, and, of course, some of us closer than others. But I mean, sometimes an invite to something like that's a little bit of a hassle, because you got to try to find a babysitter. There's almost a little bit of
You mean if you're the receiver?
Yeah, sometimes
you got to find a restaurant
Sure.
that can fit 8 people in it?
No, I'm talking about you. Like, so you getting bumped, it's fun today, but really, it's almost kind of fun. You really had an event coming up. You didn't have to plan for it, try to work it out.
Oh, yeah.
And all that.
Oh, we totally understand.
I mean,
Plus, you know me, if I invite you like 3 times and you don't come, I will take you off the list
Well, I know,
and you
sure.
quit inviting.
That's why
Gene Holman didn't make it.
That's
so,
right.
I mean,
that's why I put down the filing cabinet and said, look, the move has to stop here. I cannot miss this dinner because it'll go against me.
Yeah, sure.
So, then made the mistake of thinking Kurt Jarvis could get ready quicker than a woman, but that was...
How about Kurt ran you late? That was so funny because Rick called and said... Rick said, "I'm on the way. I'm just a few minutes late, but good news is, I don't think I'm going to be real late." And then you didn't know that Kurt was going to run you later than normal.
And Kurt, I hate to say this, I don't want to throw him under the bus. And maybe that's just the way we operate. We're a big-time check-in. Okay, I told you I'd meet you down here at this parking lot.
I'm on the way.
I'm still in the house. Kurt will just go, I'm going out the door, go back to his house, and I didn't get a...
You didn't get an update.
Are you saying he's not big on callback?
I didn't get an update that I've changed what I was doing. You know what I mean? So I just announced at the house, and it freaked the women out the house. I said, I'm leaving.
I'm out.
They said, you just going to leave him? I said, yep, I'm leaving. And I did. And I called him, and he said, so I called his cell phone. He wasn't answering. Called him at the house. Hey, man. I said, you're still in the house?
What?
You know what he said? My shoes didn't match. Your shoes didn't match?
Oh, my gosh.
My gosh.
NFL defensive tackle, shoes didn't match?
I said,
did all that?
Yeah. You know what I told him? I said, Kurt, based on that comment, you just made us gay. Just like that.
just at the snap of a finger.
Yeah, we went from a couple of guys going without women to now we're gay. Thanks, Kurt. When it's time for the weather. Still here, baby. 30 years and a half, and celebrating, and hopefully you're enjoying the look backs on our YouTube channel. The best of shows last week. Got another one coming up Friday. As we get toward the 4th of July weekend. All right, so this is something the guys were telling me. I think I was going to the bathroom or something. Y'all talked about this yesterday. This is out of minor league baseball, the Chattanooga Lookouts. I have been in Chattanooga and been to see a Lookouts game while I was there.
Great name for a franchise.
Love it. Still haven't seen the 7 states. Think that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Nope, you got to know where to look. Rick.
Right.
Follow the map.
But anyway, so there, we get all these highlights of people that do incredible things with foul balls. It's one of the things about baseball that I think we don't talk about enough. Every now and then on this show, we've talked about it. When you decide to go to a baseball game, there's kind of a weird arrangement you make with this sport.
and that is we will sit in seats all around the field of play, knowing that at any moment you could hit a very hard ball over 100 miles an hour into the stands and kill any of us.
Yeah.
And we just all go there and go.
Hard
well,
as a rock,
yeah.
too.
So we've had all kinds of things where people have caught incredible foul balls. This one is a mother. Now, I will say it is on the bounce, but still incredible, protecting her baby from a foul ball.
It's like a bounce back, which is weird.
Yeah, and makes a play here in Chattanooga for the Lookouts. And she catches
one hands it left hand
while holding a baby on her hip.
Nice. That's a woman right there.
Yeah.
Her name is Emma Oliver, and she is from Athens and was there supporting the Trash Pandas. And her mom, Karen, emailed us yesterday.
Well, why Rick, anybody that can hold a baby on their side and catch a foul ball with their left hand, bare hand, that's a real woman right there.
On the bounce or not, that's an outstanding play. Good hand-eye coordination.
I bet she played a little softball.
Oh, she may get a call from the Savannah Bananas.
Yeah.
Be on their team.
All right, so the Trash Pandas are playing the Lookouts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, the Trash Pandas are at, I guess, up in Chattanooga,
Okay,
I guess,
okay.
playing.
All right.
And so she was there supporting the Trash Pandas. She's from Athens, and she was at the ball game, and then it hit.
Travel and support them.
Wow.
And a lot of at these ballparks, a lot of folks, if the foul ball goes over their head, they think, "Oh, it's gone."
Yeah.
But it could hit something, bounce back, and come back on top of
Yes.
you. And so she quickly turned around, going, "All right, here it comes."
Do y'all find it interesting that more people aren't hurt badly?
Yeah, I do.
Now those
We've had a few.
That one wasn't going to hurt.
That one that goes back.
That was like a pickleball.
That could have bounced over foreheads.
If it hits you not looking, though.
But I'm talking about when one of these world-class players turns on one.
Oh, we've had it.
And just sends
Something
it
down the line.
Sends it down the line into the crowd wide open.
That's why you see these nets now that go all the way down.
And I hate looking through that now.
I know.
Rick, we were in one of the trips to New York years ago. We were at Yankee Stadium, and we got there early enough for batting practice, and we went down to the left field outfield, and they are jacking balls out there.
Yeah.
And people are out there trying to catch balls left and right. And of course, we had one come right as I'd knocked down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hey, she had a little heat on her.
Yeah.
Huh?
How cool is it? I know that you and I both didn't get there when the original Yankee Stadium, we got there for the new one, but the new one's nice.
Yeah, that's real nice. It's cut out. You can see the game all the way around it.
Huh?
Ruth didn't build it.
The house that Ruth built is across the street, and they play Little League games on it now.
Yeah. So they didn't mow it down?
They have it marked where it was, and it's a Little
they
League
mowed it down,
field.
but they just left the field.
Well, they have a bigger field where the field was, and then they have Little League fields in the outfield coming the other way.
How about that? That's
cool.
pretty cool.
Did you see, speaking of sports, did you see the hype video yesterday from the SEC welcoming Texas and Oklahoma?
I did not.
Oh,
can we see
baby? Well, I have to try to find out. Don't we? It's a little more lengthy than you want it to be, but but let me tell you, it goes through the history.
I got about 80 days
of the SEC, and then does and now if you think we're good now, look at all the tradition we just added with these two teams.
Yeah.
Here it is. Now, how long is it?
2.5.
All right, so we can't do it.
Well, let's when we come back.
Yeah, we'll come back. That's
what will be funny this year is the Red River Shootout, which is what it was originally called.
Showdown.
Well, it was a shootout.
It'll always be the shootout.
What is it now? The rivalry?
When the SEC takes over, we're going to go back to shootout.
Thank you.
We don't care.
Thank you.
We're not playing them games.
Right.
To see Oklahoma and Texas play, and that be the big Southeastern Conference game of the week.
Yeah. How about that?
Horns down.
And also the good news, Schlossnager, since he just stayed in the SEC.
Yeah, he just moved right across the
state. They on the SEC network they had Texas football and an Oklahoma football game this past year on. And it just looked weird on the SEC network.
It is weird
that they were there.
Well, wait till you see this hot video that we didn't have enough time to play. Hey, it's
so
wait till you see this on the radio.
On the yeah, Liz, that's good. On the Longhorn Network,
the narrator's good though. We'll be okay.
You know that was the big thing. But I noticed that they have suspended that and directed everybody to this SEC network.
Yeah, you have
is
to.
that going to be gone forever?
Yes.
Because
It has to be.
Yeah. I didn't know if that was part of
How
the
about
arrangement.
this? We got Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC. We got a 12-game playoff coming this year. EA Sports has got NCAA college football back on video games this month. Guys, this is the greatest.
It's one of the few
things.
things moving in the right direction.
The players have got new cars.
That's right. Not that matters.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, since you had somewhat of a controversial birthday, what did Betty get you for your
Rick, you'll love this. She got me 3 books about Ronald Reagan. I loved them, too. Some like picture books, not with a lot of writing in it, but just the big, pretty picture and a little narration. That's what I like.
Yeah, I don't see you as a big paragraph.
Yeah, well, some of it's interesting. Got one just on the president, one about his ranch. That was really cool.
Wow.
Yeah, ranch in the clouds. Cool. A lot of pictures of him, like cutting brush and stuff.
Well, now it's your big ranch guy. You can get some ideas out of that?
Well, Betty had joked, said, we could get a picture of you watching somebody do it that you'd hired.
You're right.
Standing
on top of your big shirt and cargo thing.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Have you seen those trailers for 4-wheelers? Have you seen them? I mean, there are some that are. No, you've already got one of them. I'm sorry. You've already got one because somebody asked me about
Yeah, because he had to get tagged for what?
That's right. That was.
That's quite an experience.
I'm glad I didn't do that. Yeah. Let's go to the.
Yeah, let's go on to something that'll be more fun. J.O.N.
J.O.N. Warner Robbins.
Hello, gentlemen. How's it going?
Welcome, sir.
Hello, Bubba. Enjoyed your birthday party the other night. Had a great time.
Good to see you.
Got to meet Kurt Jarvis, former intern Lurch. Good to see you, man. Gabe. And how about, hey, David and Greg Brown from American Classic? I never got presents at a birthday party before. That was real nice. That was good. Giving everybody T-shirts and stuff. Joanna Dana showed up. The whole thing. Hey, and I had a great time going out to the Bubba Rosa, too. If I hadn't gone out there, I don't think I would have been able to make the party. I loved it out there. I rode around like Hoss.
Glad you could make it up.
I hated this Speedy and Don Juan wasn't there, but you said they had other plans, so
That's great.
So I had a ball.
Thanks, J.O. Good to see you.
Hey, Bubba. Love you, buddy.
Good to see you, J.O.N. Enjoying it like always.
Look, let me tell you something. His ability to pick up where we're going with it and compile his own information. Mark Whitlock. Oh, wow. Hey, Whitlock.
Marky.
Is he there?
Hey, Bill.
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
He went with Bill. Oh, I was doing good till this morning.
Yeah.
Now, Mark, come on now.
Because see, look,
Mark, you've been Family of the Week twice this year.
One question.
We've never been Family of the Week, by the way.
Who sent the biggest, most outstanding gift to the birthday party last year? One word. Who was it?
Now, what, last year?
That'd be you.
I'm thinking that was me, yeah.
What did we do? What was last year?
Remember that big, huge
basket? That was the breaking of the man basket. We debuted
that's
it
right.
on you.
That's right.
Oh, the man. Remember I cried about it and I got one?
Sure.
So quickly we forget here. Mark your calendars for October 3rd, 2003.
I've got it. I've actually got a few openings now in the spring, so if anybody's having birthdays on that week, let me know. We've got a few extra baskets.
You know,
Mark, it was just
Let me say,
love you, man.
Who called me when they were looking for a farm? Let me see who that and who got stuck.
Who called you when they were stuck looking for a farm?
Rick, are you Rick? I need to talk to you, Rick. Is that William?
Let me say this. There's a lot of people you want to get on their bad list. A guy who has his own outdoors place and access to great hunting is not the guy. You know, by gosh, I want to invite Mark to everything.
Rick, about that turkey hunt we were taking Bill on.
Yes.
If you're free, I need to talk to you when you get off the air.
Yeah, I'm good. And what time should I pick you up for the Little League game tonight? I just don't want to go anywhere without you.
I'm thinking about 6-ish.
Hey, Mark, good to hear from you, buddy.
Wow. Hey, Whitlock, I want you to know I think that there's an opening for me to steal you back, and it's now.
I think you can jump in there with very little love right now and take it. Matter of fact,
Mark, you've been losing them pretty quickly lately, hadn't you?
I felt so bad. I'm even letting Calvin off the hook on the golf club. I think today's the day to bury the hatchet.
Why you got drug into that?
Yep.
I didn't still drug in. That was Don Juan, Mark. Remember that, buddy.
It was D, and it was Prater for being an unauthorized lender.
I'm letting everybody free now except for one.
Mark, here's the thing, though. See,
Invited you, buddy.
listen, Mark, here's the problem. I know so many guys you work with so well. See, then they would have been mad. You see what I'm talking about? I couldn't face Will next time I walk in.
Bill, Dana's on the cell phone with your wife right now, so she's sort of painting a different picture. Said that we got X'd.
Hey, Whitlock, let me ask you this: as pardons go out, am I now getting a pardon for the joke I played on you about the wine?
Oh, I totally forgot about that,
good.
man. Well, you're on the number 1 A list.
He's cleared the golf. He said it's over.
You're out, D.
He said it's over.
Handing out pardons.
He said it's over.
Look, thank me, not him.
That's right.
You're thinking.
"35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Glad you're with us today. We'll get to some phone calls coming up here shortly. All right, so Field of Greens. Look, I just continue. Spent the day yesterday with Mom, and she started on Field of Greens, and she said, you know what? When I get up in every day now, I'm feeling better, and I love it. She has fallen in love with it, and for those of you that keep asking about it, she likes it mixed with orange juice. Really, really good. And Field of Greens right now is standing by, ready to help you. It's really pretty simple. No matter what you believe on the origin of mankind, of course, we believe we were created by the one and only living God, but our body is designed to run best on the right fuel, just like an automobile. And the fuel we need is vegetables and fruits, not just any vegetable and fruit, but the right vegetables and fruits. And that's kind of hard to do sometimes, and you're just in your normal diet. But how about this organic superfood? Field of Greens takes care of that. Each fruit and vegetable selected by doctors to support vital body functions, like the heart, the liver, the kidneys, your immune system. All of that is important, and boy, have I seen the difference, and so many of you are letting me know you have too, and I love that. Now, when you hear a better health promise, even the other day, Greg was like, is that right in the copy? I'm looking at it. Here it is. Here's what Field of Greens says. They're so confident that the science the science involving this product will get you a better checkup with your doctor. If the doctor doesn't notice improved health, you get your money back. 15% off and free shipping right now if you go to fieldofgreens.com. Use our code BIGVOX, BIGV as in voice, OX, or look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we were talking about if you are like us, and our culture where we're from, college football is even bigger than professional football. I know for some of you out there that's not the case, but it is for our culture. So college football, and I kind of like that college football, big-time college football, has finally admitted that none of us care if these kids get degrees.
Yeah.
We want to see great football teams. We want to see great football games. And the SEC just got stronger by adding Texas and Oklahoma. We also are going to get a 12-team playoff this year. So fired up. And as I said, EA Sports has also brought the college video game back, too, that everybody loved for so long.
Quick question. Who are the qualifiers for the 12? Remind me of that. Is it conference champions of the Big Four?
I forgot.
And one of them is the non-power conference.
Right.
They get
highest ranked.
Yeah. The highest.
And then the other are just at large who the committee wants to put in there.
I think it seems that way. Yeah. So here is a new hot video the SEC put out. Even with the narrator, if you can't see this, Bubba and I have been looking at videos since there's been video throughout the last 30 years. So here is the hot video they put out yesterday, because it was yesterday, right? When the first day.
Yeah, yesterday was the first official day. Yeah.
So here is a really cool hot video that goes through the history of SEC sports. So here we go.
To the count of running hard to 25. Batting rolling, batting looks, he throws on the end zone. Touchdown! short, Lindsey, 25, 20, 10, 5, Lindsey shot, Lindsey shot.
Here, history runs deep. So does passion, and rivalry, and family.
It ain't about them, folks. It's about us.
It's where we gather as the sun sets in the western sky. Give our all, and grind, woo, walk, and yell. Where we face off between hedges, and where we rock and roll, chomp, sway, sing, ring, soar, and roar. It's the land of legends. The places, the faces, and moments. We've been on top of the world, top of the draft, and seen the confetti fall again and again and again and again. But we're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and set a new standard. Let's welcome more championship swagger, more colors, more fight, and more boom. It's time to march into more hostile territory, usher in more coaching royalty, and witness more things that make you go. It's time to update from 14 deep to 16 strong, and upgrade your expectations for what college athletics can be. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and now, more than ever before, it just means more.
There it is.
Good.
You know what gave me chills? That equestrian.
That's good stuff right there.
I'll admit I got chills when they had the smoke and the Longhorn coming on the field.
Yeah.
When they stopped. Because they're like, now we got that. By the way, you forget.
That almost made me grow hair.
You forget. I mean, think about
When
like
that horse made that jump. Ooh.
Like right now, you forget things like you just picked up the best college softball team in the country.
Oh, yeah.
With Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Their
Pretty good
program.
baseball program.
Yeah, great. Both of them got great baseball. You know, we got basket, got it all. So the SEC certainly just got stronger, and it's going to be interesting to see the season. Kind of excited about it. Now I know there's a lot of things that are wrong with college football right now, but as fans, let's just call it. If we get a good show in those stadiums and on that TV, we don't care.
Yes,
right. Bubba, to answer your question
out of
from
hand,
earlier,
but
no, it's way out of hand.
It's completely out of hand.
They need to reel it in just a little.
12 team will include the 5 highest ranked conference champions, plus the next 7 highest ranked teams, as determined by the College Football Playoff Selection Committee.
Say it again.
The 5 highest ranked conference champions. Okay.
Okay.
Now that does bode the question with
no, when you say conference champion,
the highest ranked.
Highest ranked conference
So
champions.
let's say,
That
like
doesn't mean-
last year, Liberty was Conference USA's champion.
Mhm.
They did go to a major bowl game.
Mhm.
They would have to be the 5 highest ranked.
Correct.
So,
which they would have.
they would have been this year
year
because there's not a Pac-12.
Well, there is. It's called the Pac-2. I don't know how that's going to work out, but they're still. They're still.
Washington
hey,
State.
we're-
They only have 2 teams.
Yeah, they're going to play a lot of non-conference games.
Okay.
But yes,
Don't
that's
give up Pac-12.
The 5 highest ranked conference champions, plus
Okay.
the next 7 highest ranked teams, as determined by the committee.
And the four of the six bowls will host quarterfinal games on or around New Year's Day, which are determined in the pairings and all that kind of stuff. The winners advance to play in the semifinals, held in the 2 remaining bowls 1 week later. The bowls will again cycle on a rotating basis.
If you're a college football fan, I mean, we just may internally combust.
We have begged for this my entire life.
I'm so excited. I can't believe I lived to see it.
And you know, there'll always be an argument
but
about
do.
who's number 13 and 14 and 12, but I'd rather be arguing about that than I had who was number 1 or 2.
But to what Helmsy's
Or
saying is
3
a
or
lot of
4
folks don't confuse who's 13th in the polls, because that's not how it's going to work out. It's going to be who's the highest ranked conference champions, and then because it could be that one of the highest ranked conference champions was number 17 because they're one. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I doubt that'll happen, but it's not like it's just going to be 1 through 12.
It doesn't automatically mean 1 through 12, but it should be pretty close to that, right? It should
be.
track.
Should be pretty close.
If you're headed to a conference championship, you're going to be ranked pretty high, right? Because you're winning a lot of games,
right? Yep. Unless you're one of the conferences that doesn't have strength of schedule, so you're not as
a mid-major.
Yeah.
That comes from the group of 5.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I mean, I honestly cannot believe it. I mean, I know we're not there yet, but Lord willing, if we live to the fall,
we couldn't believe it when they finally made 1 play 2.
I know.
You remember that was a big step.
So on the NCAA football game. So are you fired up like you have been in the past because it's been so long?
No, I'm not. I mean, if I end up with it without having to work too hard at it, when how I always there's things that they're roadblocks for me.
Mm-hmm.
I was told by my family, my sons, that I have to buy a new system. That my system is so old that the new game won't play.
Well, you do
on.
have to update those.
Right. Mine still has duct tape on it.
Yeah. Rick, you need to get rid of Rick, you need to get rid of Pong.
You're right. We'll come back. First phone troll of the day, Patriot Mobile phone troll next. All 10 lines are available. 30 seconds a pop. We'll get a lot of callers in. If you've been waiting to talk, this is your shot. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The wrong guy.
Hey, thanks, Bubba.
Well, hey, Bill.
Yep.
Just I hope there's no sticky mud down there at your new farm because I'm sort of that love after you sign the contract just sort of left me. I don't know what it was.
Hey, you know what, Switlock? Next time he comes down to Mark's Outdoors, I know you got one word for him. Retail.
Oh yeah, that's full blown right there, baby.
Yeah, he's gonna wish you price.
Yeah, if I see D coming down buying anything with a 40 waist or bigger, I know that he's trying to sneak something home.
Hey, can I tell you? I had a little panic last week. Sure enough, I'm behind. I mean, I am miles from a lock gate. Okay, turned to go in a little place I've never had any trouble with, and I got in there kind of at a bad angle, got stuck. Started rocking, trying to get, and started getting sideways and just going from bad to worse. And I just stopped and I thought, this is really going to be bad. Because how about nobody could come get me unless I walked 5 miles to let them in, And I thought, well, that ain't going to happen.
And you in 5 miles, I don't see that.
I might have just stayed till somebody come looking for me,
Hey, Bill.
And it was nice and low, no cell service.
Say, Bubba hadn't showed up, Betty. I'm down here. Bad news. I see buzzards everywhere.
What about 6 months ago, somebody called me from 60 miles away, stuck, needed some help. Who was that?
Oh, it was me.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Wow. It was 35, but
Bill,
it was,
I would have never.
Well, the whole trip.
Never.
How about this, though? I got out, though, without help. How about that?
No. I think you called somebody else to come get you.
No, I meant this time.
Oh, okay.
Whitlock, you might want to give Speedy and D a call. Y'all got a lot in common right now.
Well, I hear, Rick, we're having lunch, so...
what time? 11:30?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, buddy. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
Hey, see you, Mark.
See you, William.
Love you, buddy.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Bye.
See, that's why I'm never again am I having a birthday dinner.
And trying to have one and not get out, that's impossible, too.
Well, see, I heard on Friday y'all say something about Saturday night, and I went,
Well, everybody here, how about if I heard somebody here going, I go, hey, are we having a get-together? I'll be there. I'll invite myself. I wish everybody else would take it upon themselves to be that responsible as I am.
But we couldn't,
really.
Be a self-inviter.
That's right.
We couldn't have done that, though, because the restaurant wouldn't have been able to hold us if we'd have added to it.
It would have been a handle.
So, yeah,
usually.
I was a little low anyway.
Yeah. You can't afford to eat at Fleming's?
Yeah, Tiki Bob's taking all your money.
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. I couldn't handle it, so I'm good with the bucket.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Over. I'm dropping it all. I'm good.
How about it was good?
There it is right here, look. It's done.
Done.
By the way,
Done.
it's one of my new favorite places now, by the way.
It is good.
How about I'll go there in a minute?
So y'all can still talk about it?
Well, I just like it. I mean, it has nothing to do with his birthday. I mean, sure was nice to sit there and tell some stories, a few laughs. Well, you had Little League.
No. Oh, Chuck Peepo's calling. Let me see if he... Hey, Chuck, did you enjoy dinner the other night?
What? I was just talking to receptionist Tawana. She said she had a good time.
Hey, Tawana.
I sure did. Hey there.
Good to see you again.
It was good to see you. That was fun. Hey, you're a big eater. I had no idea.
Good song, Jeff. Crunk it on.
What a good one.
Did I see her in the movie before dinner?
877 Weeby Big. We'll talk with you next. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 14 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba.
I'm a Jack State graduate, too.
Well, let's face it, just when you want to be proud of that, you realize so are we.
Yes.
You know, and then people go, well, it must not have taken too much to get out of that little institution.
Thank you.
Sorry. Of course, between us, we went for 16 years, though.
I know what you're talking about.
Right.
I taught school. I'm retired. And Rick has spoke at our church before at Southside Baptist.
Sure have. Had a great time.
And, yeah, love you.
Thank you.
What I want to tell you, Bubba looks like he's lost some weight and looking good.
He has.
Oh, yeah. It's just falling right off.
There's no doubt about it. The term shrivel up, as a lot of people have been talking about.
Yeah.
Well, he really looks good, but Rick, you need a makeover.
Yeah, I'm hurting. I'm my hair's ragged. I'm averaging sleeping right now about 3 to 4 hours a night. I'm tired. I hate this move. I'm sick of it. So, but it's all gonna work out.
Like your mustache there, just a shorter haircut make you look younger, you know?
Yeah, I'm not you. I don't have any gel right now. I can't. I've scheduled my haircut about 4 times.
Don't let the devil steal your joy, brother.
That's right. I look a little haggard, but this is kind of like my tribute to the troops right now.
Troll, make your phone money matter. Switch today to patriotmobile.com/bigbox. Get free activation. Here we go. 30 seconds a pop. The largest number of people in the program in the shortest amount of time. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. No baby predictions. This is bringing information. JC in Alabama will get us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. JC, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey.
Long-time listener, part-time contributor. Here's why we don't want the 25th Amendment. Let's go back to our civics class. LBJ. If she gets in, she's eligible for 2 more terms. We don't want that.
I don't think that's a problem.
I don't think. You really fear Kamala Harris being elected?
No, I do not, but here's why. If she picks the right running mate, then yes, I do fear, because they'll cheat more.
Well, but
I don't think
no
she
different
can
what we got now.
I don't think anybody wants to be tied to that ticket, number one.
I don't think she can even win with Democrats. Remember, she dropped out early in the primary because she was getting no votes.
Correct.
None. I mean, none.
Well, I think the problem, and I understand your point, JC, I do on all that, but it kind of goes back to the problem. The 25th Amendment was there. Believe it or not, there was a time when the idea was, let's all look out for what's best for the country. That's over. We don't right now. If the Democrats cared about this country, there's no way they would continue this charade involving Joe Biden. This is all about power now. Political parties trying to get into power, people trying to get into power. There was actually at one time a thought process, the 25th Amendment being one of those, where you wanted to look out for what was the best thing for the survival of our country and our way of life. And those days are just frankly over. They're over. We continue. Let's go to let's go to Ryan in Alabama. Ryan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Just for Bubba, it's New Year's Day. You're watching college football playoffs, and you do not have to get up at 3 a.m. and go back to work the next day.
Wow.
How about that? How about that? Bring on the playoffs.
That's right. You're going to get 2 scoops of it.
Can't afford snacks, but it'll be great.
Well, somehow I think you're going to be all right.
Wayne in Alabama. Wayne, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just had a question about the bike ride, the beach bike ride you were talking about yesterday.
Yes.
So is it just not an option to say, yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on the bike ride this year? Is that not an option at all?
No, it isn't.
You've tried it.
To answer your question, no, that's not an option. It's to be part of our family is to take the beach bike ride with Sherry, and only the strong survive. We continue. Let's go to Seth in Alabama. Seth, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's up, Biggin?
Hey, buddy.
So the Pac-2, Oregon State and Washington State, I don't know if y'all said this already, but they'll play their conference games through the Mountain West Conference.
Yeah. Okay. They will. And Helmsley also mentioned, the ACC has picked up California, SMU,
and Stanford.
And
don't forget, UCLA and USC are up in the Big Ten.
Right.
So we're all excited about the SEC, but you got all these other changes as well.
Great. So good. We continue. John in Alabama. John, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, the Great Reset is the core faith of the true believers in the Marxist method. If I can collapse this civilization, a more perfected one to my liking magically reassembles. That's what they believe.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream. It's that weird utopia that.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
it's a 200-year-old pipe dream.
Yeah, it is. You're 100% right on that.
Well, the thing that always amazes me about that thought process is show me where that has worked.
Yeah.
And we don't have any examples. I can show you where the free market has worked, and the level of the standard of living is the highest that mankind has ever enjoyed. With modern miracles and modern technology around us everywhere.
Human beings have so many flaws, and one of them is, because I've actually heard this be addressed, because that's been said before, you know what always happens? Yeah, but we've never tried it.
Yeah. We're going to do it different. Better.
Somehow when we do it, it'll get a different result.
Yeah, good luck.
Let's go to Jake out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Jake, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Rick,
yeah.
Hey, with Trump and Biden coming to this debate 4 days ago, I just want to hear y'all's view on everything coming up and Trump getting more votes than Biden and for the upcoming year. How's it looking from y'all's side?
You mean, do we think Trump will win in November? Is that basically what you're asking?
Yeah, pretty much. And all these accusations on Trump and how it's going to affect him.
Yeah. Well, right now, that ruling yesterday, and Bubba, tell me if I have this wrong. I think you said earlier, the one thing we do know about it is nothing's going to happen to Trump till after the election.
That's what it looks like now. Yeah, this is basically, that's one of the things Joe Biden was griping about yesterday when he was out there criticizing. He said, Biden said the voters deserve a Trump trial before the election. This basically sends it back to the D.C. circuit, and then they're going to have to make some determinations, probably float it up to the Supreme Court again. We could go through 3 or 4 rounds of this. No way it gets done before the election.
Right. So will he win? Now that's different. Is it still Biden? Does somebody else step in? I know it's hard for us to believe, and Bubba's pointed this out many times. It is razor thin. No matter how bad you may think one party looks versus the other, people are so locked into their ideology and their worldview, and they're so sold that their party they're clinging to, no matter how much disarray it may be in, and no matter how bad the people that represent it may currently be, I'm still clinging to my ideology. And most all of us do that, and there's only a very small number of people that don't, and they decide the elections.
Yeah, that's it.
And it's razor thin. So do I think that it should be an easy win for Trump based on the state of our country when he was president versus now? It should be, but it never really is.
Well, Rick, the latest polling still has Trump winning by less than 2 points.
There you go.
And that is well within the margin of error. Yeah. With that candidate running on the other side.
I know. That's back to the point.
Do you realize
Well, that's
that?
the point. It's ideology. It's not the candidate.
Yeah,
right. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Just going to ask Bubba what he thought about the Chevron deference
Supreme Court ruling, if you had looked into it, or if y'all already discussed it, and how you may think that affect.
Okay, are you talking about are you talking about where the companies move around their liability? Is that the one?
Well, it's like, let's say the EPA can just decide you can't build on certain wetlands, and then the Supreme Court doesn't know how to rule on it, so the Supreme Court declares the EPA the quote-unquote.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about. They're saying in some of these cases where the Supreme Court really does not have the expertise to rule in something that's not crystal clear, they will defer to the agency that handles that, whatever their rulings are, which to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what they're proposing.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people talking about the Chevron ruling. I didn't know what they were talking about. I didn't understand it at all, but I saw the headlines on it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, all right.
Rick's in his own battle.
That's right. If they all had long hair instead of a military haircut, this is what they'd look like. Tired, wore down, but fighting for their life.
Well, hang in there. We love you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peggy.
Bye.
Awful nice of you to
How
come.
about I'm thinking about going to a military cut to support the troops and bring Boom on?
No, that's too much.
Okay. Well, I like extremes. You know me. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Speaking of that, Patrick's at Fort Stewart. Patrick, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
Superb.
This is a first-time caller.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you and what you do for the country. Getting
Well,
ready to go, huh?
What's that?
Are you getting ready to go?
I'm getting as prepared as I can. They're really pushing for this.
So are you about to be deployed?
I'll be deployed to Kosovo, and I'm proud to do it, and I'm proud to serve my country and the state of Alabama, and I'm wanting to go and represent Alabama well.
How about we've got folks all over the globe, don't we?
Yes, we
do. Keeping peace and freedom going. We got Kosovo, we got the Koreas, we got Iraq, Afghanistan, and that's just the hot points.
How'd you like Colin Powell's little comment to Syria yesterday?
What's that?
Did you hear that? Well,
No.
They talked about that they might support, Saddam. He said I'd rethink that.
Well, we'll just set them straight too.
Yeah, and everybody was like, "Oh wow!"
I think they're already on the list.
Yeah,
it's kind of like speaking of going to dinner. Oh, I see you're on the list.
Yeah, and he basically all the rumors that. And by the way, Patrick, you're in our prayers. God bless you, and thanks for what you do for the country.
Can I make a shout out?
Absolutely, you can.
I'm wanting to say hello to my family and tell them I'm praying for them. And there's a special person in Nashville, Alabama, where I live, that I love very much. Her name is Amy Lee, and she's my girlfriend right now, but I just want to tell her that I'm going to marry her.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Are you proposing, Patrick?
No, not yet. I'm wanting to propose. I just want to see the
You got to
light
be
in her
careful the
eyes.
way you say that.
Yeah.
Because they'll
Wow. Buddy, I'll tell you what.
For a minute, some of her friends just thought you proposed.
Yeah,
so I wanted to be clear.
You're going to get. I know you're going on to Kosovo, but before you
Well,
go,
I'll tell you what,
we need
I will propose. I will propose.
You will?
Yeah.
Right now?
Right. Amy, will you marry me?
Well, there it is, right there on the show. Right there on the show.
Well, Patrick, good luck.
Patrick, I hope you get a positive response.
Oh, I will. We've been talking about it a long time.
No, so now you have to get a ring and a date.
Oh, yeah.
And what's her name, Amy?
Amy Lee.
In Asheville.
Right.
Well, we need to hear back from
yes,
Amy
we
and
do.
be sure we're good here.
Yes.
You know?
Patrick, thanks, and good luck to you and Amy, and
Let
thanks
us
for
know
what
how
you do.
it comes out.
I will. I appreciate it.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Did we just pressure a guy into asking somebody to marry him right there on the... I mean,
Rick,
that's not
think
what I intended to do.
I think he was teetering anyway.
And you just said go ahead and go.
Sure. I think he was looking for the green light.
Let's go to Brenda in Birmingham. Brenda, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Bermuda grass.
Bermuda grass.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
I was just going to tell you I got a solution for Bubba and his party problems.
Okay.
He just needs to have a birthday week and have a party every night, just one with different groups of people.
See, I tried that, and then if any of your parties get canceled, they think they've been stiffed.
That's right.
Well, they have been, haven't they?
I guess I should have just invited them over on that Saturday night.
That's right. And all of them called pneumonia.
That's right.
But yet it would have worked out.
That's right. Everybody would have been happy. Gone home, got to see. Yeah, thanks, man.
Thanks, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda, thanks for calling, kicking me. Thanks.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
JT, it was good to see you Saturday night.
I enjoyed dinner. Thank you. It was a great time.
It was.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I would have been there. Thank you for the invitation. I really appreciate that. But I would have been there. But My birthday was Saturday.
Was it
Or
really?
no, yesterday, the 30th.
Well,
And my
happy
son's birthday was yesterday.
Well, happy birthday.
Same day. So everybody that didn't get to make Bubba's came to my place last night. We gave away about $5,000 worth of cash and prizes, and had a great time. But
Well, that's good.
thank you for the invitation.
You must have scarfed that from the radio station.
No, I traded it out at car washes, and movie theaters.
How about this? I'll tell you what list JT goes on. He is on the list. I've invited him too many times, and he didn't come, so I don't invite him.
Wow, wait a minute.
Wow.
Think about it.
I know.
Think about it.
JT has a hard time making a date.
Oh, yeah.
But I did like your talk on birthday parties. Michael's, we're going to hold off until this coming Saturday because of spring break. Nobody could make it.
Well, sure.
So now I'm thinking, well, do we go full-blown, hey, rent a pavilion at Oak Mountain, spend a lot of money, BMX bike tracks, or do we just go pizza at the house? Or
Well, here's what you run into. If you think people get upset that you don't invite them to the party, stiff their kid.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you talk about anger.
Well, I was driving Michael to school this morning. He said, Dad, how come we never go to Rick and Bubba's kids' parties? I like them. That's okay.
I know. Well, you know, I thought the other day, which one of my kids does he match up to on age?
Boomer.
Be Boomer. Okay, done.
All right, next time.
Of course, granted, he'll come and Boomer have his friends, and they won't know each other, and then I'll be uncomfortable.
I don't think he would have wanted to make our last Barbie party we had, so I'll just let him pass on that.
Do you find yourself, though, when you have a birthday party and your kids, and when they're little, it doesn't matter, but when they start getting a little older and you start panicking, your kids aren't giving everybody enough?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're looking, there's some kid of a guy you really like in the family, it means a lot to you, and you look, and he's not getting much from your kid. You're going, let's work our way around with everybody now.
Yeah, and you're right about the list. Do you go Sunday school? Do you go baseball team? Do you go grade school? I mean,
if you just take a few from each, you've got like 35 kids.
See,
you go, hey,
because you know, here it is. I'm just going to say it because you know I'm Coach Shower Rick at times. I'll just say it straight up. People can't handle the fact that you know what you can't help it. Like let's say on a football team,
right?
Like it or not, parents, kids. Some kids make a connection, some kids don't, and some kids are closer friends than others. They just are. And there's nothing evil about that. People are kind of drawn to who they're drawn to, and they, you know, how about out of 40 kids on a football team, some of them. Yeah, thank you, Ken Osborne. Who's ready? Big Boy Studio, crank, crank, crank. Here we go. The on-air light is illuminated from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. The gang's all here. We're glad that you are here and look forward to chatting with you this hour. All right, so let's get a update.
Yeah, let me clarify what I said because I had this wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. The Supreme Court ruled 6-3 to overturn what is known as the Chevron doctrine,
right?
Allowing government agencies to interpret the laws they regulate.
Right.
Chevron had led to a massive transfer of power away from the elected representatives in Congress to unelected bureaucrats. Chevron has been a bedrock of modern administrative law, requiring judges to defer to agencies' reasonable interpretations of congressional statutes. Now, how all this come about? Let's cut through all this. This case was based on the National Marine Fisheries Service, which required Atlantic herring fishermen to pay for observers to monitor their catches. Okay? Congress passed no law requiring this, but the Fisheries Service decided on its own that that was part of the law, and the Chevron doctrine backed it up and allowed it.
Yep.
The Chevron doctrine has allowed rule by technocrat experts. This is heavily involved with the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and they use one of the examples of pushing vaccine mandates on the private sector. They cited Chevron in their effort to do this. This really is about a battle between people who believe that government is by democracy or the people versus government by experts.
Yeah. So it really, this is a good thing. And I told you I was not educated on it at all. I saw people celebrating the Chevron ruling. I had no idea what they were talking about. Adler came in and said, I actually think it means that these government agencies we've taken power away from them. And I'm actually glad to hear that, because every single agency we allow the government to have, here comes the 4th of July on Thursday, our founding fathers warned us about this. They will weaponize and they will abuse, so don't give them much.
Yep.
And what was happening is, if I don't like you, I send the EPA out to your land, or maybe I want your land, and I declare, as you've said many times, that this is a waterway that meets the criteria. Of course, it could be something you could step across if they were out to get you.
Right.
And these things can be weaponized. I don't like Speedy, so I'm going to send the IRS after him. I don't like Bubba, I'm going to send the EPA after him. And I don't like you, and I'm going to send the FBI after you. And I'm going to send, the CIA after you. And so these things can be weaponized, and it looks like when it comes to some of these government agencies, this ruling actually took some of their power away, so we should celebrate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you're still going to have to deal with judges, so you're not going to completely get out of, total liberty and freedom, but at least it's back over in the judiciary branch, and it can't be used by the executive branch or the legislative branch.
And I think Congress has given up a lot of its power, especially to the courts, the last few years. If Congress would rule on some of these things and make a decision, but they don't want to touch some of these real political hotbeds,
right?
So they let they defer to the courts to let them settle it.
Well, let me tell you why this ruling.
I don't think that's what they should be doing.
Why this ruling, I think, is super important right now, especially involving the EPA. These man-made climate change worshipers, they can't wait to force their bad science as truth. They've already done it economically on these ridiculous green jobs and all that have not panned out. They're trying to force a market for a product that doesn't have a market yet, all that garbage. But they can't wait to tell the backward folks like you and me that are not quite, we don't think that man-made climate change has been proven yet. They want to force that on us and make us abide by the way they see things, come hell or high water. And so hopefully that may have taken a few teeth out of that bite. If you're looking, we were asked earlier by a caller about how we think the election is going to go in November, and we really don't know. But we had this yesterday. A man reorders his identical Walmart shopping list from 2022 for 45 items. And we have a little video for you, an audio. To me, some of these things just get down to, we got to have something that can take us back to the foundations of a real world. And I think this is one of those places, Bubba, don't we agree that all of us can take a bag of item A and say in 2022 it costs this, and in 2024 it costs that. Right. People can't argue that away, right?
No,
I mean, we can see that, right?
Yep.
So this man's going to do that, and it goes back to the question that we believe the Trump campaign should be asking over and over again: are you better off today than you were when Trump was president, or even in the first few years of this administration? So here we go.
I feel like I'm going to be sick. I just, looked through my Walmart history, and I found this, Walmart order from 2 years ago for the whole month worth of groceries. 45 items cost $126. A whole month of groceries just for me, basically. But I did notice this reorder all button, and I wanted to see how much it would cost now. Now, this order of 45 items for 1 month would have cost $414. That is 4 times more. How the fuck?
Hey!
Oh my goodness gracious!
About it
Good
now.
night. Okay.
We got it.
Okay. And we all wish.
He's asking some question about fudge.
Well, he made a point. And we all wish that he sounded a little more on top of it. But
I'm not sure if we might want to fact check.
But
pal.
anyway, if you hit reorder, man, and it goes from 126 to 414 in 2 years, that's not a political statement. That's just true.
Yep.
And we all see it. You see it everywhere. Of course, I was a little bit jealous that anybody could ever only spend $126 on groceries in a month, but it's just one dude.
Just him, yeah.
Just one dude. But now, No, you're not going to. The cost of everything has just completely.
I'll spend that for 6 items walking in Publix.
Oh,
today.
for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It'll break your heart. You
Right.
come home with a little bitty old bag full of stuff and put it on the counter and go, there's 120 right there.
And how about that? And then it ain't enough to last any time.
I'll get you through the weekend. Maybe. You're lucky.
Oh, it's. I'll tell you one thing, because it's been, the kids have been gone and they're all on their own and doing their own thing. Look, some of y'all out there that still have kids, I'd forgotten about buying stuff for 7 versus buying some stuff for 2.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, me. Because I
jumps on up.
Big Papa said, "Look, let's all have a good beach trip, and hey, it's on me this week." Let me tell you, Big Papa got hurt. I mean, I got beat up pretty good down there. I mean, I just forgotten that number. Hey, Rick, the number 2 versus the number 7, big difference. Big. That's everybody's ordering. It ain't just you and Sweetie Pie.
Yeah.
Everybody's ordering. Oh, so everybody wants a dessert. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's not just one that Mom and I are gonna share. Everybody wants one. Yeah. It's we'll be back. 15 minutes past. So there you go. Those are the kind of things that I believe have some people, reconsidering whether they want to keep doing the same old thing they've always done. 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your kid likes better than others.
Well,
Not so much like, but they hit it off better, I
Sure.
guess is a better way to put it.
My son wants to gather everybody up and go to Sticks.
It's a good idea.
Well, I invite people to do that all the time. JT, you never go. So.
Well, it's because I'm on the air, but I have come to lunch with you before, and Bubba.
Bubba, do you remember the greatest Sticks moment of all time?
Okay, let's go back to the
When
phones.
JT announced it today, it was on him. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
that was one of my absolute favorites.
And not only your cards decline, but they take it and cut it up.
No, they
didn't cut it up.
Well, with a pair of scissors. But
Sure.
But thanks, JT.
I think throwing it on the grill, letting it melt's the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's just nice to know that I'm closer to you than Speedy.
Yeah. Well, and
you needed to let Speedy get a little further away from you, from whispering in your ear before you relayed
maybe
it.
Maybe go away and come back.
Yeah.
Hey, just tell him.
Hey, and
Speedy's hurrying to clear the area.
Was Mickey at the party?
Yeah.
Bubba, thanks so much.
Good to see you, Mick.
I don't, what caught me by surprise, I don't normally get invited to those things because I know I live up on the lake, but
sure.
I happen.
Usually working.
But what confused me, though, is when you said there wasn't going to be enough room because 2 seats next to me was empty.
Right.
We had the midget that you literally rammed under the seat on the right-hand side.
Right.
Then Scotty K.
Right.
But the 2 seats on the left-hand side was empty, wasn't they, Rick?
Yeah, but
I had my coat in one of them.
No, I was going to save one for your ghost because I knew he liked to come with you, and one for the dog.
That's right. That's what that was for.
Tell you about running over the puppy with the golf cart.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, let's not relive that again today.
Is he going to make it?
JT, when you're coming in the building and I'm hollering, wait a minute, did that give you any indication that I might not have a key to the elevator or any way to get up here?
No, I didn't. I didn't even know that was you beeping at me. I thought you had a Cadillac. I didn't know you got rid of the Cadillac. I didn't know who that was.
Good thing you ain't in the war. Hey! Hold it a minute. They're shooting at me. Boy, he's here from the neck down, man.
And the other part of that statement is surely we would lose.
Oh, yes.
Boy, it was great, though. Food good. Man, you looked good.
Well, haggard a little bit.
I'm surprised to see a lot of people I hadn't seen before.
25 minutes past.
A lot of people I didn't even know.
Rick and Bubba.
On the World Wide Web, it is Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. We are honored to have in the studio this morning. We're appearing with him this weekend in Nashville at Zany's.
Shoemaker back.
Put your hands together for Mickey D. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Everybody say.
The other day, and they played that while I was.
Did you love it?
Yes.
Hey, what happened the other day when I went to you on the phone and it wasn't there? When
I was on a cell phone, it dropped out, and then I called back, and then I heard what you were doing. You said I'd understand, and I do. He was, but that's a compliment.
He was a little bit
to me.
imitated.
Well, that's a compliment to me. Because I used to open for Shu a long time ago.
Yeah.
We got to be good friends. Don't ever play trivia with him. He's a brilliant guy. History and
I'm glad you didn't get to talk with him after the show.
why.
Yeah.
We love Shuey, okay?
No, we
You
love
understand
him.
that.
We love him.
But he is about as far off the mark on this war as you could be.
Well, it's California. You know, them people...
Now, he'll tell you he's not. He said he's from Philadelphia, but...
I work with them all the time, and I worked with one in the Bahamas, and I got a great kick out. You tell California people, here's when they order. They'll order something weird to eat, and then they'll say, and this guy that I was working with from L.A., he said, I want water to drink, 3 lemons, 1 squeezed. I said, that's the way them pay. They're in a different world, y'all.
My gosh.
We just need to discount them. And maybe we could dig a little trench and just let California kind of just float out there like a little
it's working
buoy.
on that on its own.
Yeah. That Marizona
I don't remember.
trench.
I don't remember who it was.
San Andreas.
If it was Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor or somebody in that genre.
I can't wait to hear this quote.
No, and they said what we're talking about.
I was born.
No. Now,
You're on Mr. Gilmore's property.
what they said was the biggest mistake other countries make is they think America is New York and California.
Exactly.
And he said what they don't know about is the South, the Midwest, the Southwest.
Did you see the latest poll, too? The
Yeah.
Southeast is not the area with the highest concentration of people supporting the war. It's the Midwest.
Yeah.
And
We're
the-
second, close, but
and
they
the-
beat us a little bit, and I'm ashamed of that, really.
And the bozo, the girl in New York City that had the placard that thinks she knows more about how to fight a war than generals that have been in there 30 years, and that's all they've ever done, 365 days a year, 7 days a week. They dedicated their life to the Army and the Marines and protecting us. And now...
Let's go. 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. You know, I find myself in an odd situation today, Bubba. Earlier on, you and I both kind of stepped in and said, look, there's a lot that we can point to President Biden and say he's really losing his cognitive skills and, like saying pause when it was told to pause. But we defended him earlier on this end quote thing that's going on today, that he really was quoting a Supreme Court justice, so it was appropriate to say this is where her quote ends and then my own stuff begins. So we kind of defended him today, and I think I'm going to have to find myself sort of defending Joel Osteen now. And this really feels odd. I'm not a fan of Joel Osteen. I mean him no harm. I disagree with him theologically on many things. And I do not think that, that he and I would agree. Well, he's even been on the show. And what I will give Osteen credit for, he will not engage in an argument. Anytime we'd bring up something that we disagreed with, he would just agree with us. You remember that? It was odd.
Yeah.
We would say, now, right here, yeah, that's right. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not what you say. But anyway, so he's kind of hard to pin down. He's catching flack today because there's no doubt. Now, look, if you preach health, wealth, and prosperity, it's important that you be healthy, wealthy, and prosperous.
Yeah.
And he is. He has done quite well for himself. He has a net worth of about $50 million. He's got 2 homes in Texas, one $10.5 million, another $2.9 million. And good for him. But he put out a tweet that people are really beating him up about, and you might be surprised. I actually think it's unfair. Now, I do understand the hypocrisy it may seem with this, but really, I'm not sure it is, because what he's saying is true. Okay, because, it really is, and here's what he said, Bubba. He said, it's the simple things in life that bring us the most joy. You may not have a lot of resources, but if you have a family, you're blessed. If you have your health, you're blessed. And if you can look up at the stars at night, you're blessed. Of course, I would probably thrown in there, especially in his position, if you've been redeemed by the one and only living God and your sins have been forgiven, you're really blessed, no matter what your situation is, and you're truly free. He left that part out. I would have added that. But just because he's wealthy and just because he's done well doesn't mean this statement isn't still true.
Right.
You could even apply it to him. He can have all these things, but if he doesn't have, his family, if he doesn't have his health, and if he can't look up and see the stars at night, all this stuff he has means nothing.
Yeah.
So even though, you may go, well, yeah, it's easy for him to say, but it's still true what he's saying. So there's a lot of things you want to take Joel Osteen to task over. This one feels a little more people being
nitpicky.
Mm-hmm. You know, now there's a lot that Joel Osteen and I would you've heard. I would stand up and say I got a lot to say about this. But in this one, what he said is true, and it would even apply to him with all the things he has materially. Yeah. You know? So now he's done well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got but again, if you're going to preach that, it better be well, you know. And the blinking thing, I don't know what to do about that, but that's me being nitpicky.
Okay.
No, I said that's me being nitpicky. I don't.
You've pointed so many things out in people, and now I can't get it out of my head.
How about this? Today on this program, you've heard us defend attacks on Joe Biden and Joel Osteen.
It's quite a day.
Joe and Joel.
How about this? Anything can happen.
Can I ask you a question? I got an email here, and I don't understand, or maybe we just did something I forgot.
Okay.
Why are you complaining? It says complaining about buying your family dessert on vacation. Did we?
No. He was just saying if you're empty nesters and you're normally going out with just you and your wife, and then you're paying for 7, it's a big difference in the price.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's all he was saying.
Is the person being serious?
Why are you being so mean to your family?
Because that's a fact.
Just didn't understand why. I guess it was you, because it was sent to me, and I thought, I don't think I mentioned dessert today.
I don't know if anybody was complaining. It was just a fact. It cost a lot more.
That's a ridiculous email. I was kidding around about being out with my family and now having 7
I have a
versus
feeling
2.
I know who it's from.
People
I
can't
do
take
too.
jokes.
I bet I know who it's from too. I've got this one person that is banging a gong every time I say anything or do anything.
And it's completely wrong about everything.
And so far has not really got anything factually right. But
well, for some reason they're giving it to me today.
Yeah,
well, I don't know why you said it, Bo.
Yeah, am I on that?
No.
Okay,
I think it's a different one.
This guy is
who I thought it was.
completely off base because everybody knows if it's dessert and Bubba, he buys everybody 2 things they want.
Right.
So,
listen,
what in the world?
Bubba even buys you dessert on his birthday.
Yes.
I don't think I can ever be accused of being nitpicky at lunch.
No.
Can I? You know,
on email.
We love the whatever the lighten up Francis. Let me talk to Francis because I'm just going to call this person Francis. You do realize that what we were just talking about was a joke, right? It was tongue in cheek.
Yes.
Yeah.
And talking about vacations and fun and all that. There's not a member of my family that was with me last week that would say, yeah, Dad was really grumbling about providing all of us this great vacation. It was actually a joy and a pleasure, and I made that clear. That was what you call a joke.
Yeah,
that was
having a little fun.
That was what that's what you call tongue in cheek.
I don't know why you're complaining.
Yeah, right. So lighten up, Francis. As a matter of fact,
Rick, why are you complaining?
As a matter of fact, Bubba, I'll go this far. I'll say, no matter how many desserts you can afford, it's the simple things in life that bring us the most joy. You may not have a lot of desserts, but if you have a family, you're blessed. If you have your health, you're blessed. And if you can look up at the stars at night, you're blessed. Yeah. I'm just going to quote Joel Osteen.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
I am reminded about that almost weekly.
It's true. Well, it's true. I mean, the stuff, it ain't going with us. I mean, if you can have, I know a lot of people that have a lot of stuff, but they don't have the things that matter. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have those, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm learning a lesson on that. And as far as your health, I've got scans again next week.
Oh, yeah.
I have to get to go lay in a CAT scan, and you realize how important your health is.
Amen.
But we're in the process of moving, so as you clean out 20 years of stuff, you realize. A lot of this was just ridiculous. I didn't need it, and now I'm having to pay somebody to haul it to the dump. It just keeps giving.
We've talked about this on the show before, but when one of the biggest industries that has exploded in the American society is storage buildings, I mean, now let me be clear. I understand an heirloom. This is something that was special to our family, right. And it has value beyond money.
Right.
Keeping those, I totally get.
Yeah.
Why there's a dining room suite in a storage building right now that nobody's ever going to use, ever. Why is it still there?
No, that needs to be dealt with.
That I don't know.
Yeah, that's what hit me. I don't know if y'all remember when we kind of downsized and moved about 4 or 5 years ago. It's been a minute. That's what hit me.
Right.
And it was a friend of mine that said, nothing in there was antique furniture that was handed down, or it was just stuff that we had that we didn't know what to do with.
Right.
And he was like, you could probably just give that away, and what you've paid in storage units, you could just buy everything in there again.
Yeah.
And you've spent more in storage
or even
units.
sometimes moving stuff. With the kids moving, and, this piece of furniture.
Right. And I was college.
I said, just run the numbers on it because it may not always be the case, but sometimes
it is. Yeah.
It's cheaper just to leave it.
No, you're right. No, you're right. Well,
and
or
use the money
or
that you would have
something.
spent moving to go get you a new one that may be in better shape or updated.
Right. Yeah, I'll tell you something. We come back
and
on
they'll
that.
deliver it and set it up.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm gonna tell you something. When I come back, I've noticed something.
That's a fact.
And of course, I'm a turnkey guy, but yeah, once you said, all right, we're not using it. All of our adult children, we've given them all the furniture that we weren't going to use that they said they wanted. Okay, so what about this other stuff?
What are we doing?
Who's this going to? I mean, it's give it to somebody that can use it. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some little snotty-nosed business major with a placard at Berkeley is going to try to tell this general how to run a war. How about shut up? Okay?
Yeah.
Just shut up.
Whenever you hear the term Berkeley, hang on. I mean, because just, but the thing about it, and you said it when you first got here, what is happening right now, what I'm glad is we're finally, even though, and this makes me a bad person, y'all pray for me, even as good as it's going, I still think we're still too worried about hurting everybody's feelings when it comes to war. Even though I've got the people in there I think can get the job done, I even disagree how far they're going to make sure nobody gets upset. But I'll tell you this, more so than not, we're doing what we need to do, and we're not caring what everybody thinks about it. We still do more than I'd like to see, but it's better than it was.
It's trying to stay above the fray and everything. And in this way, this country's probably always going to be, the minority. People keep telling on television, all these commentators, the liberals go, the majority of the American people are against this war.
Oh, no.
That's not true.
Here's what I hate. They don't say it that way. They say, don't want this war. Don't want this war.
When did 28% become a majority? See, this is a democracy. 73% want something. Hey, we got to go with it. Or you've got that other choice that all of us have. Go somewhere else.
How about even a step further? It's a representative democracy, and the people we have elected followed the Constitution, got the vote, and now they're executing the plan.
How about everybody keeps forgetting about that vote? How did that get forgotten so fast?
Oh, yeah, it was overwhelming, too, in our own Congress. And by the way, I need to clarify, the UN is not the law of the land in the United States. We have some people confused about that.
Shoot.
I could care less what Cameroon thinks. You know what? Maybe people in Cameroon ain't that smart. Maybe that's why they're in the condition they're in. How about that? I hate to just crush your little Cameroon feelings, but that may be the case.
Well, if you look at the past and if you look at history, no doubt that there's a lot of people in the world that view us as kind of quitters and a little bit soft. You take Vietnam, you take other conflicts we've had, where we always have done this. We stopped at the Rhine River. Patton had to stop and let de Gaulle ride in on a Jeep and act like he liberated his own country after we fought there for a couple of weeks, I mean, they went right across. It's insane. It's insane that people, the best book to read right now would be a history book. It's all in there. It's happened before.
Isn't that why they told us in
Korea
school that we studied history so we would not repeat it? Isn't that what they kept telling us?
Exactly.
Well, did some of y'all sleep through that, or are you just stupid? I can't figure out what it is.
I tell you what I love about the military too, which is so impressive to me. There's Geraldo, watching him be a cheerleader for the military.
It scares me a little bit.
It's kind of funny, but he's standing there at one of his pet rallies he has now. And which I love, and the guy.
I think he's got a gun fighting, Rick. I think he thinks he's a Marine.
Well, when they attacked New York, that turned him around.
Oh, yes, they don't hit him with a chair. I think he'll be all right.
How about this? He wears that broke nose proudly now. Have you noticed some of the nights when it's cold up there, that nose looks really bad?
Yeah. He didn't get it fixed completely.
No, there was still some work that needed to be done on it.
Like a follow-up job?
Somebody quit on it too early, too.
Yeah.
But, the thing that the guy said, he gets up there, and he said he was in the Gulf War last time. He said, can you believe you're here? And he said, well, I'm glad I am. I'm ready. And he said, well, did you think you upset you didn't finish it last time? He said, sir, I don't make those decisions. I'm here to do what they need me to do.
Yeah.
You know, just boom. They don't even go there. If you bring you that up, I don't make those decisions, sir. You know, I'm here to do what I'm told.
One of them looked over his shoulder and he said, whatever they tell these guys to do, I'm gonna make sure they do it. We're gonna do it right. That's just the classy people that's coming out of this in the end. The military. Well, they're the ones that's held their head up high. They could go in there and do a lot of bad things and get down in the mud with everybody else. But I'm really, really proud. I don't believe I've ever been.
They're
proud.
bigger than me.
Oh,
yeah, they're a lot bigger.
Because see, if I was in charge and I would have caught a lot of flack, I would have ended the war in about 20 minutes.
And these 28, these 70-something% of us, and we know who are out here with these people that get up every morning and go to work, ain't got time to protest, ain't got time to sit down and write a lot of letters, ain't got time to email, got kids to raise, got daycare to go pick them up, go to school. We need to remember people like Arnett, all these movie stars, and when I see them on TV now, I'm just going to cut it off. I'm not going to buy the music, and I'm not going to go to their movies. I mean, period. If everybody would do that, we'd teach some folks a lesson. We just mamby-pamby going to go back and go to their movies. I'm not going to go. I'm done with them. I'm done with them.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Really, it's gone pretty well, other than Bubba complaining about getting his family dessert. It's been a smooth day today. So you know what that shows me again? And I know you've been through this, and I have too. Sometimes you're like, it's the years of being, Rick and Bubba. Is how many times that people, because it happens when we go out live, people have either emailed you or me, and I've realized about halfway through the email, they think I'm Bubba. Mm-hmm. And they've taken this topic and they put it on me when it's really Bubba who they need to ask about, and like that just happened with you. I think a lot of times people have no idea which one's which, and it just all kind of runs together into one little montage.
Well, we all sound alike.
Yeah, so that's it. So, hey, let's talk a little bit about sleep, and then we'll get into this question you've got, Bubba.
It was a crazy clip. I saw it. I'm interested in getting to the bottom.
I think it's a good discussion. HelixSleep.com/BigBox right now. The only thing better than just sleeping on a random mattress that you picked out of a random place, what about having a mattress that was designed for you? Well, that's what Helix does. First thing, they want to know, how do you sleep? What do you mean by that? Well, do you sleep on your back? Do you sleep on your stomach, on your side? That matters. So if you did not sleep well last night, Helix Mattresses has a hybrid design combining individuality, wrapped steel coils in the base with premium foam layers on the top. It's a perfect combination of comfort and support, and they're fiberglass free. So it's why you don't get a better sleep. It's because you're not sleeping on a Helix mattress. So get one that's customized for you. They got 14 unique mattresses, a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, a mattress made just for kids, which, by the way, got Best Mattress by Parents Magazine. So they'll do that. They'll get it all set up for you on the sleep quiz. They have their own manufacturing facility in our country, so it's made here and comes straight to you. They'll ship it to you, no charge there, and you got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you want to keep it. And if you don't, then you get a full refund. So go right now. They also have 10 and 15-year warranties based on which model you have. Save up to 30% right now on improving your sleep when you go to HelixSleep.com/BigBox today. Now, this is part of the big July 4th sale, and they'll ship it right to the door. So get that done today. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Now, Bubba, this question comes from a topic that comes up on the show a lot, vanilla ice. So I know. I don't know how vanilla ice is tied into this.
Okay, so this is going to appear to be odd, okay? Mm-hmm. But I was just curious. I saw a clip. I don't know if it was on a promo or real. You see so many things during the day now. Yeah. You can't keep up with them all.
Right.
Vanilla Ice is talking about, he made a lot of money in real estate.
Yeah, it's funny. It's odd that happened, but you're right. Yeah.
And he was talking about one of the great ways to save money.
Right.
On your property.
Right.
And he said, and he was telling this guy, it may have been a reel I saw. He said, bury a family member in the backyard.
Bubba.
And I said, what? You know, when I heard that, I tuned in. I said, what is he talking about? He said, once you know, there's obviously a permitting process and probably some zoning issues. But if you can bury someone, a family member, in the backyard, it is then designated as a burial zone, if you would, and you don't have to pay property tax on your house.
Bubba, come on now.
That's what he said.
Now you'll never sell it again because you got.
Is this it? Right.
You got somebody buried in the backyard, though.
But I'm not Googling this because it is going to be on my search engine.
Some of the stuff he says is accurate, but I do think that one thing that he says is wrong.
Yeah. You talked about how there's advantages of actually burying someone in your backyard.
Yeah.
And you said something about it when Trump buried his ex-wife in his backyard.
Yes.
It got rid of all the liens.
Absolutely. Not just that. Yeah. Oh, it's way beyond just liens. You don't owe any property tax forever. Never, ever again. This is why they just found out that this whole hoax that went viral about Elvis Presley in the state, did you see that?
No.
It's impossible. You can't go bankrupt with Graceland. You can maybe the business part of it, but the property will always remain with the family because of the burial site. It completely grandfathers it in. So you actually will never owe property tax on the entire property forever. Forever. You will also...
In every state?
Yes. In the United States.
That's the part. So if I put a dead body in my backyard, anyone, right? Any dead body.
Your family.
Only my family.
Got to be your family.
Okay, so I kill somebody. All right, let me think. Who do I don't? Who do
you
I
have to be related to them so that you have the tie to them.
All right, so the only thing he was wrong about was it's not that way in every state?
It varies state to state.
Okay, wow. But I can't believe
isn't that crazy? And the fact Vanilla Ice was seriously talking about it.
I just don't want to type in, can I bury somebody
It started
in my
with Trump, who did he bury an ex-wife in his backyard?
Is that true?
Yeah. Ivana
was buried in his backyard?
I thought she was buried at part of Mar-a-Lago.
I didn't even know she had died.
Greg.
Not Melania.
No, I know. His first one.
But what I'm talking about is, isn't that always a bone of contention?
It's very first.
Most current wives hate ex-wives. You don't need her in the backyard.
Right. Okay, he buried
it's
her
going to keep coming up all the time.
He buried Ivana at the Trump National Golf Club, Bedminster. That's a New Jersey property.
So does he pay property tax on it?
It's a good question.
Three theories as far as why Ivana was buried at Bedminster.
How many times?
What are they?
How many times has Trump been married?
3.
3 times? Okay.
Yeah. 3. Marla Maples was in the middle.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
One of the theories is Trump is running a tax scheme, an elaborate. It's just according to this page I'm pulling up right now.
Yeah.
Or is that according to Vanilla Ice?
Yeah. Oh, this was written by Vanilla Ice Times.
No, he's got
But is that? I'm just curious. In the many states that listen to this show, has anybody ever heard of that before? And is that true?
So, first of all, you got to find out if it's legal to have a home burial. That's where you start.
Let's start one.
There's 3 different rules to this. There's allow home burials. There's only allow home burials with funeral director involved, and then there's do not allow home burials. California, Washington State, and Indiana do not allow home burials. So you can't do this there. We fall under, in Alabama, they only allow home burials with funeral director involved. So we'd have to get them involved.
But you could do it.
Well, this is just buried. I don't know about the tax.
Does it mean I don't have property tax anymore?
Tax is a separate issue. Okay, but we got to start. We got to start with, can you actually do this or not? And there's 3 states you can't.
Okay.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, roughly 8 states that can if you get a funeral director involved.
Right.
And then the rest of the states, yes, you can just go whoever, you can bury whoever you want to, whenever you want to.
All right.
Now, then it goes state. That's the part Vanilla Ice was wrong about. It is state to state on what tax exemptions are there.
Okay. What about Bama?
Don't know about that.
Okay.
I lost interest after.
It's tough for me to take financial advice from a guy with a flat bill.
Rick, I lost interest after I found out a funeral director had to be involved. And I just couldn't do it on my own.
Right, yeah.
That's
you and a shovel.
But all that means is they're going to bring the backhoe out and
guess.
and
But you also means you're not going to dodge that cost.
Right. That's the
right. But you're talking about a proper burial.
Hey, I don't have to dig that hole.
No, you're right. But now you do save money on the plot though, because it's yours.
But Gary can bring his skid steer down there.
Just shoveling the dirt back on top of it's enough work if you've had to do that.
Hey, y'all ever try to dig 6 feet?
Hey, if you want to bury Bubba, on his yard, I can come do it.
Trump, 6 feet's a long way.
It is.
According to the Huffington Post, Trump slashed his taxes at the Bedminster property by about $80,000 to $90,000 a year.
Putting the ex-wife.
Stop. Collaborate and listen.
Didn't they bury Coach Dye under one of them Japanese maples on his property?
You may be right.
But he donated that to the university.
But if you're a billionaire, $90,000 a year is not that much money.
Who are you to judge?
Well,
but Adler,
Osteen.
if I've had to point out to several people, yes, that's not a lot to a billionaire, but how do you think he got to be a billionaire?
Yeah, right. By burying ex-wives in yards.
Yeah. Well, you take advantage of what legally is yours to take advantage of. And it's more headache and it's more effort, but
our property taxes in Alabama
that's a year, though, he saved that.
Yeah,
add that up.
Are so low, I think I'd rather just pay the taxes and not have somebody dead in the backyard.
Right, yeah. I shouldn't have relocated. My other yard
Well, you
was a little
remember
better for it.
them old home places, you'll find a family plot.
I got you. Yeah, that's a little different. That feels a little different. Greg's got a fence. Greg's got a fence around. It feels a little different. Yeah. But when it's just back there in the yard like one of the pets,
There was a place where I used to work that there was and it was just like a nice trailer and all, and in the yard. I don't know if it was there, but their headstone was.
Wow. Phone calls to end the hour.
It was a landmark for us. We go Google over that.
Some of you may can weigh in on this or bring up your own topics. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines are available. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up with phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I heard this from Craig Friday about women and children being killed. You know, if we had sit at home, women and children were going to be killed in Iraq.
His mama would have been killed if we'd have sat at home.
I mean, you know, it's just crazy. I don't follow.
Let me tell you something. When a story comes out, two of them that to me speak volumes. Number one, he tried to kill his own son because his son was getting too popular. Number two, he's got a son who got his legs broke or he's paralyzed.
Got shot in an assassination attempt.
Okay.
And partially paralyzed.
What did he do? He said it made him angry for his circle of friends to be walking, so he had all their legs broken so they can ride around in the chair with him. And see, these are not exactly the kind of guys you want to be palling around with or invite to your birthday party. You know, I mean, they
didn't get invited, by the way.
Right.
Let's be clear.
So it's just
there's going to be there ain't enough egg to go around.
If you don't think that some of these dictators are psycho, did you see the story on North Korea today? You are not going to believe this. Where is it at? Peter Arnett fired. That's a good one.
Rick, it would be akin to the Crips and these countries are sort of be like the Crips and the Bloods taking over California or L.A., which might not be a bad deal
which
right now.
Happened?
But that's about what we've got here. We've got people that's gotten in there that ain't nothing more than a gang, sadistic people. They can't make it. There's people in this country the same way. They don't want to work. They don't want to get a job. They want to live in a palace. And they've got to have a cause. They can't do this by saying, hey, we just mean. We want to do it because we're doing it. So they pick religion. They pick all different kind of problems to blame it on. It ain't a thing in the world but a bunch of bad, awful thugs that happen to be able to take over a country, and they ain't going to have it very long.
You are not going to believe this story out of North Korea today. Apparently, Kim Jong-il, who is the dictator there, is having all triplets that are born in the country separated from their parents.
Yeah, I read that.
Now, he says he's doing this because of the poverty in their country, caused by the U.S., of course, that they can't take care of them, so he has to go take them away with a gun to their face so they can help them out. He is paranoid or has had a dream or something that that triplets are going to be born and they're going to take over power in his country. I mean, does this
sound familiar?
Yeah. Didn't I hear this story one time?
Yeah, I was paranoid there was a king coming, so I started killing all the little boys.
Yeah. What
That
kind
was
of
a story from a long time ago,
Wow.
wasn't it? Reckon that had a
I'm
meaning?
afraid that's
Reckon that had a meaning?
I'm afraid that's a repeat there, Kim Jong.
Well, thank God. Hey, the fact that God decided to have you in this country is blessing number one.
I would kiss the ground if this carpet wasn't so dirty in here.
I mean,
and support it or go down and get you a bus ticket. I'll pay half.
well, and then this misconception: we can't even protest. Everybody gets mad at us.
Yeah, you can.
Well, you can protest, and everybody has a right to get mad about it, as long as they don't do anything criminal.
That's right. Stay out of the road. Don't block it, and we won't beat you up. How about that?
19 minutes to the top. We'll be right back.
I think.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
877 We Be Big's our number.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Hey.
Collaborate and listen.
I don't know.
Come on. Check out the hook that I stole from Queen as the DJ revolves. Yeah. Let's work our way back. Phone calls will wrap up the hour.
Was that the greatest video when it come out? How funny was that?
Yeah, I forgot about that. I did. All right, to the phones we go. If you got time, we got some room here. Some lines are available. Let's go to CJ, Greenville, South Carolina. Hey, turn the radio down, CJ. You're on. Go ahead.
Hi, I live in the Panhandle of Florida. I've had multiple patients or families who buried their loved ones on the property. In fact, one patient dug the hole with his backhoe, then covered it, and that's where he was buried.
Well, did they allow that? Did they allow that? Now, your number says you're from South Carolina, but I guess are you talking about South Carolina or Florida?
I'm talking about Florida. I'm here on vacation.
Understood.
And no, in Florida they allow it as long as it's property and it will be inherited by family.
Right. Do you not have to pay property taxes if you have a loved one?
Yeah. What if you move?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you know, if you've got loved ones
I
buried,
think you would have to keep.
You got to
the
stay
property,
there.
Yeah.
You would think.
You got to
and
stay
if
there.
I'm buying a home, I really don't want one that comes with somebody
So
else's
great. Let's say
family.
you walk up.
But it happens.
You're about to buy my house, and all of a sudden,
If it's a good one, I don't care.
What kind of price?
I say to you, now I do want to let you know.
I'll keep the family plot up.
Because the plot's usually real far away from.
I do want you to know one thing. You probably have noticed a tombstone up on the hill.
That's Uncle Frank.
That's not a bird dog. Let's go to.
Not a bird dog.
Is it Pexy?
Oh,
Pexy.
Pexy
Pipe. Wilsonville. Go ahead.
No, it's Texie. Texie.
Oh,
Texie.
Hey, Texie.
Hey, I was calling. Y'all really made me think about this storage building I've been paying rent on for 3 years now. Over close to $5,000. There's nothing in it. Everything in it combined would not even be worth $1,000 probably.
I think I'd pop it up, have an auction, and say goodbye.
Oh, let me tell you about this, Texie. I'm glad you said that,
it's
Bubba.
done.
Texie, listen to this. Check with the story. I couldn't believe this. I was talking with the people that run the storage building that we have, and they said, and they're doing it, I think, this week or this weekend. They have periodically where they put out refreshments and everything. Everybody opens up their storage buildings, and it's set up like a farmer's market or like a flea market, and everybody's selling.
Yeah,
And
like a big yard sale.
And you go down there, and it's a big yard sale, and they host it. They'll handle it for you.
That may be what Lisa needs.
Is this the one you've never been to?
No, this one I've been to.
Okay.
The one in Huntsville or Decatur, I've never been to. I've never been there.
That's
I don't
crazy.
know how I ended up
It
with
could
my
be empty.
Rick, you that needs to end.
I don't know how I ended up
If
with it.
nobody wants the table, let's just
How did
donate it to a cause.
I agree. It's Meemaw's
Well, look,
stuff.
I love Meemaw, but I don't, Rick, I don't need Meemaw's table.
Well, right, but you probably ought to go through it.
Y'all.
Well, you know,
Guys,
hey, it's been in a building for all these years.
I
so it
gotta-
might as well be gone.
I got to go to Huntsville coming up in a couple of weeks.
No telling what's in it.
No telling.
I'm going by and seeing it.
No, you're not.
I got
no,
to.
you're not.
This is the time I'm going.
You have said this so many times.
And I'm gonna pop it up and say I'll take one money.
One money.
Y'all, I know $5,000 seemed like a lot. You're like, oh, she must be charged a lot over 3 years. That's just $140 a month.
That's right. That's about that's
Boom,
it.
$5,000.
Climate control,
Gone.
something like that.
Boom.
That's what it's
Dragon
gonna be.
breath.
Bam. Dragon breath.
Let's go to Butch in Silicaga. Butch, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you guys, I hate you going to retire on me, but I was listening and I was going to chime in on that getting buried on your property. I had an uncle served 30 years in the Navy. He has a big old farm between Talladega and Silicaga, and we buried him with permission from the government and a bunch of legalities.
What about property taxes? What happened then?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you should have listened to Vanilla Ice.
Did you talk to Vanilla Ice about it ahead of time?
Vanilla Ice has told you may not have to pay property taxes again.
He told you to check out the hook.
Will you get Vanilla Ice on as a guest before the end of the year?
Butch, will you check out the hook? Is this DJ Revolve? Yeah, come on.
Because if there's a problem, he'll solve it.
I'm gonna tell you, it is funny if you look at the words.
It's a really good song, by the way. I can't help it.
It's fantastic.
I hate it. I want to hate it so bad.
Every time it plays, I want to dance so hard.
There ain't a person alive that don't go.
Dave,
if you've been to a wedding, they hit the dance floor.
Oh,
when that
yeah.
comes
But can I ask you this? Do y'all move that way when you hear the song Under Pressure?
No.
No, I like the song.
It's not the same.
No, he's got the beat on
he's
top
got all
of it.
that. But I do like the song.
I have been begging JC for his walk-up songs to go old school with some different stuff, and they just won't do it.
Why
I'm
not?
I said everybody will start like.
They'll love you for it.
Dirty deeds done dirty.
What's he play? What is he got?
I can't remember. I don't know.
Why don't he do Ghostbusters? I like it.
Ghostbusters.
Dave, for a walk-up song, it's great.
Bang, 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 bang.
Dave in Birmingham. Dave, go ahead.
Gentlemen, hey, I remember years ago you had the segment, is it Gene Simmons or Dave Ramsey with financial advice?
Correct.
You need to do, is it Ozzy Osbourne mumbling or Joe Biden mumbling?
That's a good one.
We can guess who it is.
That's a great idea.
That is.
That is a great
Or
idea.
what if we did real estate advice? Is it Mr. Wonderful or is it Vanilla Ice?
Yeah.
I like that.
Wonderful eyes.
How about I don't know what it was, but I scanned by a Shark Tank last night,
He is so funny.
And he got so upset because short-haired woman, whoever she is,
Barbara, he's had a lot of work.
Barbara,
Her mouth doesn't move.
She invested in what they thought was an absolute flim-flam snake oil salesperson, and he made him furious. He goes, I cannot believe you just did that. And she goes, why? He goes, you just legitimized this guy. And she's got, well, I really think, and he goes, I can't believe what you just did.
You know, I always wondered about if they really did it or how it worked out. And I like the shows where they go back and show some of them.
Yeah, me too.
But, I mean, we know one. They've been an advertiser here on the show that was on there, and it was wildly successful, and that's Cord Buddy.
Yep. Cord Buddy.
That's a success story, not only on what they did, but on Shark Tank.
How about this? They've had some that were huge.
Didn't they turn Ring thing down?
I think
and then he
so.
came back, and they let him be on the panel after he became a millionaire.
Calm down, Greg.
Wasn't that after you've been denied? Yeah, and then you come back as a multimillionaire as one of the sharks,
one of the guest sharks.
Look, they got some.
Well, look, there's a reason they call them sharks. Okay,
right. Yeah.
Back to Adler, what you were talking about. Look at property taxes. Look at what rent buildings cause you. It all adds up over time to make a huge difference. The way you buy cars, how long you drive them, all that.
Oh, the squatty potty was on Shark Tank. I didn't know that.
Hey, the squatty potty had a pretty good run there for a while.
That's a life-changing invention for shorter people.
Squatty potty.
It really was. What I'm told.
And people that go out in the woods a lot.
Right. All right, thanks for being with us. If we're wrapping up our time together, Lord willing, we'll talk to you on the next show. If you missed any Rick and Bubba today, catch the archives on the YouTube channel and podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.